everyone, welcome to our Business Analytics with Excel course by Simplilearn. If you are looking to dive deep in the world of Excel and become a pro at analyzing data efficiently, you are at the right place. This course is designed to equip you with the skills to handle real-world business analytics using Excel's powerful functions. From basic logical functions to advanced lookup tools, we have got you covered. And the best part is, we will focus on hands-on application, so you won't just learn theory. You will get to work with actual data sets, troubleshoot common errors, and build a robust data retrieval system from scratch. We'll kick things off with a quick refresher on key concepts like statistical functions, logical functions, and lookup basics. Then we'll dive into logical functions, which is if and or, showing you how to combine multiple conditions with real-world examples. Next, we will introduce you to VLOOKUP, index match, and their alternatives, so you can get comfortable with these tools for data retrieval. After that, we will apply what we have learned to real-world data sets, including fields like order ID, product, and sales, and demonstrate how to build a system to automatically fetch product details using an order ID. We'll also cover data validation, teaching you how to create drop-down lists for error-free data entry. Then we'll focus on VLOOKUP, covering best practices for using it across multiple sheets and troubleshooting common errors with helpful Excel shortcuts. And finally, we will discuss index match and offset, explaining how they solve VLOOKUP's limitations, giving you more flexibility in your Excel work. And by the end of this session, you'll not just have a solid understanding of Excel's key function, but you will be ready to take on complex data sets, validate your data, and apply these tools to solve real business problems. So let's get started. Before we move on, here's a quick information. If you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered Business Analyst course. This course is perfect for professionals looking to enhance their skills with our latest tools like Power BI, Excel, and SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You will also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision-making. Our program is IIBA Babok V3 aligned and help you prepare for certifications like CBAP and CCBA. You will engage with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist, you will get the support you need to land your next big role. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll, and you can find the course link below. Before we get started, here's a quick quiz to test your understanding. What does the if function in Excel do? Your options are adds numbers, checks if a condition is true or false, sorts data, creates charts. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
So first thing is that while starting your journey here with business analytics and generative AI, why the first step is Excel? As we all know, we all are working professionals, most of us are, right? So Excel is a powerful spreadsheet software. There are more softwares out there. We have same as Microsoft Office. We have got LibreOffice. We have Open Office tools. We do have Google with us. So there are multiple softwares out there that are basically Office tools. So all are here Office tools. Within these Office tools, we have a spreadsheet softwares, which is Excel with Microsoft. Now, here, Microsoft Office is widely used across the organizations, and that's why we are learning Excel here. It is extensively used for data management, data storage and management. We also use it for making multiple reports. It is also for educational purposes. And when we say we are trying to create reporting out of that, we are basically analyzing it. So Excel is used for business analysis, reporting, data storage, and management, and for educational purposes. Thus, Excel is the basic and the foundation of every data table that you are going to see. Afterwards, if you decide that you would like to go ahead and maybe learn Looker, maybe you want to learn Salesforce, Tableau, or Power BI, ClickView, ClickSense, there are multiple softwares out there. If you want to learn any of the softwares, the foundation is Excel. If within Excel, you know how data management works, you know how to clean the data, how to prep the data in Excel, you can do that everywhere. Even when you move forward, you learn Python or you learn R or you learn any other language out there, you will have a very good foundation if you learn how to do data analysis, reporting, creating the charts, visualization within Excel. Excel has a very flat learning curve. It is easy to learn. Excel also has statistical analytical capabilities. It provides multiple tools for that too. And this is a tool of the choice whenever we are starting your journey new in data analytics here. This is why we are going to go ahead and explore Excel. Now within Excel, what we are going to go ahead and learn. With the help of the Excel, we will be able to go ahead and learn how to how to use functions to create reports. Because we are learning it for business analysis, you will do the analysis only when you are collecting the data set. So you have to manage the data set. You have to prepare the data set. You should know how a table is created. Now you prepare the data set, clean the data set. Then for analyzing it, you are creating multiple reports. Now reports can be created with the simple sort and filter. Reports can be created by using multiple functions. Reports can also be created with pivot. And once you create the report, we will again explore all the methods. And once we have the report, we'll go ahead and create charts out of that. After creating the charts, we should learn how to go ahead and read the chart, present it to someone. We will also learn how do we get data from other sources within Excel. What are the possibilities there? How much data Excel can handle. You'll also see few automation tips and tricks within Excel. That is done by VBA macros. So this all will make exploring the data quite easy. So that's why we are learning Excel, everyone. Okay. This is what we are going to learn. First, we'll start with data cleaning and preparation. Okay, that means we are talking about sort and filter here. Sort, filter, group by, and removing duplicates, text to columns, and a lot more. So there will be topics there. Once we have understood about data cleaning and preparation techniques and features available in Excel, we'll move forward with conditional formatting and functions, meaning creating reports out of functions here. Within these functions, we are going to learn about date functions, aggregate functions, text functions, and lookup and reference functions. Then we'll move forward and we'll see how do we start reporting with pivot tables. While learning about pivot tables, we'll learn about charts too. And we will see how to create an interactive dashboard by using Excel slicer and combo boxes. Then we will go ahead and learn about analytics with Excel. In analytics with Excel, we will learn about statistical analysis and data analysis features that are present in Excel. After looking at that, we will go through the automation here, that is macros. And we will also go ahead and see how we can go ahead and import data from other data sources by using Power Query. So this is the journey that we are going to have in next 8 sessions. And at the last session here, we'll go ahead and learn about the course end project and how you're supposed to complete it. So this is the whole journey we're going to go with everyone within the Excel course. Now, how we are going to go ahead with this journey and what are we and where are we going to find data set and the practice. Today's agenda, first we are going to go ahead and discuss about business analytics with Excel. So first we discuss business analytics, what is it and where it can be applied. Then we'll go ahead with the basics of Excel interface. Within the basics of Excel interface here, we will learn about multiple versions and fundamentals here like fill series. After that, we'll move on for sort, filter, and formatting. So this is today's agenda. Okay, we go ahead and move forward. This is what business intelligence is, and just one of the environment is business analytics. So when we talk about analytics here, okay, it's a pure scientific research methodology. It's a scientific process. Okay, it's a statistical process here that will help us to examine the data and of course so that we can go ahead and draw out meaningful conclusions for the business. For example, in which areas we can apply that analytics? In the sports analytics. Finance, we already do. We understand how our business is performing. Even the government uses the demographic and geographical analysis or the sentiment analysis of the crowd. If we talk about sports here, okay, area of the sports here is sports analytics. What we're analyzing there, we're analyzing that if we go ahead and come up with a tournament in particular city in a stadium, how many people are we expecting to buy that ticket? And based on that, we will go ahead and do the analysis and figure out the price of the ticket, that this should be the ticket price. And how much it should go and where we should price what, how much are we expecting there? And within the team, okay, who is going to be there in the team, that is also decided by analytics, not only their own measurements of or metrics as per their performances, okay, even the metrics of their public image and their brand image, that is also that gets calculated, and on basis of that they can go ahead and decide the ticket prices and more. So this is the sports analytics, okay? And in multiple areas, in these business analytics, data analytics can be applied. And it often involves, okay, study of historical data, because something has happened. That's only when the data can be collected. It also helps us to understand that if we have taken a certain decision in the past, how it has turned out, and it will help us to evaluate the performance of the businesses. So this is the proper definition here. Please read that. So business analytics it refers to the skills, technologies, applications, practices. So all the tools, technology, and statistical practices where we get to analyze historical data and to investigate performance, consumers, competitors, and more. This is business analytics, everyone. So let's say that you are the operations head of a multinational tire company and you have been asked to submit the detailed analysis of defects. Detailed analysis of defect that occurred during tire production, at various manufacturing plants worldwide. And whenever they occurring, okay, they go ahead and they save the defect in the codes, for example, DF1, DF2, and likewise. So they are saving with a predefined defect code, every defect. Now, the defect log includes variables such as operator name, machine, plant name, defect code, and more, right? So please tell me, if you're the operations head, what is going to be your step one? What is going to be your step one? So you have to figure out that in this particular multiple manufacturing plants, multiple production lines are out there, and you have to figure out why the defects are happening. So what is your step number one? What kind of questions you would like to ask to the data set? Or let's say what kind of reports will help you to understand and submit the analysis for the defects. What will be your step number one? Collecting the data from all the most often occurring defect, collecting data from all the centers, machine time, name of the machine time, gathering the data, types of defects. So the first step that comes out here is that we have to collect data from all the manufacturing plants. After collecting the data here, the step two is creating multiple reports out from there, right? What kind of reports are we talking about? So first that I'm seeing here is the frequent defect occurring, right? So which is the defect that occurs frequently? How many years of data you want? So while collecting the data, the decision has to be made that on the base, how many years of data you want in the analysis, and then you collect only relevant data. That individual plant is having which of the frequent defects appear in which particular plant, real-time defects during manufacture. So we can go ahead and find out that in the whole process, okay, which step or which exact machine part or the process is causing the defect, and which defect occurs during that particular process. Like this, we can go ahead and create multiple reports. Okay, we can see in which plant which defect occurs more. You have shift timing. Since it's a manufacturing plant, people are working in shifts. You can go ahead and ask for shift timings, and you can figure out that which particular shift will have more defects as compared to other shifts. You can also go ahead and collect more data. Yes, we go for root cause analysis after that. Once we understand what is happening, okay, now we have to go ahead and figure out why defects are coming in. So to understand why here, you might go ahead and take the shift timings. And you get the shift timings data, you figure that out. You go ahead and collect the machine maintenance data, that when the last time machines have been maintained. So you get their maintenance data. You may go to finance department and ask. You may go to the operations for each plant and ask their maintenance data. When was the last maintenance was done for the machines, or when they have been updated? It's because you're trying to figure out why. You're trying to figure out which defect occurs at which particular machine part or inside which process. You can also go ahead and ask for the quality team. You can also go ahead and ask for the quality team, that are they going ahead and checking the quality for the raw materials that is coming in? Have they found any discrepancy in there so far? Okay, you can go ahead and check the logistics teams there, that while transfer of something, okay, are we having some defects while packaging and while getting the raw materials there? So there are multiple bases where we can go ahead and look for the why. Once you'll go look for the why, it means the cause here. What is your next step? Now we have figured out cause. What will you do after you have figured out the cause? Let's say the cause here is incompetent workforce. They have been hired new most of the places because of the high employee attrition. So we have figured out why. Let's say in the why we have figured out that in few plants, okay, employee attrition was higher due to some policies, and now there are totally new people are there, but they are not trained properly due to the high demand. So that is why we are having more defects. So you figured out with that for some plants. Now what will you do once you have the cause? What's your step number 3? How to fix it? We solve it. That means that you have to go ahead and find solutions. Right? We find solutions, and see, the word is solutions, meaning we have to go ahead and find multiple solutions. We have to go ahead and find multiple solutions for the same set of problems. So now we have figured out the problems and the causes. We found multiple solutions. After finding multiple solutions, we have to go ahead and see cause and effect. Meaning, what do I mean by cause and effect here? That if I go ahead and implement this solution, how much it is going to cost. So it is exactly not cause and effect, it is cost and effect. Okay, so in business you call it cost and effect. So if there is a solution, for example, we go ahead and we apply particular training, that go ahead and let's give them training there. Okay, give them all the training. So how much that training is going to cost? And after they are trained, what is the effect on my revenue? What is the effect on reducing the number of defect? And how does that increases my revenue? Or how does that increases the sales value? Okay, so you have to go ahead and make sure that everything can be quantified in numbers or in the monetary manners. Right. So you will go ahead, find multiple solutions. You will also see what will be the cost to implement that solution. And after implementation of the solution, what will be the probable effect? What will be the probable effect? Well, when I say probable effect, of course, we have to go ahead and predict. If I apply this, what will happen? We are only, why we are here? To suggest a solution, right? We are not going to take the decision. So once you have multiple solutions here, you go ahead and you present this multiple solutions, okay, to BPMs. They will go ahead and they decide on few. They might go ahead and decide on few or one of the solutions to be presented. However, they will not go ahead and implement it to the all the manufacturing plants. Absolutely not. They will pick up a few people to train, all right, from few plants only. So they are going to do a beta test, that is test run. They will do the test run with that particular solution. After doing the test run, if it actually goes ahead and proves that yes, this is good solution, right? How does it going to prove? So they do a test run and they follow the whole cycle of analysis again. They follow the whole cycle of analysis again. They do the exact same analysis again. And then they will compare that without training, how many number of defects were there. With the training, now what is the quality now? They will compare both the analysis and right pilot or test run. If that is successful, then they go ahead and they apply to the whole all the plants there. Once it is applied to all the plants there, again the data is collected, again the reports are created, again they will find whether it is working or not. So it's a whole cyclical process. This is how it goes. But it is basically divided in these 4 steps. Are we good? There will be no blanket solution. That's why I said for few of the plants, they figured out that the employees are not doing well. Maybe for few, they figured out the maintenance was done not properly. For other, may they figure out that quality was not working well. So yes, it is not going. There is not never going to be a blanket solution for all. Right. And they cannot do a specific solution for a specific problem. Instead, they have to go ahead and create clusters of the plants. And to the clusters of the plant and the group of the people there within the departments, okay, they will go ahead and apply a solution. Because it is costly for them to go ahead, go to each and every problem specifically. And it all depends on organization to organization too. So these are the 4 steps, right? So based on these 4 steps that we have simply figured out while talking to each other, right? So that makes the types here. That makes the types of business analytics. That makes the 4 types of business analytics. First, we figure out descriptive. We describe what is happening. Exploratory data analysis, describing what has happened. After describing what has happened, we go ahead and we find out why is it happening. This is what we did in the second step here. Once we figured out, okay, why is it happening, we went ahead and we tried to depict that what will happen if I will go ahead and apply some solutions. So here we were applying the solutions. We are trying to figure out that what would happen if we apply the solution, how much it is going to cost us, how much cost are we going to save. And then after predictive here, we go ahead with prescriptive. Prescriptive is our test run. What is prescriptive here? Prescriptive here is your test run. If a test run is successful, then you go ahead and implement to everyone wherever it is applicable, and the cycle continues. There are 4 distinct types of analytics: descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. Yes, predictive analytics includes your machine learning. It includes your predictive modeling. Prescriptive here, it includes the same versions, right? But it goes in more into the live streaming and tracking your data in real time. So that's prescriptive. You're prescribing something to the solution. You're implementing that solution. And while implementing the solution, we are taking care, we are keeping an eye on it. Okay, let's see how the things are going on. So these are the 4 types of analytics. And please remember that, okay, this is all a cycle. You understand your business, you understand your data set first. After you understand your issue, problem, you understand your data, what data you need when. You start preparing your data technically with your team of data analytics. And then you go ahead and explore the data, you model your data, you follow all the 4 steps of analysis. Once the solution is validated, right, you go ahead and you see that, okay, everything else is done. Then you go ahead, you visualize, you present it as a dashboard, or you live stream it on your server so everyone can go ahead and track it, or you simply go ahead and present it in a seminar that this is the project we implemented and this is the cost we have saved and a lot more. So this is all about analytics, everyone. And yes, this is how we move forward and we optimize the performance of a business. Okay, so here, let's go ahead and learn different scenarios where these analysis can be applied. When we talk about descriptive here, right, this is the simplest class of analytics. It simply create small reports and we explore that what is happening within the business right now. It can answer questions like what the customers are most interested in, which is the segment of our buyers that we are currently dealing with in such in a city, which are the high value customers, and which characteristics make them different. Or maybe we want to go ahead and analyze them demographically or geographically. So these are the questions that can be answered within descriptive analytics. If we go into diagnosis, we learn about why things happening, right? It means we have to go ahead and find relationship between some scenarios. So for example, if I'm talking about tire manufacturing right now, so there is a defect 1. So defect 1 is getting caused by which one of the processes. So if you are the technical person, you know how the process goes. You will have an answer to that immediately, that, okay, galvanization not done properly, temperature was not maintained at this particular step, or the pressure that has been there, it should be within this particular range, but the range is crossing in a certain step. So you have to go ahead and create multiple correlations. You also have to go ahead and prove the cause and effect using your hypothesis testing and the models. So this is the diagnostic analysis here. It can answer us that why defect is happening, which defect is happening at which step, why the customers are not subscribing here, why they are not coming back for subscription, what are the specific variables that are basically impacting our output. So if some particular product is not popular, let's figure out why it's not popular, why people are not liking it more, and what is the issue at the back. So this is diagnostic here. Then we have predictive. Predictive here is pure statistics, right? This is where the data modeling, machine learning techniques are going to be applied. So here the statistics start with ED itself, right? We go ahead and we figure out outliers, anomalies. We see the null values, how to treat the null values. We clean the data set accordingly. Will move forward and to predictive. I have a solution here, right? I want to go ahead and analyze how my solution impacts the output. It means I want to change some variables inside that and want to see how my output is going to react. In that case, yes, we need machine learning models. It starts very simple with regression. It moves on to multilinear regression, then it moves on to the more. So this is the whole track that you're going to see as we move forward. And this is where usually it was used in clinical data researches, and now we use this in business too. And we try to predict that how customers are going to behave. For example, if I want to open a Starbucks in a tier 1 city, in a certain outskirts of tier 1 city, how much customer footfall it is going to gather, and what quality of crowd is going to be there in that Starbucks. I can go ahead and predict that actually based on the geographical and the demographics there. Maybe I want to go ahead and change the look and color or the shape of a shampoo bottle in a product mix. And we want to go ahead and figure out that how is that going to work? Okay. How the customer is going to react to that. And what are the potential values for each customer and the prospect that they're bringing in. So like this, multiple questions can be answered when we are creating a model out of it. That's predictive analytics. So we can go prescriptive here is it improves the decision making. It is like the simulation or the test run of an optimal solution to find a proper solution to it. So if you have multiple solutions, you pick few, you apply some into the test run, whichever works better, you go ahead and you apply it to the whole cluster. So that's prescriptive analysis. Okay, it is the last phase of the business analytics, both descriptive and predictive. That whenever we are predicting something, right, we are always in the probability mode. Because if I'm predicting something, I cannot be certain that okay, if I go ahead and I will give them a training that costs $50,000. Okay, I give them a very expensive training for $50,000, and I'm certain that it will go ahead and increase the revenue by $100,000. I cannot pinpoint that one single number. No, I will give them a range of number. That from this number to this number, we might have the probability is there that we will go ahead and decrease that number of defect, and that will increase by this much percentage probability. We will increase our revenue. We never give one single number. Okay, we always give a range of number, that too with a probability. So for example, vaccine people come out and they say our vaccine is 84% effective, right? It's a probability. It's probability that there is a chances, okay, just pure chances that it works for the 84% of the times. If your organization has the data, you're collecting within the organization. There, maybe if you're doing a competitive research, you will go ahead to the companies that do the market research for you and gather the data for you. You simply buy the data from them. So nowadays, market research is done by the companies, and you simply buy the data from them. And every application out there is collecting your data set. They have your data. Kushi, we are going to learn Excel in this course. So whatever is in Excel, okay, so Excel can work from hypothesis testing to only one simple regression analysis, and that's what we're going to see in Excel. Beyond that, that's the maximum Excel can go in predictive analytics, only till simple linear regression. Now, where we can apply analysis here, as we have already talked about it, okay, finance, performance, it can be employee performance, business performance. Customer analysis is the big one right now. And of course, the risk analytics is there too. And there are more examples out there. We've already seen the sports is one. There is market segmentation, competitors analysis is out there, right? And consumer behavior analysis, market basket analysis. Like these, there are multiple areas where it can be applied, whether it is in retail or in the online market, in digital marketing, or social media marketing, and a lot more. All of them deals majorly with determining or predicting how the customers are going to behave. Now, in the similar process, we are trying to determine here whether the customer is going to subscribe or not, whether we'll be able to retain the customer or not, whether we are going to acquire a new customer or not. So the whole customer analysis works in that particular part on customer acquisition, retention, and different marketing methods that they might go ahead and comply with. Okay. Same goes with the financial analytics. In financial analytics, we go ahead and we analyze other companies' financial statements, and we try to figure out the company's real financial position by looking at their debts, investors, stakeholders, how much public holding they have, and a lot more. And this detailed overview will give us an idea where to make the investment or how to adjust our own investment portfolio or business portfolio. Performance analytics can be for the HR personnel, it can be for the business performance too. So basically, we look at daily operations, we try to optimize the cost, optimizes the budget, and we figure out how we can go ahead and areas for improvement too. This is true for individuals also, right? Individual per employees there. Their performance analytics is also a thing, whether you're doing 360-degree analysis or it is simply one-to-one based on the size of the organization, and we take corrective actions to improve the performance of the employees too. Other areas are risk analytics. Now, risk analytics is a very interesting domain here. This belongs to, what is risk here? In a business, a risk is if you have a project, right? Right. It's uncertainty of the outcome. So you have no idea if you're investing in a project, how much that project is actually going to go ahead and give you either a success or a failure. We cannot foresee a future because any unforeseen event. If we know about the risk beforehand, we will be able to mitigate the risk. However, that risk has to be quantified. If you cannot quantify the risk, if you cannot attach a number with the risk, okay, we cannot mitigate that risk at all. For example, I know that if I invest in this project, okay, success or failure is totally uncertain. We have no data for a backup because we are entering into a totally new field. So we are going to be cautious. We are going to have some insurance at the back end that even if this doesn't work, we will not lose much. Why? Because we have the beforehand information and we will go ahead and try to mitigate the risk accordingly. So there are two types of risk when it comes to risk analytics. One of the risk is quantitative. So I know the investment one, we can quantify it. We can go ahead and evaluate the possibility of adverse events numerically. Okay. We can predict how much loss our company can make in possibility of an uncertainty that or unforeseen outcome. So we can go ahead and quantify the possible results here. That becomes quantitative. For example, a bank is giving a debt to an organization. Whether they are, if they belly up, okay, they go, when they go ahead out of the investments, they cannot pay us back. We know the risk that this much the amount and we have lost it. That's quantifiable. We can apply a number to that. So we can go ahead and mitigate that risk. We can take insurance if we are going ahead with that. And there are multiple ways we can find out to be ready to face that particular uncertainty or the risk. That is called as risk analysis. So whatever you are facing right now, whatever unforeseen event or uncertainty that we have here in the possible outcome, we go ahead and we try to quantify it. Quantifiable risks are possible to see and possible to mitigate and maybe possible to evade entirely. That's what risk analysis is. We do that in our investments, basically, right? If you are in the insurance business, that's risk analysis. If you go to the creditor business, that is risk analysis. Accordingly, we look into it. And we know how to go ahead and deal with it. However, there are qualitative risks which cannot be numerically defined, and these qualitative risks cannot be mitigated. We will have uncertain effects of qualitative risk. Would you like to brainstorm a little bit and try to figure out what can be a risk that we cannot quantify or cannot put a number to it, especially from the business perspective? Right, again, the causes part, the time that we will take to actually on the grounds to complete certain steps. So when we talk about qualitative here, okay, let's take some example here. If we take the example of, let's say, banking industry, right? So we can quantify it. Credit worthiness of the individual, that how much credit we should be giving that person. Even that person has a very good credit worth till now, okay, we still have a chance that they might or might not give it back. But the more credit worthy the person is, there are more chances that they will pay back to us. However, if we go to the healthcare sector, right, we have no idea that if we are actually giving the treatment to a person, okay, after the treatment, whether they are going to be better or they are going to have absolutely no effect or they become worse. We cannot say that. Reason, even if they are not under observation, we have absolutely no say. Even if they are under observation and we are keeping track of each and everything through the documentation, we have no idea what happens to that patient and when. We cannot control that. That's not quantifiable. Absolutely not quantifiable here. Okay, so this in the healthcare, what will be the patient condition there is? It is pure risk. Another pure risk is how people are going to behave. So when we say here how people are going to behave, now that is that behavior comes out to be, maybe you go to a certain office and you want some papers or legal things to be done. Now you have no idea how much that process takes, how much that person behaves with you, how what do they want from you. Okay, so wherever the trust of people, our confidence and trust of people's comes in, that becomes qualitative. We can never know how someone is going to behave. So some person or a group of persons are going to behave. One of the best examples here is whenever some plant is going to open up, any manufacturing plant is going to open up in a certain area, and the locals protest against it and they get the plant shut down. You'll find many examples in the history of business like these. So either the damage is huge, or they have to close up the plant, or they will run the plant on the half capacity. Okay, so there are a few things that happens like these. So these are the qualitative risks. There are multiple examples in businesses if we go back and see very, very interesting examples. One of the examples is Tata Nano, and another example is Pizza Hut. Okay, the delivery system they had. Another example is McDonald's. Okay, they have to change the color as per the locality, and a lot more. So these are the qualitative risks that we run. And now we go ahead and we talk about Excel interface. So now when we go ahead and talk about the Excel interface, everyone, you should go ahead and go to a folder which you are looking for. Go inside that folder and then do a right click. Then do a right click. Go to new and open Excel here. Why we are asking you to do this here? The reason is, if you will open Excel by this method, where you're right clicking and new and Microsoft Excel worksheet, the first thing that it does here is ask you to save it with a proper name. So here the two advantages. First, you know which location you are at, and you get to save your file first with a proper name. Now, whatever work you're doing, it is going to be saved at a proper location that you know about. Okay, that you already know about. So that's how you open an Excel sheet. That is the best way to open up the Excel sheet. You will know your file location, you will know your file name. You can go ahead and simply keep saving your work, and you can always come back and open it up again here. Once you have saved your file like this, we can double click and open everyone. So go ahead to your desired folder. Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, Ganesh, absolutely right. Yes, Anupam, that's right too. Everyone, please go ahead to your desired folder, right click there and save your Excel here. Double click and open up your Excel workbook. It is going to be a blank workbook here. We can shift in Excel on the pin bar too. Very good, Bandvi. Yes, we can do that too. That also opens up a blank workbook. And again, after opening the book, if we save it, we have to be very careful that in which particular file location we are saving it. Okay, all the Office here, Microsoft Office basically. It all started with 97, 2003. Then we have 2007 version, we have got 2010. Then we had 2013, we have 2016. 2013 and 16 has multiple versions within those years. And our 2016 till here, they only had desktop versions. Till here, they only had desktop versions where you get to install within your desktop and then only you can work on that. But when they introduced 2016 in the newer versions, they came up with the application software, meaning you can go ahead and use it online, or you can have this as an application too. A simple application doesn't need a proper installation, simple applications too. And now after 2016, okay, they kept updating it on the application front, so you have both the versions available. Either you buy it all in the desktop, right? Or you buy the application version, which gets updated every month. Or you simply buy the desktop version. So in the 2019, they came up with the desktop version of 2019. Applications here, on the application version, they kept on updating every month and every third month, basically. After 2019, they came up with 2021. This was also a desktop version that you can buy you can buy forever. And this is again a desktop version. After 2021, now they are sticking with 365. And this 365 has desktop version also. They have, and this is an application version. So basically, they have converted everything into an application. So when you go ahead and get this here, the 365, right? It works and updates every month. So you can go ahead and subscribe 365 or you can buy 365 too. But it requires the subscription now. So these are the multiple versions throughout the years, right? So that is why we will have different interface altogether. However, if you have any of these versions, you are good to go. If you have any of these versions also, you are good. At least you will get to learn most of the things that we are covering right now. If you have this version here, I would really ask you to update a little bit here because you're going to have entirely different names altogether. Okay, we all have the tabs right now around here. To check the version here, these are the tabs, everyone. So you can go ahead and see the tabs, please. File, home, insert. In this, we go to the first tab, that is file. This is file tab. If I click on file tab here, we have account. So you click on account. In the vertical menu here, you'll find account. Click on account, and you can see which version you're working with. Okay, whether it's Microsoft 365 or anywhere of these applications, you are good. The interface is different. Now let's go ahead through the versions through the interface. Now in the interface here, I would like you to pay attention here on the left and upper corner here. Do you see undo redo buttons? Those who are in 2019 and above, okay, 2021 above, you might see an autosave button. Everyone else will see only undo, redo, and save maybe. Undo and redo specifically, you will see these two. Those who have with 10 and 15 years working day in and day out, I'm pretty sure you're aware about it. If you're not, it is pretty interesting. Let's see here. So do you see the undo and redo buttons here, right? This whole tab is called as Quick Access Toolbar. This whole tab is called as Quick Access Toolbar. Why we are calling it Quick Access Toolbar here? Okay, because we have the tools right here that we can directly access. So if you will go ahead and try to find, there is a drop down, everyone. In Mac, you will find 3 dots, epsilon there. And in Windows, you will find a simple drop down. And see here, when you go to the drop down, it says Customize Quick Access Toolbar, right? However, it is not quickly accessible because we have to still go ahead this far. So if I'm in cell somewhere and working, I want to do something here, save, undo, or redo, and I still have to cross everything that is here, and then we can reach to the Quick Access Toolbar. So let's go ahead to the drop down, everyone, and please click on an option called as Show Below the Ribbon. Please go ahead and click on the option Show Below the Ribbon. Remember that whenever there is a difference between the versions in any of the options around here or the names are going different, I will point that out. Okay, in each versions. I will point that out. For now, please go to the drop down and click on Show Below the Ribbon. And click on drop down, you will see all the options that you can add. On Microsoft recognizes as frequently used tools and the features. So as soon as you click on Show Below the Ribbon, observe that right now it is just above your formula bar. So why is what it was written Show Below the Ribbon? It was written Show Below the Ribbon here because this whole part that you're looking at, this is called as ribbon. This whole part is called as ribbon. Why we call this as a ribbon? Because it is flexible. If you click on Home tab, you see the Home tab features here. If you click on Insert, you see all the commands for the insert. If you go to Page Layout, all the commands for page layout, and so far. So here, no matter which tab you click on, every time you will go ahead and see a new feature coming up. So this is the ribbon here, and below this now we have quick access toolbar. Now once we have the quick access toolbar here, right, now we can quickly access it directly from the cell. Now I don't have to go ahead, cross the whole ribbon, all the tabs, and then go out here. Absolutely not. We can go ahead and use directly in here. Now inside the quick access toolbar, how do we add the features here? Now, if you go to the drop down here, we have the list of the features. For example, we are using sort ascending and descending multiple times. Frequently, we can simply go to the drop down and check here, and it will get added here right now. Okay, so no matter which tab you are in, you will still be able to go ahead and access whatever tools you add here. Now, it becomes very interesting and advantageous. For example, every time we go ahead and give borders, everyone, right, to the tables, we might have to go ahead and delete few things around here. We go ahead and increase and decrease the font size. Now, for doing all that here, we have to always come back to Home tab. So I will give you one example here. Let's say we are filling up the color every time to the headers. So I can go to the fill color here. In the Home tab, we can go to the fill color feature here and do a right click. When we do a right click here, the first option here is add to quick access toolbar. Add to quick access toolbar. When I have this here, I don't have to go back to Home tab every time. There is one more very good feature here called as Format Painter. I'm pretty sure most of you have used a Format Painter before, right? So if you want to go ahead and copy the format, we use the Format Painter, everyone, right? It is again in the Home tab, in the Quick Access tool, inside the clipboard group here. So inside the clipboard group, inside the Home tab clipboard group, we have Format Painter. It can copy the format for us. So we can right click and add Format Painter here too. So every time we need to format paint something, some function out there, okay, we don't have to come back to Home tab multiple times. We can have it right here. Like this, whenever you find a feature that you are using frequently, keep adding, just simply right click on that feature, add this on the quick access toolbar, and make your own shortcut keys. It will help you to be proficient, right? So this is the quick access toolbar. Now in the quick access toolbar, let's talk about the ribbon. In this ribbon here, you might be looking at some tabs which you do not have in your system right now. Even within the ribbons, you might not see many options here with you. Sometimes you might have also faced the issue, okay, where the ribbon only appears when you click on it. Otherwise, it goes away. And sometimes it will come back automatically too. Sometimes it comes back automatically too. Now, how does that happen? This collapse and the expansion of the ribbon happens due to the accidental double click on the tab. So go to any tab, any name here, and do a double click. If you will double click, the ribbon will collapse. We will double click again and the ribbon will come back. This collapse and expand is provided to us that if we need more space to work, we can collapse them. And if we need to work with any of these options here, we can double click and expand them here. So that's ribbon, everyone. Go ahead and try that out, please. I'm sure most of the experienced professionals might be aware of this. Remember that we are in Excel. To do the exact same function or exact same process, there can be multiple options out there in Excel. I'm going to share one or two at max, which are easy to follow. Is double click working for everyone? Okay, so as I've already said, Kunal, okay, in Excel there are multiple ways to do the exact same process. I'm going to go ahead and share one or two for each and everything. Okay, there are more options here. I can go to the drop down here and I have the options here. Same options. And then we have the keyboard shortcut too. Okay, so what is the keyboard shortcut here? To make it go away, that is Control and the function key F1. So there are multiple ways to do the exact same thing. Now here below the tabs, what we have, we are already aware about the formula tab, right? We are already aware about the formula tab. So we know this is what we call this. We call this a formula bar. We call this a formula bar. Very good. What do we call this another box? What do we call this box here? And why do we use it? Have you ever used this box? Just hover your cursor over there, it will tell you its name automatically. Just hover the cursor over there, it will tell you its name. Now we'll understand why this is called a name box here. And we are also aware right now, if this is formula bar and that is name box here, okay, A, B, C, D, all the alphabets here. If we read it from top to bottom, okay, we call this a column. This becomes a column here. If we go ahead and read left to right, if we go ahead and read left to right, the numbers that represent here, we call this a row. We call this a row. And of course, where they're meeting at between, where they're meeting at between here, we call this intersection a cell, right? If I am here in the cell right now, okay, this name box is going to show me I4, that is the cell address. That is the cell address. And the whole sheet here, this is the sheet we are at, right? So currently we have Excel workbook, and usually we call this workbook as an Excel file. And this file consists of multiple sheets around here, and each sheet consists of row and columns, which constitute cells. So currently we are at sheet 1. Currently we are at sheet 1. Here. This is the sheet 1. If we want more sheets, we can click on plus and we can get more sheets. Now here, within this sheet, how many rows and columns are there? So to figure that out, how many total number of rows and columns we have here? Okay, we go to the intersection of A and 1 here, and we left click and we hold. When you left click and hold here, look at your name box. Now name box will give you a number. So when you go ahead and select all, what do you select? You select more than million and nearly 1.5 million rows, and you have 16,000 columns, more than that in one sheet. So whenever you are selecting all and applying borders, whenever you are selecting all on applying a color, you are actually applying that border and color to more than 10,48,576 rows, or more than 16,384 columns. And that is actually causing the increase sized of your file. And that is the actual cause that your file is lagging. So if you're a professional out there and you're applying a VLOOKUP, okay, but while selecting a column like this, okay, it means that you're actually selecting 10,48,576 values to be found. And that is why VLOOKUP is lagging your file, and your file is huge. It cannot be shared over email. So these are the small things that actually cause the lag in your file and the functions. Right, so these are the total number of rows and columns we have there. Tariq, you are going to have lesser number of rows and columns because okay, you might have you will have the exact same number of rows and columns, but yes, it is going to look a lot different. So here we are. Now let's talk about few foundations here. For example, we have got formula bar. I would like you to just stay with me there. I understand you already know everything about Excel. However, just stay with me, please. So we have three things here: formula bar, name box, and cell. We are aware about one thing. Name box is telling us about the cell address, or you can say that it is telling us about the cell position, everyone. It tells us about the cell position, that where my cell currently is. Currently, we are at J3. J3 means the column is, we are at the J column here and at the third row of the J column. And that is the cell address or position that is told by the name box. Then what is a formula bar? Formula bar here, it shows us the true cell value. It shows us the true cell value. What is meant by true cell value? Listen to me very, very carefully right now. When I say that formula bar shows us the true cell value, it means that if I'm typing a number here, formula bar is showing me just a number, correct? If I go ahead and write a number with multiple decimal points here, okay, I'm looking at multiple decimal numbers in the formula bar. However, in the cell, I'm looking at only 4 decimal numbers. We can go ahead and decrease the decimal numbers from here, from the cell. However, it does not impact my formula bar. So if I go ahead and do further calculations with this particular number, it is going to use and utilize all the decimal points that we see in the formula bar. I can also go ahead and format this number to any currency or accounts here. I can go ahead and format this. Once I format this here, it doesn't impact the true cell value at all. Okay, so what is happening in the cell then? If it is not showing us the true cell value, cell will show us what the end user wants to say. Okay, it will show us the resultant. It will show us the resultant. Then what kind of result we want to see here. So if, for example, if we go ahead and we do some mathematical calculation or we apply a function here. So look at the formula bar. Formula bar is showing us the true cell value, the function that is at the back end. However, cell is showing us the resultant. We can go ahead and format the resultant as we want. And it still will have the answer. Right? So formula bar will always show us the true cell value. Name box is always going to show us the position there. Cell will always shows the end user view or the resultant value out there. No matter how you're formatting it, you go ahead, you fill up a color around here, do anything. It doesn't impact the formula bar. Now, name box is not only about the cell address and position. Name box here, it is actually used for naming the things around there. So you can go ahead and you can name a particular cell, you can name a whole column, you can name a whole row. In fact, you can go ahead and name a whole table. Once you name something there, you can use this box to navigate. So you can go ahead and use this box to navigate. When we say navigate here, so let's see, we have not named anything so far, but we can still use this box to navigate. How? For example, let's say that you are working on some data set and this happens often, okay, that we are lost somewhere too far. We are lost somewhere too far. So if you're lost somewhere here too far, okay, what do we do? If scrolling up doesn't make sense, right? So if you're somewhere out in your sheet and you're too far, go ahead to the name box and simply type A1 and press enter. You're back. You're back. Okay. So this is how you can simply go ahead and access anything from between the sheets or within the sheet. This is also used for navigation, everyone. So this is your name box, cell, and the formula bar. Very basics, everyone, right? Now, after learning about these three, let's go ahead and talk about the cell here. Okay, in the cell here, how do we do the data entry that I'm going to talk about right now? When I talk about data entry, I'm basically talking about the typing here. Whenever in general, when we type everyone, we type 1 and we usually press enter, right? Whenever we type 1, we usually press enter. And when you press enter, it will take you to the one cell below. Now, if I want to format this particular number, I have to go back up again and then do the formatting out here, correct? So instead of that, what we can do, we can simply press 1 and instead of pressing enter, we can use control enter. So most professionals use control enter to whether they're applying any function or simply typing down the anything, they will use control enter. Right? So for example, I've typed 1 here, or I will go ahead and type a date here, right? Or are doing any kind of calculation out here. We're doing any kind of calculation out here. So any ways data can be entered, right? We can also go ahead and add a text. You can also go ahead and a text and a number. You can also go ahead and have a number and a text. So any kind of combination can be here. However, please observe the difference right now. You can observe the difference here that the first three here are right aligned inside the cell. All these are right aligned inside the cell. However, when it comes to text or alphanumeric, all of these are left aligned inside the cell. And that tells us that whether our number in a proper number format or not, and if we have a text, whether it is properly a text or not. Basically, it is used for numbers. If your number and date are in a proper number and date format and they can be used for further calculations, they will be aligned to right. That is why aligning your values to the middle is not permitted at all. It is not a good practice. I know you follow that practice. You select the whole data. Once you get it, you align it at the middle. That's an incorrect practice, because you will never know where you are making a mistake, and your analysis will be whole wrong, because there might be some data that is saved as a text and those numbers are not included in the calculation at all. So this is the very, very basic of data entry, left and right alignment, and using enter instead of control enter. So this is the data entry rules. Go ahead and type and observe for yourself that yes, this happens. I hope most of you were aware about this. Hi, Ritushna. About the left and right alignment. If I go ahead and align them all to the center, do I know that which is text or which is number? Absolutely no idea, right? That is why we never align it. The importance here is if my number is saved as a text, right? If my number is saved as a text here, it will not be used in any calculation at all. If I will try to do any calculation, I will get the error saying that you cannot multiply it with a text. That, and the same goes with the date. If I'm in the date, I want to apply a filter on the date that I want only the February month, for example. I want to apply a filter here, right? But I will not be able to do that. Reason, my date is not in the correct date format. If your date is in the correct date format, it will be aligned to the right side because it's a number. So that is why this is something very new. Sorry, not new. This is something very important. Okay. All right. So talking about the data entry here, I'm pretty sure, okay, most of you have seen this before. So if you type 1 here and you drag it down, you see the 111 here. How do we drag it down here? This goes for the absolute beginners. When you type 1 here, you will see a green colored square at the corner, right? In general, your cursor is always a white plus sign. It's a white plus sign here. However, the moment you keep your cursor here at the corner, your cursor changes into a black plus sign. The cursor changes into a black plus sign. Now, when you grab this here with the left click and drag out here, you'll find that it is simply copying and pasting the values. So you go ahead and you drag and drop here, you'll find it. It is copying and pasting the values. As you will see it copying and pasting the values here, you will have the autofill options open up here. You'll have the autofill options open up here. See, these are the autofill options here. When you go to the autofill options, we have multiple options: fill series, fill only formatting, do not fill the formatting, and flash fill. We'll talk about the flash fill later. If I go ahead and click on the fill series, we'll have the series of numbers coming up. So one drag and drop, and here we will have the series of numbers coming up. So as far as you can drag and drop, okay, you'll find your series still there. So this is your autofill option, okay, for fill series. Fill series, everyone. This is your fill series. Sure that most of you are able to do this fill series. Avanti? Yes, Avanti, go ahead and experience for yourself, right? Right now you're typing 1, Avanti, correct? Go ahead and type 1, Avanti. When you type 1 here, you are still in the editing mode. You can see the cursor is blinking right now. If you go ahead and press enter, you will go to the next cell here. Okay. However, if you press 1 and you can see the cursor is blinking, at this point, if you press Control and enter, you will find that you are still at the same cell where you were typing. So that's one of the differences there. Control enter has multiple uses. For now, it is just for entering the data. Now, in the fill series option here, if I am dragging, dropping, going to the drop down and clicking on fill series here, it is filling up the series of numbers, and that's fine. But what will happen if I want to go ahead and let's say I want to go ahead and fill the numbers from 1 to 100? Should we simply go ahead, drag and drop and fill the series to 100? Does that make it proficient way to fill the values 1 to 100? Yes, Ritushna. There is there. So for that, we use a fill series option, right? So step number 1, Where is the fill series option? I will show you right here. So step number 1 to use the fill series option is to where you want to start the series. So you have to go ahead and write the start number here. Okay, you have to go ahead and write the start number or value here. That from this value, I want to start here. So we want to start from 1. So we start from 1, everyone. Once you have written the start value, I would like you to find the fill series option. Fill series option is in the home tab towards the right hand side, just above the purple eraser, purple or pink, based on your version. Just above the purple eraser towards the right hand side of the ribbon, you'll find the fill series option here. So first you type 1, you control enter, you stay in that cell here because that's your start number or start value. Now you go ahead to the drop down and you will find your series right here. Go ahead and find this out, please. When we go ahead and click on series here, a dialog box will appear, everyone. In this dialog box here, we will go a series in rows or columns. First option is series in rows or columns. In rows means once you will hit the series, it will bring 1 to 100 like this. Columns means it will fill up the column here with 1 to 100. So we don't want it to fill by rows. We want to fill it by columns here. So we go ahead and select the radio button columns. We want a linear progression, a simple linear progression here, meaning 1, 2, 3, 4. So here step value is 1, meaning the difference is 1. If I want to go from 1 to 100, we want to go like 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 1, 3, 3 plus 1, 4, and likewise. The step value or the difference here is 1. In the stop value here, we go ahead and we write 100. Click OK. So please go ahead and select here. Select your columns, everyone. And in the stop value, please type 100 and click OK. And let me know, are you able to see numbers till 100? Hey, Dinesh, have you ever, this is the mathematics here, growth progression GPs. There are multiple type of GPs out there. It is usually asked in aptitude exams. That's it. That is the GP, growth progression. It is not used from much in business analysis. Okay. No, not 5%, Ganesh. It's okay. We will see that. Okay. So here we go. I will go ahead and upload some example about that, Ganesh. So if I click on OK, everyone, it does goes to 100. But how do I go ahead and find whether it is going to 100 or not? So we scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, and we find out. But that's not a very good way to do that. Right. So we can go ahead and find it out by control and the down arrow key. Control and the down arrow key. Right. If we want to come up here, we use the up arrow key. So we are clicking here at the 1 and we control and arrow keys here, control down. We are here, control up, we are here. So we use the control and the arrow keys for the navigation within dataset. Navigation, navigation in data table or any kind of range here that we have. So with control and arrow key, we can navigate control down, control up. Go ahead and see that, please. Wait for your responses right now. I do understand this is very, very fundamental. Only few of you are beginners out there. But if you are able to follow along, please let me know that. And if professionals out there, if you know something new, you know about the shortcuts or something, please do share with us in the chat box. Follow along with the control up arrow key and down arrow key. Have the series with us. Now, this fill series option can be used for multiple purposes. One of the purpose can be you may want an odd number or an even number. Okay, so you can go ahead and choose to fill an odd number series or an even number series. How we can fill up the odd number and the even number series here. So what's an odd number series? We want 1, 3, and 5, something like this. It means there is a pattern going on, right? So if there is a pattern going on, I can go ahead and write few of the numbers around here, select the numbers here and drag and drop, drag and drop. And it can actually identify the pattern and fill this up. However, this here is not feasible. Again, it's based on the drag and drop. So here we can go ahead and use fill series again. But in the fill series here, observe that inside this dialog box, there is no option right now where it is asking you to type down from where you want to start. Anywhere, it is not asking us that from where you want to start. Let's say I want to start the even numbers from the number 2 there. But inside this dialog box, we have absolutely no place to put that where is my start value. Okay. So remember that whenever we are filling the series in, the start values goes into the cell. So for example, if we want the odd number here, we start with 1, for example. We go to the fill series option right here. In the fill series, we want to go ahead with the columns. We want to fill numbers in the columns here. And let's say the step value, meaning the difference between the values. What should be this if I want the odd number to be there after 1? What should be the step value here? 2. Very good. So we go ahead and we type 2 here. And let's say the stop value, let me keep it at 10 because we're taking an example right now. So I'm taking the stop value at 10. And now we go here and click OK. Now we go click OK. And here we have the odd numbers. In the similar manner, you can get the even number also. So if we want to get the even number here, we have to decide the start value here. So for example, I will type 2 here, Control Enter. And inside the fill series here, we'll do the exact same entry. Columns, 2, step number is 2, and stop value is 10. So the inside the entry is exactly same. What is different here this time is the start numbers that we are writing here. Go ahead and try this out, everyone, and please are able to write the odd and even numbers by using the fill series. Go ahead and try it out. Only the start number that we are writing here is changing. Everything else is absolutely same. Go ahead and try this out. Give me the reactions, or you can write in the chat box. Okay, let me try out an example for you. So again, okay, let's see, this is my starting value. I'm just taking some other starting value right now. I'm going to the fill series here. Okay, and we want to fill in the columns. This is the growth around here. Okay, and let's say I want to go ahead and step the value for 2 and maybe stop the value at, I'm taking a chance here, 30, and I stop here and I click OK. Do you see what is happening right now? It is a growth series here. What was the entry I did here? The step entry was 2, and the option instead of linear, we choose growth. What is happening here? What kind of progression we are setting up right now? It's very good. Multiplication. So this is what a growth progression is, everyone. Okay. Right. So if we want to go ahead and double the number up, triple the number up, multiply by that number, we use the growth progression. That's very good. Now, after the growth here, we have one more option, date. After the option here, we have one more option, date, right? Yes, very good, Yusha, Lalita Prasad. Doubling the value, yes, Anupam, very good. Kunal, Saurabh, Ganesh, Yogesh, very good. Yes, Sarla. Thank you. Now, there is one more option called a date. Okay, so how do we enter today's date, everyone? How do we enter today's date? Because I want to show you the date progression here. So let's talk about how do we get today's date here. How do we type it? Yes, that's the question. How do we type it? Yes, it is comprised of date, month, and year. So let's talk about date here a little bit. Okay. When I say date here, so you are telling me a format right now. So see, based on the location you are at, based on your system settings, either you're going to have a format written like this, or you're going to have a format written like this. Every format is correct. Every format is correct. So these are the multiple formats you'll find the date. Now, if you want to go ahead, yes, Harish, very good. Yes, we have the and Samala. Very good. We have the shortcut buttons too. So here, if I say that date is equals to today, everyone, okay, we are applying a function. So when we are applying a function, how do we apply a function, everyone? We type equals to here. When we type equals to here, we type TO. When I'm typing TO in the drop down, I can see the name of the functions. I can simply go to the name of the function and double click. Yes, we can use the shortcut methods too. For now, As we're looking at the function for the first time, I am using the graph, I'm using the user interface here, okay? So I'm typing equals to, I'm typing TO here. From the drop down, we have today. When I double click on today here, see the syntax argument, right? There is no arguments, no parameters inside it. We go ahead and close it with shift and 0. We close the parenthesis there. And here you go with control enter. When you apply this here, we have a date, right? So this is how the date looks like when we go ahead and get it from the today. That is a function. There is one more method that you are looking at currently, and they are telling us that we can go ahead and apply and type control and semicolon, and that will give us a today's date. And yes, it will. You go to a cell, empty cell, you press control semicolon, and you'll have a date. What is the difference between the two here? If you're getting the date from the today, okay, this is going to be dynamic. Meaning, if tomorrow you reopen this particular sheet, the particular date is going to this particular date is going to change. However, if it is control and semicolon here, now it is going to be static, meaning it will be like a data stamp. It will be like a data stamp. It will not change. So, for example, if you want to go ahead and tell the person that on this particular date I have completed this particular project, okay, you'll go ahead and stamp it with that particular fixed date. You don't want it to change here. And today, maybe you are going ahead and you are creating an invoice to everyone that particular date to update by itself. You can go ahead and use date. And you can get any kind of format. It will be based on which particular system you are currently working in. So based on your system default, format will appear. Every format is correct because it will pick up your system default format. Okay. So now let's go ahead and talk about date. I'm going to go ahead and bring date with control and semicolon everything. Okay, I'm going to bring date here with control semicolon because we want to work with it further. We don't want it to update. So this is date. I'm going to bring with control semicolon a simple date. Please go ahead and do that. Bring the simple date first. We will learn everything, Ritushna, step by step. Once the basics are done, we go to the formatting option. And that's where we learn about the number formattings. That's where you will learn how we can go ahead and change the format. Right? Once you have got the date here, let's go ahead and drag and drop. Let's go ahead and drag and drop, please. Drag and drop. A simple drag and drop, please. When you drag and drop here, what do we see? Today's date plus 4 more days. A simple drag and drop, yes. Right, we get the whole date series. Very good. When we go to the drop down here, now the autofill options will change. One is fill the series. Another is fill days. Everyone pay attention on the shared screen. Please back to your screen again. Drag and drop, you can see 8 is changed to 9, 10, 11, 12. So basically days are changing right now. So if I go ahead and click on fill days, the days will change. Pay attention, everyone. If I go to autofill options here, I click on fill weekdays. I'm clicking on fill weekdays. Observe here that the 8 is there, but the 9 is gone. Okay. Since we are starting at 8, it cannot get rid of the 8 here. However, if I go more around here and I go to the drop down, I ask it to fill weekdays, you'll find that Saturdays and Sundays will be gone. Okay, after see here 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16 are gone, and then 17, 18 are here. So if you want the weekdays to be filled here, that's how you get your weekdays. See here, why 8 is not taken as a Saturday? Because that's where we started. So it cannot get rid of that. But yes, afterwards it will fill only weekdays. If I click on months here, it will only change the month, 8 February, 8 March here. So maybe if your payout date for every month is fixed. So you're creating a whole table around, you're creating a whole report and you want to calculate the total payout went out on that particular date. So if that's my payout date, Okay, I simply want to change the month, but not the day. So here, month is changing. And then we have got year. So if you want 8th in February to be fixed, but you want multiple changing years, you can drag and drop. You can even find out the years here. So these are the autofill options when you talk about the date. Now here, most of the time what happens whenever you are filling up the date here, right? There be an issue where you are getting hashtags like these. Why do we get these signs here? Reason is very simple. We do not have enough space to type in. So if you go ahead between the two columns and you double click, okay, or you simply drag and drop and give enough space, okay, you will have it appear. So whenever you see the hashtags or pound signs here, okay, it simply means that currently you do not have enough space to type in whatever is there. And you will always find in the formula bar, you will see the value. It means space issue, everyone. Just resize your column and the row so you will be able to see the value. Okay, Ritushna? So this is the date, okay, that works on the drag and drop. If I want to go ahead and use the fill series right here, you will find that we have another option date. As usual, we want to fill in the column right now. And it is automatically selecting the date. It understands where we are starting right now. And now see, you have the option, whether you want to change the day, you want to fill only weekday, you want to fill only month, or you want to fill only year. So here I will type control and semicolon. We have the 8 to here. We have the weekday right now here. We can go to the stop value. In the stop value here, okay, you have to type in the full date. So for example, I simply want to go ahead till, let's say 20th February. Okay. I want to go till here and I want to fill only weekdays. And here I'm giving a stop value also here. I might want to go ahead and skip the alternate days. Maybe I'm planning a training, and in that training planning, I want alternate weekdays. So based on that, and till 20th, the training will run or the number of days will be there. So I'm go ahead and choose these options. So here columns, date, weekday, step value I'm keeping 2, stop value I'm keeping as 20th February. Once I will do these settings here and I click OK, right? See, it has filled up the weekdays, that to alternate days. Now I can simply go ahead and share this list that these are the days where we can keep the training. Okay. So this is how the date series worked. So someone has asked that how do I go ahead and 5 plus today? Okay, so basically you can use the exact same options for here also. If you'll do 5 plus today, you can simply go ahead and use another cell and you can do 5 plus this particular date. It works exactly similar in further calculations. Ritushna, first write the date. Make sure you're selecting the date. If you're selecting the date, okay, then if you go to the fill series, it will allow you to click on it and open up that. Make sure it is selected, okay? And it is selected. You should not be in the editing mode. If you are in the editing mode like this, cursor is blinking inside, it will not let you select anything. So make sure, Ritushna, you're not in the editing mode, okay? Here, go to the drop down here, go to the series option here. Fill the columns. In the step value, you are going to type 2 here. Here we are selecting weekday, and in the stop value, okay, we are writing the 20 February and 2025 here. Okay, please go ahead and do that. Do these changes, please. Column, date will be automatically there. Select weekday, type a step value and stop value properly. The stop value format should be exactly similar to the format that you see in your sheet, okay? So this is about a simple date series here, right? While we are talking about the date series here, let me go ahead and show a little bit about data here. So because Rajat has asked a question here that how do I go ahead and plus minus few things out here? So it doesn't matter whether you're getting date from today or from control and semicolon. Okay, the backstage value remains exactly similar. Okay, and we can do that calculation we can do that calculation with any of the dates here. Okay, we go ahead and do the calculation with today because we need an updated date. We need an updated date. Okay, and that is for today. For today. However, okay, when we are getting from a static here, it is a date stamp that on that particular day I completed something, right? So that is the major difference here. Now, whenever you have a date here, whenever you have a date here, okay, how does that date looks like? Have you ever noticed one thing? If you go ahead, sometimes your date converts into a general series of a number. So you have the whole column of a date, and sometimes your date will accidentally converts into just a series of numbers. So the professionals out there, they might have seen this here, right? Why? Observe here that why is it happening? Right now, the date that I have typed in, right? Whenever you go ahead and observe everyone. Okay, so I'm going to delete this here. I'm using control and semicolon here. The moment I type the date and press control enter, automatically it picks up the date format, right? We can see that here. It is automatically picking up the date format. If I go ahead and convert this date format into general or a number, see the general or a number here, it converts into a random series of numbers. Okay. Now, why does that happen here? What does this number represents? To understand this number here, okay, I'm going to do this. To observe this number here, to understand this number here, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to type 1 and 1 here. I'm typing 2 and 2 here. So right now, this 1 and 2 are numbers, everyone, right? I'll go to the number formatting here, and I change these numbers. I change these numbers right now into a date. When I change these numbers into a date, you will find that it says 1st January 1900, 2nd January 1900. Okay. So for Excel, the first day is 1st January 1900, second day, 2nd January 1900. So if this is today's date, this is today's date, and when we convert it into a number, it is 45,696 days since January 1900. So it counts the number of days, everyone. And this number of days technically is called as date series. Technically, it is called as date series. And this date series actually fixes your format. This date series helps Excel to determine which day, month, and year and week you are at. This date series helps you in the calculation. So whether you're doing today plus 5, so in today's date plus 5 you're doing, if you will go with control, you get date with control semicolon, and you want to do the plus 5, this is how it goes. Right? So it is called as date series. And this concept of date series is followed everywhere. Whether you go to Power BI, you go to Tableau, you go everywhere. Date series concept is followed everywhere. And that's how your date work in the backend. So whenever you see these numbers, simply change the format. Whenever you're doing the calculations, to remember that if you deduct two dates from each other, you are going to get the answer in number of days. Yes, thank you, Ganesh. Okay, so this is how the date works. Rajat will see that too. Okay. Date series, the tariff is just the number of days since January 1900. There is a specific reason to take that. Okay. So Microsoft has a documentation on this particular part. There is a particular reason at the back end that why January 1900 was taken. Okay. Hi, Tamanna and Tarif. Okay, don't worry about it if you don't understand what is happening here. Okay. See, Excel, let's understand it like that. How does Excel know whether it is the correct date or not? Okay. How Excel know whether it is the correct date or not? It counts the number of days since 1st January 1900. It simply counts the days from there. So whenever, see, what is the number formatting here? Okay, see, Tamanna and Tariq, problem here is we don't understand currently what number formatting is. Okay, so for example, if I am typing a number here, for example, I'm writing 89. Okay, if I'm writing this here, I'm writing this here, I convert this into a number, it is converted into a number format. If I convert this into a currency, it is converted into a currency format. Okay, so whenever any number is converted into a date, it simply go ahead and it simply goes ahead and start counting the 89 days since 1st January 1900. So that is called as date series. And even if you go ahead and write a date, everyone, okay, this date, how this date is perceived at the back end with Excel, because it has to go ahead and fill the series after 8th February, it should be 9th February, right? How does it go ahead and understand that? To understand that part here, it should know that at this particular date actually is 45,696th day since the 1900. So if I go ahead and drag and drop here, it will simply add 1112 to that series and give us the answer. Because of that, it simply counts the number of days since 1900 to specify and identify a particular date so that it can go ahead and do the further calculations with it. So Tamanna and Tarif, if you're not able to understand even now that what is happening here, don't worry about it. The more we will move forward, we will see some functions and calculations. You will get the understanding about it. Okay? Because I can see here that you are not from the data, or we have not worked here before. So no worries. It's all right. Okay? Great. Thank you. Hi, Saujanya. I missed some sessions. May I know which configuration laptop will be good for this course in Excel? This is the first session, Saujanya, right? And any laptop will work. If if you're working on Windows, you can have 10 or 11. You can have we have already talked about the versions when we started this. You can have any version from 2013 till 365. Okay? Any version will work. We have already talked about that when we started with the session. Okay? Any version will do from here to here. Windows 10 or 11 if you're in Windows. In Mac, you can have any Mac, just have the spreadsheet version of that. Okay. Great. Thank you very much, Sojana. Yes, thank you, everyone. So this is a little bit about date, everyone. This is how things work. Now let's go ahead and talk about formatting. So please go ahead and save this workbook. Let's go ahead and save this workbook here. And all of you, when you will, if you have downloaded the folders, very good. Inside the folders here, inside the data set, in the lesson 2 data set, okay, we are going to have a demo 1 file, an Excel file. Okay, there is a demo 1 Excel file there. So I would like you to open up that demo 1 Excel file, please. I'm also sharing this in the chat box here. Okay, just sharing it here, demo 1 Excel file. You all have this in session materials. I would like all of you to please go ahead and double click and open this up. This is how the demo Excel will look like. I'm going to reshare the screen right now. So this is how the demo Excel file will look like, everyone. When you double click and open it, this is how it is going to look like. When you have opened up your demo 1 Excel file, please let me know that whenever you are ready. We see the epsilon 3 dots here, and then we see the sheet 2 here, right? Currently, we are totally unaware that how many sheets are there. If we want to figure out how many sheets are there, instinctively, we will go ahead and start clicking on the arrows or these 3 dots or the epsilon here, right? That's what we usually do. We start going ahead and clicking here, or clicking here, or we click on those 3 dots there. That's what we do usually, right? However, if this happens with you, and you see these 3 dots and that sheet there, how you can figure out that how many sheets do you have in this Excel? To figure out the number of sheets you have in this Excel workbook, simply go to any of these arrows and right click. Simply go to one of these arrows and right click. When you go to one of these arrows and right click here, you will see the list of the sheets here. So if you're not sure how many number of sheets we have here, simply right click on the arrow, you will see the list here. Ritushna, if demo is a zip file, you need to right click and extract that. Okay. You have to right click on that and extract all. That's why I've shared it on the chat box too. If you will extract it, you will be able to work on it. Okay. All right, everyone. So we can simply right click and figure out the list of the sheets here. Now we have got sheet 1 and sheet 2. Let's see what we have in sheet 1 here. We have a data here in sheet 1. We click on sheet 2. We have got another data here in sheet 2. If you'll actually look at the sheet 1 and sheet 2 here, what is the difference between the data set? Is there any difference between these two data sets in sheet 1 and sheet 2? You will find that the only difference here is that this is date. The data is absolutely similar. Whatever data we have here, it is the exact same data that we have here. Exact same data. The only problem is formatting. Which one looks better, everyone? Sheet 1 or sheet 2? Right, the formatting and font. Which one looks better? The sheet 2. Yes, wonderful. Why? Because this is properly separated. We are able to understand it, what's going on here. However, reading this is quite painful, right? So let's go ahead and see how we can properly go ahead and format this particular table here, right? So let's see how we can go ahead and properly format this table here, everyone. Uh, first, let's select the whole table. Yes, very good, Ganesh. It is properly sorted too. So first thing is, how do we go ahead and start changing the format here? First part that we do here is we go ahead and we select the whole table. You can go ahead and select the whole table with Control A. You can also go ahead and select the whole table with another keyboard shortcuts. We will discuss those keyboard shortcuts tomorrow. Today, we will simply go ahead and select this table like this here. Okay. Now we can go to the Home tab here. And in the Home tab, we will decide any one font style here. We'll decide. After deciding the font style here, we will stick to one font size. We'll stick to one font size here. So we'll make sure that our font size and font style is exactly similar. After that, we can go ahead and give the all borders. I can also add the all borders to quick access toolbar. So I'm going to the drop down, going to the all borders, right click on the all borders, add it to the quick access toolbar. So what will happen? I don't have to go back and click thrice. I don't have to go back and click thrice here. So here we have a font here. We have selected our font size here. Okay, after selecting the font size, we are clicking on the all borders here. After giving the borders right now here, look at the category and region. Now we pay attention here to category and see the columns around here. Okay, all the columns here have multiple column width. We want to go ahead and give absolutely proper column width to everything, right? So how do we give proper column width to everything? It is not feasible at all that I pick up each column and drag and drop, or I pick up the each column and I double click here. Okay. So how we can make sure for all the columns here? So let's see how to do this. Resize all the columns at once. To resize all the columns at once, we go to the first column here. We select that column. We drag towards right. And in this way, we can select all the columns together. So what we are doing, everyone, we are selecting all the columns together. So select the first column here. First, you select the column and you drag towards right. All the columns are properly selected, right? Once all the columns are properly selected, now you have two options. Either you can keep your cursor anywhere between any two columns. Your cursor will change into two-headed arrow, and you can double click here, double click here. When you will double click here, everything will get resized as per the number or the data points inside it. However, this doesn't look good. So you can go ahead and decide the exact width also. You can go ahead and decide the exact width that you want. So you can go ahead, click and extend, and every column will have exact same width. So here, select, drag and drop to a width, and every column will be properly equally arranged. Right? A simple drag and drop, everyone. Go ahead and resize your columns. Now today what we are going to start with, we will go ahead and start with number formatting. Then we will look into sort filter, group by, and subtotal for data management. And then we will see data cleaning, prep, and more examples there. And through this, we will be exploring all the data tools inside the data tab. Okay, so now last we have seen that our date is right now aligned towards left. It means that it is not in the proper date format. It is here as a text. So if we want to convert this date into proper date format, the step number 1 is we select this column or the range of cells here. Once we select the range of cells here, we simply go to our home tab. In the home tab, we have here general. This is the number formatting dropdown. So first we are selecting the cells here, range of cells here. We are going to do the general dropdown here, and we can simply go ahead and click on short date. When I click on short date here, it's see here, it recognizes this as date, but it still doesn't go towards the right. Just to check whether it is actually able to understand this as a date or not, if I convert this back into number, it still shows the text. It means that it is still not a date. Right now, how to check properly that whether this is recognized as a date or not. For a proper recognition here, we can go ahead and apply a filter. We can go ahead and apply a filter because currently we have no idea, because see, everything is left aligned. Have you observed that right now? Everything is left aligned. Even the number here, this is also left aligned, even though it's a number. So here we can see this is left aligned here. So if I go ahead and select the whole data set, if I select this whole data range for date, and I keep it at the right hand side, it is at the right side. So this is the problem that you will face if you will keep aligning your numbers to center or left or right. You'll have no idea that whether these numbers are correct or not. The way to verify this is we go ahead and we apply the filter. To apply the filter here, everyone, where sort and filter options are available? Where sort and filter options are available, everyone? In the quick access toolbar, we have it. I have it here right now. Yes, in the editing, we have it. So this is the sort and filter. In the editing, we have sort and filter. Quick access, I have added this filter right now. So within the home tab, we have editing group. Inside this editing group, we have sort and filter. Okay. We also have data tab. In data tab, we have sort and filter group all together. There's a whole group here, which is sort and filter. So how to apply a filter here? Since it's a small table and it has absolutely no blank cells here, we can simply go ahead and click on filter. So keep your cursor anywhere inside your data set. Keep your cursor anywhere inside the data set and go to data tab. In the data tab, you'll find filter. Simply switch on the filter, everyone. Remember that we are applying the filter to check. But since the alignments were given manually, now that check is not working, that whether this particular number is a number or not, whether this date is recognized as a date or not. To verify that, we are applying the filter. So first apply the filter. Keep your cursor anywhere inside the data set and then apply the filter. I do understand those who are professionals out there, we always select the whole data first, whole table first, and then we apply the filter. We have to do that because in real time, we have a lot of blank columns and blank rows or simply blank cells in between. That is why we have to select the whole table. Since we have the intact table right now, we can simply click on filter. I suppose everyone was able to apply the filter right now. Let's see how to verify. First, let's verify our sales amount. If we go to the drop down of the sales amount here, it is getting the number filters, meaning it is recognized as filter number by the Excel. See, so Excel can determine this as filter because it is recognizing this as number filters. It is applying the number filters there. Similarly, we go to date drop down here and check. It is giving us text filters. It is not able to recognize this as date. So no matter how much you right align or left align, this is not a date still. And even number formatting is not working out. Go ahead and check it out, please. If you go to the drop down here, see, we went to home tab. We have already went to home tab, right? And we have, see, in the formatting, it is saying it's date. However, Excel is not defining this as a date. Otherwise, we would have date filters here. Go ahead and check it out. Are you able to see that? This is the best check for the formatting. Okay, Swadhi, Nana, and Tamana, what do you mean by no here? I don't get it. Can you elaborate, please? Is it when you go to the date drop down here, do you see a date filter or a text filter? Yes, it's not a date filter. So let's go ahead. How do we, if date is not working with normal formatting here, how do we convert this into a date? Right? So we'll see that here. Number filter often fails to determine date as a date format. We'll see how does it work. Before we move forward here, let me talk about the number formatting a little bit here. In the number formatting, in the sales amount here, how many types of formatting we have available? General, currency, accounting, time, percentage, and others. Okay. So numbers can be formatted to either currency, accounting, or anything else. That's very easy. That is general number formatting. Okay. We do have custom formatting. We will see the custom formatting too. However, let's first work with this date. Whenever you face difficulty like this, especially with the date filter or the date formatting, and number formatting is not working, we use text to columns for formatting. We use text to columns for formatting, which is in general is used for split one column into multiple columns. Split one column into multiple columns. We use the data tools text to columns here. Now let's see how to do that. Select your date, please, without the header. Remember that. Select your date here without the header, please. Now from here, we go to data. From here, we go to data. In data tools, we will find text to columns. The text to column has multiple applications. One of the application is when you get a CSV file, it can break it into multiple columns. That's there. Other is to format the date. And it's fantastic in doing so. So please go ahead, select your date range without the header, everyone. Then go to the text to columns here. Go to text to columns here. Under the data tab. When you click on text to columns, the wizard comes up here. Read. Whenever there is a dialog box, read properly. As you can see here, it says here that your data is determined as delimited. We don't care because we don't want to go ahead and split this up. Why delimited? Because there are some characters that are separating each field, and we understand that, and that's fine. Currently, we are not looking out for separation. So we select the fixed width here so that we don't have to separate it at all. So right now, also observe, right now we are at a step 1 of 3. We are at the step number 1 here, everyone. Okay, and we are going to check on or select the radio button fixed width. Once you select the radio button fixed width here, please click on next. So before I move forward, let me have a quick check. Are we at the same path? Are you able to follow along? Ritushna fixed width because I don't want to split it. I just want to reformat it. When we'll move forward, you will see why fixed width was there. Great. Thank you very much, everyone, for confirmation here. Thank you for following up with me. Now let's go ahead and click on next, everyone. When we click on next here after fixed width, see here it says that if you want to have a column break, then you can create a break line. I don't want to create a break line. So we simply go ahead and we click on next. We are not clicking anywhere. We are going next. Now in the next here, the third step is very important. In this third step, it says here that select each column and set the data format. It is giving you the instruction. Select each column and set the data format. We already have one column, and this the format here is date. Now, in this date format here, the first we have got year, then we have month, and then we have date, correct? So we go ahead and we tell Excel that this particular column here have first year, then month, then date. So we recognize this as YMD. So recognize the date as YMD. Yes, or you can, but remember to uncheck every checkbox there. Okay. Now here, everyone, this is YMD. The destination here is A2. Okay. Right now, we are simply checking whether this works or not. Correct. So we will not replace the original data set. Instead, we change the destination, everyone. So how to change the destination here? Simply click inside the white space here. Simply click inside the white space here. Currently, destination is A2. So we delete this here and we click outside right now. Click on any cell. Click on any cell outside. Currently, I'm selecting A14. So click inside, delete your A2 and delete the A2 here and select any cell outside so that we don't replace our original data set. Once that is done, go ahead and click on finish here. Go ahead and click on finish here. Two changes here, YMD, change the destination here and click on finish. Do we have the answer? Ritushna, because first we want to check whether my output is correct or not. And this is the correct approach also in real time. Okay, otherwise, if anything bad happens or you make an error, you have to go through each and every step that you did to import the data back here. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on finish, everyone. When we click on finish here, we have the date. Now, how do I know it's a date here? So I will go ahead and keep a check here. I'm going to call this date for now. I will select this whole column. Okay, I'm going to apply the filter here. And see, now it's a date filter. And date filter is quite different. And now it will be properly defined as date. Even if I go to the home tab here, it will be as proper date. Plus, it will automatically keep the format of your system. That's how also you can recognize it because it will automatically keep the format of your system. Okay. So this is how it works. This is our text to columns. Text to columns is used whenever you are not able to recognize the date format. And this date format right now, okay, since you're asking what are the other fields that can be applied, all the other fields are no matter in which format you have the date here. In each and every format, you can actually go ahead and apply TTC. So let's understand it like this. Sometimes what happens, okay, whenever we are getting a text file or CSV file or an exported file from any of the ERP systems, usually dates are written like this, right? Pure text or a pure big number, 2005-0901. That's how the dates comes up. Or sometimes pure text as you see here. And then we're not able to apply formulas on that. We are not able to do anything in that. In those cases, you can simply go ahead and ask TTC to recognize it here. We'll see the example of TTC more, but right now we needed to format this out. So now we are sure that these numbers are correct. Now we can cut and paste, everyone, right? We can cut and we can paste the numbers here. Please do that. When you're pasting it, a simple paste will do. Please go ahead and paste it and give the borders. Please go ahead and do that. So again, we use it for splitting one column into multiple columns. For example, I have address, but it is in one column. We want to go ahead and separate the street address, city name, state name, pin code, area, country in multiple columns. In that case, in such cases, we can use text to split. We'll see that in detail as we will move forward. Hi, Ritushna. How would we do this for large data set? In large data set, you simply go ahead and you add one more column. In one next column, empty column, you go ahead and you place that. Ritushna, inside the TTC, what you're telling Excel there that in the text format, first is year, then this is month, then this is date. In the output, it will follow your system default custom format. Okay. It will follow the system default custom format. That's date series. Okay. That's date series. If you select this, you go back here, convert this into date. You'll get the date. 449948, it's the date series. Now here we go. This is now date is in the correct format. Okay. Normal formatting. That we have done. Wonderful. So we have used TTC right now. We have seen date formatting so that our date is properly here. Now let's talk about more formatting about the date. So let's talk about more formatting within date. So right now our date is DDMMYYY. It is picking up our custom format. That is, it is picking up the system formatting right now. How about I would like to go ahead and type a date, okay, where I want to simply, maybe I simply want to keep month and year, okay. Maybe I want to keep just month and year. Maybe I want to go ahead and want to know that what weekday was it, and then I want month and year, which weekday what's there, and then I want my whole date here. So like this, if we have multiple custom formatting to give, how we can go ahead and format the date here. So we know the normal number formatting. Now let's look into one by one into custom format. Let's start with date since we have started here. Now to understand about custom formatting of date, everyone, again, select your date without the header. Select your date without the header here. So you have selected this here. To open custom format, there are three ways to do it. First way to open custom format is we can go to the home tab number format and click on more number formats. This also opens up this dialog box. Or we can simply go ahead and click on the expansion arrow here. This. So here is the small expansion arrow here. So we select the range without the headers, and here is a small expansion arrow. When you click on open, this opens up the same dialog box here. Or we have a keyboard shortcut, and that is Control 1. Control 1 here is the is a shortcut that open formatting options. Okay, that open formatting option. You click on a table, it opens the number format. You click on a chart, it opens the chart formatting. You click inside the table, it give you table formatting. Okay. So right now, if I'm selecting this here, and whether any of the three ways we go to, when we reach here, we have multiple date format here, but none of them matches exactly what we are looking for. So we go to custom, everyone. So in the vertical menu here, we go to custom. When you click on custom here, observe that it says in the type, this is DDMMYYY. This is our custom formatting, DDMMYYY. The type that you see here and below that this code that is typed here, this is editable. So go inside this type and click after Y here. Once you click after Y here, you'll find that the cursor is blinking there. When you find the cursor is blinking, simply delete the whole thing. The moment you delete the whole thing right now, so without any formatting, you can see the date series will appear here. The date series will appear here. Date series here, let's start with here simple date here. So I'm typing here D. The moment I type D, since it's 22, I'm getting 22 here. I type D again, remains same. Right, fine. I will type D again. Now it is sun. It means it's Sunday. I type D again. I have the full spelling for Sunday. I'm like that. Okay, good. This is what I was looking for. So I'd give a comma here and I move forward. I give a space after the comma. And now I will type here M again. If I type M here, I get 1. I type M again, I get 0 and 1. I type M again, we are getting the abbreviation here, that is Jan here. If I type M again, it is full on January. After January here, I am typing D and D. So I have January 22. I'm giving hyphen again, and now I'm looking for year. So and now here I'm going with year. Remember that it is not case sensitive. You can use a small uppercase, lowercase, any case you can use here. And you can make any combination that you want. You can make any combination that you want. So right now I'm giving this combination here, a long date type here. Go ahead and type this out. I'm typing this in chat also. I'm also typing this in a little bit larger font here so that you can type it out and click OK. And you can bring out any kind of specifications here, whatever you want to type. Ganesh, how to add only weekdays and weekends? That is done by the date functions, not formatting. Date functions recognize that. We have filled the weekdays with the help of drag and drop fill series yesterday, correct? So we can fill the weekdays. If you want them to recognize weekends, either you use the date functions for that. Yes, thank you, Swati. It is. And custom formatting gives us a lot more. So I hope everyone is able to follow along this, right? Have you clicked on OK, everyone? You can use emojis and reaction buttons, please. Great, wonderful. Here I'm going to click OK right now and see. Now, see, observe here right now. Observe here right now. I have hashtags. Why? It's the matter of column width. So you set your column width. You can double click or drag and automatically it will be here. Yes, too long for the column width. Very good, Saurabh. Ritushna, this is not a drag and drop. Okay, the table is not formatted. That's why whatever date one wants, it's written there. It's not a formatted one. Or let's say a sorted one here. Okay. It's all about data entry. Okay. So this is a simple custom formatting. Yes. Now let's go ahead and look at the sales amount right now. Let's look at the sales amount right now. Currently, the sales amount is in simple hundreds, right? The sales amount is in simple hundreds here. We are fine. How about we want to write this in a proper denomination, like we want to go ahead and want to write this in thousands. So for example, if it is 15 here, we want to write it like 15K. If it is 14 here, we want to write it like 14K and likewise. So it should convert, it should be in number format. However, it should give us the denominations like K. If it is millions, then we can go ahead and we can convert this into millions. Rachit, very good question there. Yes, it has to be identified as date only. If you cannot identify as a date, then DDMMYY doesn't work. That is why we have first converted text date into a proper date format and then we were able to custom format it. Otherwise, it is not. Date formatting will only be applied when it's a date. Yes, Swati. Control 1, very good. So here, how do we go ahead with the custom formatting? We can select the numbers again, everyone, and we open the custom format. In this custom format here, we go to custom again. Now in this custom here, do you see there are multiple formatting that is written here with the hashtags, pound signs, and the zeros here? Do you see anywhere millions or billions written here? No. However, if you go to number here, you do see 1,000 separator. If you check on 1,000 separator, see what happens? 1,500. If I uncheck this, it's written this as simple 1500, 1500 continuously. The moment we go ahead and check on here, use separator, it becomes 1500. So this is a 1,000 separator. It can determine when the 1,000 is getting completed. So after every 1,000, it will put a comma. If I go to custom now, see automatically the custom format appears. This custom format is recognizing where the 1,000 comes up. It is made up of hashtags and zeros. Now, what is meant by hashtags and zeros? Try to understand this here, please. In the custom formatting, this sign represents multiple values. Zero represents fixed values. Zero represent fixed values. Meaning, if it is writing 0.00, 0.00, meaning after decimal, there can be only 2 digits. There can be only 2 digits. However, this sign here represents that there can be multiple digits. multiple digits. So even if this hashtag or the pound sign is written only once, it means any number of digits can be written here. So when we want to go ahead and apply the fixed values, then we use 0 here. If we want to say that there can be multiple before the decimals, that is fine. We use the hashtag here or the pound sign. So right now what we want to go ahead and specify that to Excel that see, once you see the 1000 separator, so there is a number, you find a 1000 separator. Okay. After that, I want you to go ahead and add one decimal, and at the end, it should look like K. Write K here to determine, to simply denote in Roman that it is 1000 here. So how do we write it? So we go ahead and we type in here. Look at the sample. If I delete this right now, it says 1500. If I delete it more, it still says 1500 because the hashtag here means multiple values, right? And see here, it says 2 right now. Why? Because it has rounded it off. It has rounded it off the 1500 to 2. Okay. So this is usually the 1500. So how do we go ahead and write the 1500 here? So we go ahead with the hashtag, right? And it says 1500. This is the first separator here. I will go ahead and give one hashtag again here. It gives me full 1500. So I would like that. Okay, can you add some decimals around here? And then type K. That's it. Now it is giving us, after the hashtag, I am asking it to identify the 1000 separator. After identifying the 1000 separator, give a decimal. And after decimal, I want 2 digits. And this is how we get the 1000 written here. So you can go ahead and get the 1000 here. Go ahead and get the 1000 there, please. Hi, Yogesh. Yes, that's how it has been programmed. That's how it has been programmed, so that, see, there is a limit that within the pound sign also, there is a limit of numbers that can come here. So it simply gives us a denotion that go ahead and bring out all the numbers that you can within it. Understand this here. It is a concept. It's a custom format. It is a pure coding language here. This here is a pure coding at the back end, how it is determining the number format, right? In number formatting here, first thing that you need to understand is mathematics. In mathematics, do you understand tens, hundreds, thousands? We have understood this maybe in primary, right? So when I will write here 100,000 like this, if I'm writing 100,000 like this, okay, or I'm going to write like this, we can go ahead and determine how many thousand separators are coming in. Why do we put on these commas here? These commas are called as thousand separators because we can recognize when the thousands will come in. And that's how Excel is trying to determine it. So right now what we have is the 1500. 1500. So I'm calling this as 1500, but in reality it is 1500. If I ask you manually to convert this into the denomination of K here, what will you do? Right. So why are you writing like this right now? Like this here, because now your 1000 separated shifted, right? Your 1000 separated now shifted to here, correct? This is what we are trying to communicate to Excel, but Excel is not a human being. So we have to communicate to Excel in a language that it understands. So the language it understands is the hashtags and the zeros. For hashtag, it means here, one hashtag here means that we can have multiple variables here. Hashtag here means that if I'm writing hashtag once, that doesn't mean one single variable, one single digit will be there now. One single hashtag means there can be multiple digits, but they should be denominating one single number. So there can be multiple digits, but it will denominate anything that comes before the 1000 separator. So this is what is meant by the pound sign here. After the points upon this hashtag here, I will give a comma. This comma determines that 1000 separator. So what I am saying here is, wherever you find the 1000 separator, before that 1000 separator, Any number of digits that you have, you go ahead and you write that in. After you write that in, you start giving me decimal points. Now you start giving me decimal points. I want 2 decimal points here. And then we go ahead and we put the K. Okay. So then you put the K. So I want 2 decimal points, and that is fine with me. I am not looking for the exact number. So round it off to 2. That's what we are currently asking it to do. This is what you will see. Are we good now? Do we understand this here? Okay. So when you are writing here the pound sign or the hashtag, it is simply trying to say that you do not have any number with any extra zeros. Okay. It is going to be exactly very, it will not force any zeros. It will represent only the digits which are needed. So if there are any leading or trailing zeros, okay, that will not be there. So it will give us flexibility. That's it. However, if the number is much bigger, it will still convert that into 1000. Okay. I'm going to click OK for right now. So let me click OK here first. Here we go. Okay. All right, everyone. So this is how we move forward. This is the custom number formatting. Custom number formatting is huge. And there are multiple options here like that. No. You can go ahead and make it your own, sort of. Okay. But you have to follow along with the 1000 separator only. It will not change into general. Okay, Alok Nanda, see here, I'm selecting the numbers here. Numbers will be shown as custom. Okay, numbers will be shown as custom. If you'll keep a cursor on sales amount and then you select everything, it will show general. Why? Because it shows you the number formatting of the first cell that you're selecting. So do not select the header, please. Only select the numbers and you'll find it custom. It will always be custom. Okay. Okay, so this is about the formatting, everyone. This is the custom formatting and the normal formatting here. Now, let me show you a few things about the formatting a little bit more, then we'll move for the sort and filter. So please go ahead and click on sheet 2. Please go ahead and click on sheet 2, everyone. Saurabh, you can use them properly like a number. If you remember remember from yesterday, even now, if you click here, it says 1.5K, but at the backend, it is 1500 only. Remember that whatever custom formatting we are doing, okay, whatever custom formatting we are doing, it is all a facade. It is about how the end user wants to see it. It has got nothing to do with the underlying value. You can see in the formula bar, underlying value is still intact. Okay. How write in text, but it's now in the left alignment. I mean 1500. What is happening here? Format being custom, well, that is fine. How write in text? Why will you write in text? Okay, excuse me for that. The custom table option will select to get 0.5K. What do you mean by custom table option? Oh, no, there is nothing like that can convert the numbers into words. There is no custom formatting that convert number into words automatically. There is some there is a VBA coding that is required to convert numbers into words. Okay. That's a pure VBA coding that is required. There is nothing in here that can convert this into words. There's Swadhin. Okay, how much sales we had, I will go ahead and sort it by sales. If I'm the person who is accounting everything, making the bills, I will go ahead and sort it by date. So it is all about the priorities. Absolutely correct. There. Rachat, Ibrahim, absolutely correct. Now, let's go ahead and sort everyone. How do we sort it? We do have sort in A to Z. So currently, I'm going to sort it as per date. To sort here, we are not going to sort it by selecting the whole table. We will simply keep our cursor on date column. We go to data tab here and we click on A to Z. When we click on A to Z here, we see a sorted date column. So sorting like this is easy. Wonderful. Like this, we can keep on clicking on any of the column here, and we can simply go ahead and sort it either in the ascending order or in the descending order. A to Z or Z to A. Yes, Ganesh, absolutely right. There is no correct way, but chronologically it is a standard. And sort is always the first step. As soon as you get the data, once you will give the proper formatting here and proper number formatting, next is you will start sorting it. So if your data is sorted chronologically, that's fine. Still, you will move forward and keep sorting it by multiple columns just to understand your data properly. And you apply the filter and you keep applying the filters too. So let's see a few more types of sorting ways to sort here. So right now we have sorted by date, everyone, right? But look at this here. We have got product and category. We have got region and salesperson. So if I right now go ahead, click on the category, for example, I'm clicking on the category here, for example, and I sort the category right now. Now, these are electronics here, right? Inside the electronics, I would like you to pay attention right now to all the product name which we are selling under the category electronics. Inside this category here, electronics is properly sorted. However, if you look at the product right now, this is laptop, this is laptop, this is laptop. It is written here, but not together. So how about that I want category to be sorted, that's fine. However, inside the category also, I want the related product to be sorted too. And here also see in the home goods also, first is E is coming up, then B is coming up. We want this also to be sorted, but inside the home goods here. So this is called as multi-level sorting or multi-level sorting. Okay, so we are sorting it, but multiple columns at once. So let's see how do we go ahead and do the multiple level sorting here. To do the multiple level sorting, make sure that you're keeping your cursor inside anywhere. Okay, keep your cursor anywhere inside here. Just keep selecting one single cell and click on sort box. Click on sort box. Where is the box here? This is our sort box here. So let's click on sort box, everyone. In this, the first level is category. In this, the first level is category. When you open the sort box here, observe here, it is able to recognize that your data has the headers. Even though data is not selected, it will select by itself. You can see easily that when you are selecting inside, you're clicking inside this particular box, your data is automatically getting selected without the headers. In the sort by here, if it is empty, you can go to the drop down and you can see the list of all the columns here, right? Go ahead and select category right now. And currently the order is A to Z. We are fine with that. We can go ahead, click on add one more level here. In the second level here, we want product name to be here. Product name is also sorted in ascending order A to Z. We are fine with that too. Right now, we are giving only 2 levels here. If you want, more levels can be given too. So right now, let's give 2 levels here, category and product name, and click OK here, please. So go to the sort box. First is category, then is product name, and click OK and look at the output, please. Pragati, don't do that mistake. If you will select just one column, your whole data is now compromised. That's why we simply click on one single cell, that is the header there. Okay, and if you go ahead, click on the header and sort it, the whole table is sorted by that one column. You don't change just one column. If you change the one column, okay, your whole data is ruined right now. There is all information is totally incorrect. On this January 10th, this is the transaction that happened. But if you will simply select only the column here and you sort it out, none of the rows are getting sorted with that, then you have an absolutely incorrect data set with you. Please don't do that mistake. That's why I said only select one single cell. You can see right now inside the electronics here, first we are getting G, then L, then M, and then S, and then W. So meaning here also, within here, this is also properly sorted. Within home goods, everything is properly sorted. So this is here multi-level sorting. This is here multi-level sorting. Now, can you go ahead and give a multi-level sorting for these three columns here one by one? Please give the multi-level sorting here. First level should be for region. Second level, we want salesperson to be sorted within each region. And sales amount, show the highest amount in each region then. Can you give the sorting here for these three columns here? Remember that when I say these three columns, the whole table should be sorted properly. Okay. So your cursor can remain anywhere, but I want these three levels to be there. Pragati, I am going to solve it right now. So we go to the sort box, everyone. We are going to the sort box here. Now we don't want these two levels here. We don't want these two levels here. How do we delete the levels, everyone? To delete the level here, we simply select on the level, Pragati. Okay, open the sort box, keep the cursor inside anywhere. Click on the sort box. Now select the sort by, delete the level. Select the sort by, delete the level. That's how you can delete the level. And with plus here, add the level. Here, like region, because this is the first level we want, A to Z. We add level again. We go to the drop down and we select salesperson here. Then we add the level again. We go to the drop down and we select the sales amount here. Now the sales amount, you can see it is the smallest to largest. It is smallest to largest here. So we change this into largest to smallest because we want to see the largest amount first. So we go to the drop down here, we change it to largest to smallest here. Now this looks properly sorted. No, Ibrahim, it doesn't resort accordingly. You have to sort it again. When I click OK here, look at this here. Now see, within Asia, Dave is there. The highest amount is 1. Within Europe, these two people are there. Highest amount is 0.9 here. Within North America, Alice is there. 1.3. Within Carol, 1.4. And likewise. So now there are 3 levels again. Okay, there are 3 levels here. So this is how the multiple sort works. Wonderful. Now let's go ahead and click on, let's go ahead and see the filter, everyone. Now we have, I am sure every one of you have already used filter multiple times before. Okay. So we will go ahead few examples of filter here. Let's go ahead and click on filter. Apply the filter, everyone. Now you can apply the filter with multiple options here. You can go ahead with Control Shift L. That's one of the shortcut keys. There is Alt key series. Alt key series is Alt A T here in the newer versions. Okay. In the 2007 and previous version, Alt key series will differ. I think that is Alt E something. Alt DFF. Okay. So the previous key here is Alt DFF. So those who have been working for 10, 15 years in Excel, they remember this here, Alt DFF. So this is a few of the shortcut keys. All right. Now what is Alt here? Whenever we go ahead with Control Shift and L or any shortcut key that comes with Control Shift L, it is always has to be press and hold together. However, what is the Alt key series here? Alt key series has to be typed one after another. It has to be typed one after another. We don't hold it here. So what is the Alt key series here? To talk about the Alt key series here, most of you are already aware. However, I'm going to go ahead and show it off here that what's an Alt key series. Because there are multiple shortcut keys that we find it like this. But you can make your own shortcut keys if you understand how does that work here. So this is the keyboard, everyone. Okay, my cursor is here inside. I'm going to press Alt right now. So I'm keeping my cursor anywhere inside the table. I'm pressing Alt right now. See, press just once and left it. Just press it and left. And immediately observe that in here, I have multiple letters. Data, alphabets are there at data, home, insert. Look at your quick access toolbar. If I right now press alternate, I can actually give all borders here because this is the shortcut that I have created for myself here. For the quick access toolbar, I have got numbers. If I want to go into the home tab right now, I will press H. H. The moment I press H here, now inside the home tab for the whole ribbon, now immediately I can see all the letters right here. We can go ahead and access anything that we want to. Just keep going inside it and keep clicking on it. I want to go back and move to the data pane. I will press on the escape button. See here. I press on escape. I'm one step back. I want to go to data. I will press A. I'm inside data pane. I want to remove filter. I will press T here. I want to apply filter. I press Alt here. I press A here and I press T here. Filter is applied. That's your Alt key series. And that's how it works. So you can use any kind of shortcut key that you want. Most of you were aware about that. Those who are not, that's how it works. So if you want to work with the shortcut keys, that's how you do it. All right, everyone. So we will move forward. I hope everyone has applied the filter by now. Now I'm going to ask you some questions here. Please go ahead and answer me. So it's a very small data set. Okay. So can you go, are we good till here? Yes, it works in all Excel versions, Vivek. We make it work. Wonderful. Thank you very much for the responses, everyone. Let's move forward. We go to the drop down here. Okay. In the drop down, we have got number filter. In the number filter, we have general filters like equals to, not equal, between, less than, greater than. We do have top 10. And we also have above average and below average. The beauty of this filter is we don't have to calculate the average. Absolutely not. We have to simply go ahead and ask it to filter above average. It will calculate the average by itself. It will filter it out itself. So click on above average here. That's it. When you click on above average here, okay, it filters it out. Now, how do I know how many rows are there? We don't count it. We don't need to count it because at the left hand bottom corner of your screen here, it will write 6 of 10 records. So you don't need to count it. At the left hand bottom corner, it is writing 6 of 10 records here. Yes, very good. One more observation, everyone. Okay, you can see here right now, the rows here, observe here, rows are in green color. And they're, okay, because it simply hide the rows here. Now you have a subset in front of you. So whenever you're getting a data set from someone else, that someone else is working on that Excel and they have shared it with you, always go ahead and check the row numbers here. If you find the row numbers hidden like this or in green color, okay, or in green color, it means that your data is filtered out, even though the filter is not applied. Just always check your data in the rows. It will immediately give you an answer that, okay, by some column it is filtered out. Swadhin, it is not calculating greater than equals to 0. If you go to the drop down here, I go to number filter. Okay, see, it is calculating above average. There is not, it is above average. It is calculated average and accordingly it is giving us the answer. So if you go ahead and you calculate the average, or maybe 0.9 is the average. Can you go ahead and get me all the transactions from February? So this is date filter. Okay, we go to date here. We go to date filter here. Now in the date filter, currently it shows we can simply uncheck and check. However, we do have multiple options like today, tomorrow. We can also go to all dates in the period and we can filter it from here too. We can filter it from here too. So there are multiple ways to follow along here. We can click on February here. You can currently, it's a small data set, so you can check and check too. However, the correct way is to go to all dates in period and find the February here. And yes, there are only 3 transactions for February, and it will give you 3 transactions there. Let's clear the filter. Get it back here. All right, great. So this is about the sort and filter, everyone. Now, while we are applying the filters here, we're always applying the filter for one single column, correct? How about we can also go ahead and apply filter in multiple places or multiple columns here. So if you want to apply filter in multiple columns here, how about we filter out here? Can you tell me in North America? Can you tell me in North America how many laptops we have sold? In North America, how many laptops we have sold? We can apply filter to multiple columns too. Remember to clear the filter. Wonderful. So we go to the region here, we uncheck everything, we check on North America, we click on OK here, and we go to product name, we go to text filter, and in real time contains laptop because we have no idea how many laptops are there. Okay. So we usually go to text filter contains and we write laptop. Now it can be any laptop. Currently, the answer will be 2. That's correct. In real time, always go to contains a laptop. Absolutely correct. So now we understand the filter and here. Moving forward, let's say we have a huge data set right now and we don't want to see all the columns at once. We don't want to see all the columns at once. So we can actually go ahead and hide few columns and we already know how to do that. So we can select few columns like this. For example, I simply want to see the performance analysis of the salespersons. I don't want to see category and region right now. So I can select these 2 columns, right click and hide them, right? When you hide these columns here and you share it with someone else, if they are not paying attention, because you have 30, 40 columns in one table, and if they are not paying attention to the name of each column A, B, C, D, E, they might not know that some particular column is hidden here. They will never know that. If the rows are hidden, they will never know that. Because rows, maybe somewhere 100 and 120 rows is there and you have simply filtered it out. So they are hidden. And if I want to unhide this here, I have to be very precisely go here, right click, and then I will unhide it. And that too, I have to unhide it one by one. Unhide one by one. Right. So this here becomes counter effective. And we might hide it and we forget about it. That, oh, there were some columns like that. So in that case, for management of a huge data set and to choose which column would I like to see right now, there is something called as group by. So where group by is present? Group by is present in data here, in data tab here, towards the right hand side under the outline group. This is group by. This is group by here. So you can group it here. We can ungroup it, and there is one more option called as subtotal. So let's understand what the group by is. You can group by rows and columns both. Okay, you can group by rows and columns both here, and you can choose which to hide, which to view. So let me show you a demonstration. How does it look like? And later on, you can go ahead and follow along with me too. It's very easy to apply. So I will go ahead and select category and region again. Category and region again. Instead of hiding my columns here, we go to data, we go to outline here and ask it to group it. I will directly click on group. The moment I click on group here, observe the changes. Immediately when I click on group, both the columns here, you see a single dot has appeared, a minus sign is there, a collapse sign you can say. And on the left hand side here, we have 1 and 2. What is 1 and 2? 2 reports are created. If I click on 1, it will collapse. So this is the report that we have right now. If I click on 2, this is the report we have right now. So this is 1, this is 2. This is the reports we have here. Okay. In a similar manner, we can go ahead here and put rows also. So for example, okay, I want to go ahead and group Asia right now. I want to go ahead and group Asia, first 2 rows here. So if I'm selecting the first 2 rows here and we'll go to outline and group here, we will again have 2 reports here. You can click on 1 and 2. 1 and 2. We have the clear indication that how many number of columns and how many number of rows are currently getting grouped. So we have an idea that when the rows are hidden, when the rows are viewed. So it is simply hiding it from the view here. However, we have a clear indication too. That's group by. Now within group by here, there you can have multiple groups also. You can have multiple groups out here, right? For example, I can go to rows here and I'm picking up I'm picking up here electronics, for example. I'm picking up the electronics here. These three rows, we can go ahead and group these two. And now you can see I have got two parallel groups. It's still two reports. One, everything collapses, everything expands. Everything collapses, everything expands here. So these are the two parallel groups. However, you can also choose to have group within the group. Now, we can also have group within the group. For example, right now this is C and D and grouped together, right? Maybe I want to go ahead and want to look at region, but not at category. So we can now, inside the group itself, we can select column C here and ask it to group it again. See here, we have group inside the group. The moment you have group inside the group, now we have three reports. First report is where everything is collapsed. Second report is where I am able to see only region. Third report is where I am able to see each and every group. So this is all about for data management. You can have multiple groups like this also. You can have multiple reports here. It is easy to access and easy to manage your data. Group by is majorly used for hiding your columns and viewing your columns back. Basically for data management. Go ahead and try this out, please. Hi, Tare. Can you repeat North America laptop? Okay, we were talking about filter bank then. So Tarif and Tamanna. I will remember that. Okay, please go wait till the break. We are about to take a break. Okay, in 10 minutes. That's where I will ask you to share the screen and I can help you out both. Okay. Just stay in the break for 5 minutes. In first 5 minutes, I will go ahead and address both of your doubts. All right, everyone, look at and see at the group by, please. Very easy. You select any column and you click on group by. You select any bunch of rows, you click on group by. And you have multiple groups and reports here, which are hiding and unhiding the columns and rows for you. Are we able to group by here by yourself? Very easy. Select and group by. Once you're able to see and collapse, expand, 1, 2, 3, click. Are you able to do that? Once you're able to do that, just let me know, please. Very easy here. Let's group by everyone. No, Satish, we cannot name the groups. It is just for the user interface here. Aloknand, if you want group inside the group, okay, select at least 2 columns here, for example. And after 2 columns, simply select one single column. If you will select just one, see, this is the first line, right? Inside this first line, I have category and region. So I simply select category to group. Then you will have group inside the group. And a sign is going till the salesperson. That doesn't mean salesperson is the part of the group. No. Okay. That doesn't mean salesperson is part of the group. Absolutely not. It means that it will bring the salesperson here if I click on minus. The region and category are inside the group. Maybe that's where the mistake is. Are you trying to hide this and thinking that it is not grouping it by? So no, below the minus sign, this is something out of the group. Okay, try that again. You'll get it. So this is the group by everyone. Okay, now I would like you to please go ahead into the sheet 2 right now. Please move to the sheet 2 here. It is the same data set that we have here. Okay. So let's move on to some other data set. Let's move on to some other data set where we can see the subtotal. Okay, for that we do have another file. So to understand the subtotal here, everyone, okay, we will go ahead and open up another file here. The another file here is our retail customer purchases. Got it, Anu? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. There is another file called as retail purchase here. Okay, we will start working on this file here, and the upcoming topics we will learn within this retail customer purchases CSV here. It's a comma separated file, everyone. And this is how it looks like. This is how it looks like. So save your work in this Excel sheet here. And this is how the retail customer purchases looks like. It's a simple comma separated values. It's a simple text file. However, you might see that it has an icon of Excel. But I would like you to observe here. Okay. See, this is an Excel file. Extension is .xls. This is an Excel file. Extension is .xlsx. However, this is a CSV file. The extension is .csv. And see, the icon is different. It says that it can open with Excel, but it says A and comma, meaning this is a CSV file. It's a comma separated value file. Always observe the icon. Icon is a little bit different. It says A and comma. Okay. So when you will go ahead and double click on this file right now, download this please and double click. Pragati, other person can simply click on plus and minus or 1, 2, 3. And they will be able to see the data because the indicator is there. That 1, 2, 3 indicator is there, plus minus indicator is there. Group inside the group means I want to create multiple hidings. I don't want to hide them together and view them together. Few things I want always be hidden and few things I want to view sometimes. So based on the objective, you decide. That's why we have group by group. Okay, so right now we will see subtotal. When you see the subtotal, you'll have the group by also very much cleared up. So this is the CSV file, everyone. Let's double click on the CSV file. Let's double click on CSV file. It opens up in Excel. When you double click on CSV file, it opens up in Excel. It opens up in Excel and it does look like this. It will give you a warning that there is a possible data loss. Reason is it is in CSV format. If you want to work with it, convert this into a proper Excel format. I would request all of you to please click on Save As and save this as an Excel sheet. Click on Save As, everyone. Click on Save As here. When you click on Save As, the Save As dialog box will come up, right? Now go ahead and save this file here in Excel format. How do you save in Excel format? To save in the Excel format, we select the type. In the Save As type here, you select the Excel workbook. So make sure you go to the drop down here and you select Excel workbook here. And then you click on Save. So after you click on Save As, dialog box is opened up, right? You go to the Save As type drop down here and you select Excel workbook and you save it. Now you will find that your CSV here has been changed to Excel file and now we are able to work within it properly. Done. Swadhin, give it a few moments. It will appear. If you haven't received any box saying Save As, just go to File and Save As. Just go to File tab and Save As. I'm going to click Save right now. And here we have Retail Purchases open right now. And now we are in the Excel. Once you're in the Excel sheet, okay, you can see the name has been changed right now to Excel here. Okay. Do we have this right now, everyone? Once you're here, please confirm that yes, everything is converted and you are good. You can give me reactions. You can write in the chat box. Any kind of interaction is welcome, everyone. Wonderful. Great. Thank you very much for the responses there. Great. Now let's see here. We have hashtags. So we remember why do we have hashtags? So because we need to resize it. I'm going to select all the columns here and resize everything. Resize here. Okay, I'm trying to keep the size exactly similar. Okay, this looks quite good. Now, what is shape of the data, everyone? What is shape of data? What is meant by the term shape of data? It means how many rows and columns do we have? It simply means how many rows and columns do we have. That is shape of data. How do I know how many rows and columns do I have here inside this data set? Control Shift and right arrow key. Okay. Control Shift and right arrow key. This will tell us on the right hand corner that the count is 7. See here on the right hand corner here. It will tell us that there are 7 columns. If I do Control Shift and down arrow key, immediately the count is nearly 1000. So we have nearly 1000 rows of data and 7 columns here. Okay. So the shape of data here is 1000 and in 1000 into 7. Yes, very good. That is the correct way of having a data set. Yes, Saurav, absolutely correct. So this is the right way of having a data set. Not everything is supposed to be aligned to only one side. Okay, that is what we think that a clean formatting is when everything is aligned to one side. Absolutely not. A clean and correct formatting is when your numbers and dates are on the right hand side and all the text is on the left hand side. So that's how you clean your data and that's how you make sure that everything is properly here. I'm going to, okay. So this is here, we have a data set. So right now we'll go for a break, everyone. After the break, we are going to, first let's talk about few things. For example, there are few things that are coming up. For example, everyone is, we'll see the difference between Excel table and range table. Okay, this is very important right now to discuss because so you'll understand the difference between the Excel table and range table first. After that, we will move forward. Okay, we will we will learn about subtotal here, subtotal here. After subtotal, we will say, move forward with conditional formatting here. And after conditional formatting, we will talk about the functions here, right? Now, I would like you to create multiple copies of this data set. So how would you create a copy of this data set? Just let me know. Don't create it. Let me know how will you do it. I want you to create multiple copies of this data set in multiple sheets. How will you create copy here? Create copy of the whole sheet, or you add one more sheet and you will copy and paste the whole data type there, right? So usually what is done here is either you are going to select all, copy it, and you open up another sheet and you paste it there. Either you are going to do this, but this is not good because while you paste it, every formatting that you have done is absolutely gone. So it is not a very good thing to do. Correct. Now, another is to create a copy of a sheet. So how do we create a copy of a sheet? Oh, absolutely correct. We go and do a right click here, right? We go and do a right click here and we go to move or copy. So we go to sheet here, we right click here, we go to move or copy. Now in this move or copy here, this is a fantastic option right now because we get to move or copy this particular sheet, the whole sheet, in any of the files that are currently open. We can also choose to copy it or move it in entirely a new Excel workbook. So it is a fantastic option. Currently, we want to stay in the retail customer purchases, so we will stay here in this workbook. That is fine. And we like to move it to the end. However, we have to remember to check on create a copy. Otherwise, it will cut and paste the whole sheet. And we don't want that. So to the book, we get to select any existing open workbook or an entirely new workbook where we want to either move it or copy it. And we remember here to check on create a copy and then we create a copy. Now, this is something that we have been doing so far. If you create 5 copies of a sheet, it's a nightmare because every time you are right clicking, create a copy, right click and create a copy. So this is how we create a copy. Right click, move to end, check on create a copy and click OK. That's how you have been doing so far, correct? And it will create a copy for you and will write to. Let's see another method to create a copy, that to multiple copies that you want within a second. Within a second, let me show you how. So do you see the keyboard right now? You must be able to see the keyboard here. Okay, okay. Now see what I'm going to do here. Look at the keyboard right now. Pay attention to the keyboard. My cursor is here, right? Where is my cursor on the sheet? Now I'm going to go ahead and press here Shift. So this is my cursor. I'm going to left click and hold first. Right now I'm left clicking and holding it right now. And here I'm pressing on control and left click here. The moment I do that, see here, the moment I do that, control and left click, you will see that at the back of the cursor, there is a page, and on that page, there's a plus sign. When I drag this here, when I drag towards the left here, towards the right side here, and I leave control and left click, I have got 2 copies. What I'm doing, control, left click and hold, drag and drop. I have the 4th copy here. If you want to create multiple copies, create multiple sheets. Control, drag and drop. Select multiple copies, control, drag and drop. And you'll have multiple copies here. See here, I have multiple copies right now. Go ahead and try that. It will take a little bit of practice. If you have got a simple mouse here, it will do. If you don't have a mouse, you're using the touchpad or something, you will feel a little bit difficulty there. Because it requires control, left click and drag and drop. Quite handy to create copies of a sheet. It might need a little bit of practice too. We need only few here, not that many copies. We need only few copies here. So I will delete few copies right now. So I will select them and delete them here. Right click and delete everyone. We all know how to delete a sheet. Are we able to create the copies right now? Just have 1 or 2 copies. That's it. I'm going to go ahead and rename the first sheet to as subtotal. I'm renaming first sheet as subtotal, everyone. So go ahead and rename the first sheet. How do we rename the sheet here? We can go ahead and right click and rename, or we can simply double click and rename. Rename the first sheet as subtotal, and when you're ready, just let me know. So you should have at least 2 copies here. You should have renamed the sheet as subtotal, and when you're ready, do let me know. And those who have rated the session less than 9, okay, you have to let me know that how we can go ahead from our side and make your experience better. So you have to let me know the area of improvement here. Otherwise, you are going to have the exact same experience every day. Already? Wonderful. So we are moving forward here, everyone. Let's see what is subtotal here. But before we go ahead and learn about subtotal, there are a few things that I would like to discuss. Whenever I talk about let's format it, okay, what most of the experienced professionals are saying, why are we not converting this into a format table? Or sorting and filtering is a lot more easier if we convert this to table, right? So let me show you here what is meant by convert to table. Currently, this particular type of data set is called as a range table in Excel. Listen to me very carefully, nothing to follow along. Okay, so this is a simple range table. If we want to format it, we have to format it manually by following the options inside the font and alignment group and number formatting. Fine here. However, there is an option called as format as table. So if I keep my cursor inside and there are no blank rows or blank columns or blank cells around here, and I go to format as table, and I want to format it. All right, I will go ahead and select any of the formatting that I like here. Currently, I'm selecting a simple format like this. Once I select a format here, it doesn't only color everything. See here, read again. First is it, do you see the green color dashed line here? Meaning it is able to understand where your data is based on your active cell. Now it is asking you, create a table. Didn't we have a table before? No, that was a range table. We assume that as a table. Excel doesn't understand that as a table. Now here it is asking us, where is the data of your table? This is my data. It is automatically selected. And it is asking you, does your table has the headers? Yes, we have the header here. So this is automatically checked. Now observe the differences. Observe the differences the moment I click OK. The moment I click OK here, observe the differences, everyone. Yes, you are absolutely correct. This is now properly formatted. The colors and the borders are given. When the colors and borders are given, please observe one more thing here. We have one extra tab opened up, which is called as table here. It can call, based on your version, it can called as table tools. It can be called only tables, like that. Now, when it is the table tab here, it means right now this is an Excel table. Why now this is an Excel table here? Well, it has got multiple properties. One of the properties here is you can name the table. Okay, so I'm going to name the table as retail data. I'm going to name the table here as retail data. While renaming it, the first should be letter and there should be absolutely no spaces. You can use only underscore here, which I'm not using at all. I'm writing one single name, retail data. Now, this name that we are given to the table, this can be used inside any function. You can simply recall the whole table by giving the name there. That's one of the advantages. Second advantage here is observe your data set right now in the sheet here. Filter is automatically applied. Filter is automatically applied, right? Plus, borders and colors are given. These borders and colors can be easily controlled by the check and check here. Right now, it is banded rows. That's why we have rows border here. If I check on banded columns, we'll have the column-wise borders too. If you don't want the filter button, you can check and check filter button. This has been added later. In previous version, you might not find the filter button. What is first column and last column? If you want to highlight the first column and you want to highlight the last column, you can check on that also. You want to add a total row at the end. Okay, you can check and the total row will be added. You will uncheck, total row will not be added. And total row will be added only to the last numerical column. Total row, observe that if I check on total row here, it gets only added to the last numerical column, not for the revenue. Okay, I'm unchecking the total row here. Now within the Excel table right now, what are the other advantages? Other advantages are, if for example, after purchase frequency here, I want to go ahead and add a calculation here, any calculation here. Let's say I want to go ahead and we have given them a discount. If we are in a range table, if I write discount here, I have to again select everything, give the color, give the borders, right? However, while we are in the Excel table, I type discount here and press enter. This automatically becomes the part of the retail data table. However, while writing any kind of formula here, okay, things look absolutely different. So if I type equals to right now, okay, and I will say that this is the purchase frequency 4. So I want it to go to revenue. I want it to click on revenue here. And let's say divide this by 4. Divide this by 4. Look at how my function is looking like. It is not a simple function. It is not saying that D2 divided by J2. No. It is writing altogether there a different referencing here. And the moment I will press enter here, I don't need to double click, drag and drop. It will automatically go ahead and apply the formula for everywhere else. Now, what happens here is this particular Excel table looks quite good that, oh, everything is working fine. I don't have to do anything else here. However, in real time, what happens? It has several limitations to the usage. You cannot do VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP will not work. Same as VLOOKUP, there are other functions that will stop working in Excel table. That is why whenever you use Excel table, right? Whenever you have used Excel table here, okay, we always go back and convert it back to range. If you want to use Excel table simply for the formatting purpose, right? Once you format it, go back and convert it to range table. So keep your cursor inside here and find that inside the table tools or here, this tab here, okay, there is an option convert to range. Just keep your cursor inside and then click on table design. Keep your cursor inside the table anywhere and click on convert to range here. When you will convert to range here, it will ask you, do you want to convert the table to a normal range table? And once you will do that, the formatting will remain intact. However, the limitations will go away. Sort and filter, everything will work absolutely normal. Okay. So most of the time, this Control T is used for formatting purposes. See here, now we're back. There is no table button. If I go ahead and add any new column here, nothing happens. This remains like this. If I add a cell referencing, it's a normal cell referencing right now. I now have to drag, drop, and double click. Okay. So that's the difference. So this is the limitation. This is the difference between an Excel table and a normal range table. Yes, there is an added filter. Absolutely not, Abhishek. Because of incorrect cell referencing. Cell referencing will never pick up in VLOOKUP. So when we learn VLOOKUP, we will understand that why it cannot be applied. When you will learn about cell referencing, you will understand that, okay, why the cell referencing was looking very bad when we were working with the Control T table. Okay. And yes, the format as table shortcut is Control T. Control T is the shortcut for format as table. Format as table. So let me show you here, okay, how this format as table works. Just by giving the border, it doesn't get converted, okay. Tarif, we will go ahead and see the limitations when we will reach to the functions. Until we don't reach to the functions, okay, just iterating limitations here will not work, because currently most of you have worked with the functions, but you have never seen the logic of cell referencing. Without learning the logic of cell referencing, iterating the limitations multiple times will not make you understand that. So let me reach to that particular point where I will tell you about the cell referencing. Once you understand the cell referencing point, you will understand that why functions cannot be used. Okay. It's okay, Ganesh and Abhishek. That's the reason. Stay there with me and we will see why some things cannot work within table. So right now, this is about the Control T, everyone. I have changed it back to the range here. I will delete the discount here right now. So this is a formatted table right now. Okay, make sure that it is properly in the range, please. Let's go ahead and apply subtotal. Now, what is a subtotal, everyone? We'll stay in this sheet here. Make sure it is a proper range table here. Make sure you convert this into proper range. I'm repeating that again, okay? Now, what is a subtotal here? Subtotal feature here, for example, right now, let's understand the data first here. We have customer ID, product category, purchase, revenue, their age, region, purchase frequency here. Okay, great. We are good with that. Now, in the subtotal here, as the name suggests, okay, we can go ahead and create, reports out here. Okay, what kind of reports here? Maybe I want to go ahead and calculate product category wise total revenue. Product category wise total revenue. Okay, so I'm writing here category wise total revenue here. So if you want to go ahead and create a table like that, okay, subtotal can give us that report. How? The pre-requirement of subtotal is sorting. Your data has to be sorted. Okay, sorted by one column or multiple column or columns. So whichever column you want to calculate or aggregate the value, by that particular column, you have to go ahead and sort that particular column. For example, I want product wise, so we will go ahead and sort the product. If we want region wise, we sort the region here. Okay. But before we go ahead and sort, let's do a quick number formatting here, because we can see there are too many decimal points here. So it's better that we properly format it. To format this here, we can select the whole column like this, right? and we can change the formatting from here. However, I would like all of you to show you some keyboard shortcuts again for number formatting. Okay, again, I would like you to pay attention. I will write the shortcut keys for you, but for now, I want you to pay attention on the screen. I will give you enough time. Don't worry about that. But right now, what you see here, this is a general format. See the formatting part here. This is general, correct? If I go ahead and press Control Shift and 1, it's the number format. It's the number format. Keep on looking here. So you have to see two things right now. You have to see the number here. You have to pay attention on the keyboard also and see the number, see the formatting here too. Okay. Now, if I do Control Shift 1, it's a number. If I do Control Shift and 2, it's a time. If I do Control Shift 3, it's a date. If I do Control Shift 4, I have applied the default currency. If I go with Control Shift 5, it's a percentage. If I go with Control Shift and the epsilon here, okay, that is the key just before the 1, then I'm back at the general. So Control Shift 1 is a number. Now I will write that for you. So these are the keyboard shortcuts for number formatting. I'm going to write that for you. Okay. See here, Control Shift and 1. Control Shift and 1 gives you number. Control Shift 2 gives you time. Control Shift 3 gives us date. Control Shift 4 gives us default currency as per your system. Control Shift 5 will give us percentage. That's the shortcut for the number formatting. And yes, the Control Shift and this key here, that is just before the 1, this will get us back to general formatting. Go ahead and try this out. And stop at number formatting, please. We want only 2 decimal points there. Once you're able to follow along, let me know. We will go ahead and apply the sorting function. Sort first here. Should we need to select only that column? Yes. Wait, you can select multiple number column also, but it has to be a number. Hey, Swadhin, what is difference between Control 2 and Control B? Control B will give you bold, and Control Shift 2 is going to give you the time here. Control Shift 2 is going to give you time here because there's the @ sign there. Okay. And Control B or Control 2, it is going to give you the bold here only. There's no other difference. So I don't see any difference right now. Control 2 is also giving Control B. Yes, Control B and Control 2. Simply bold whatever you have somewhere. Currently, I'm not aware of any difference between the two shortcuts, Swadhi. Okay. Because Control B highlights this here. Okay. If I go ahead and press Control 2, this also highlights the same thing. However, for number formatting, we are doing Control Shift and 2. Okay. All right, everyone. Are you able to follow along with the number formatting? Again, it takes a little bit of practice, but you can do it. You don't have to remember anything. Okay, just look at the number on the keyboard. Okay, they automatically give you the hashtags, the currency sign, the dollar sign, and the percentage sign. So it will help you to remember. Okay. And don't try to wrote it out. Okay. It will come by practice. All right, let's move forward, everyone, with subtotal here. Shall we move forward? I'm asking again because I've been asked to slow down a little bit. Hey, Dimple, control keys. Here are the control keys. These here. Let's move forward with the subtotal, everyone. Where is the subtotal? Subtotal is inside the data tab. And just near in the outline group, here we have the subtotal. But the pre-requirement of the subtotal is that whichever column you want to go ahead and format and create the report from, it should be sorted. So currently we want product category by product category. So go ahead and click only on the product category header. Okay. And simply A to Z. Just sort it. Just click on A to Z and sort this. You will find that there are 1,000 rows. It will be sorted. Sorted the product category. Now we go to the data here. Go to the data here. Inside the data, we go towards the right-hand side and we click on subtotal. We go towards the right-hand side, outline group, and we click on the subtotal. When we click on the subtotal here, a simple dialog box opens up. Read again. We will read again here. It says that at each change in customer ID. Now, category, product category. So at each change in product category, use a function sum. Use a function sum. Where we want, what we want to sum up here? Purchase frequency. Now, we want to sum up revenue here. We want to sum up revenue here. So we will uncheck purchase frequency here and we check on revenue. We uncheck this and we check on revenue. So what it is trying to say here, it is saying that whenever there's a change in product category, for example, books will change to electronics. As soon as books will change to electronics, it is going to add one row there and sum up the revenue till that point. So that's what subtotal is telling us about. So that's subtotal, everyone. Go ahead and do these settings here. Make sure we have category here. Okay. Sum will remain sum and we make sure only revenue is checked. Yes, you can check multiple columns too. Right now, we are checking only one. Just to see an example here. And yes, you're absolutely correct. We do have multiple aggregate functions and statistical functions here. For this example, we are looking at sum of revenue by each product category. Do these changes, click OK, and tell me your observation about your sheet. Swadhin, if you're getting that expand the selection, it means that it is not able to select the whole table. So it's better that you go ahead and use the sort box there. Even for the simple sorting. Okay. And please don't, and another reason you're getting that pop-up because you are either, you're not selecting just one single cell here. Okay. Instead of that, you're selecting the whole column. So of course it is going to ask you to expand the selection. Swadhin, please remember, never ever compromise your data like that. Please select just the header to sort your column. Because if you select the whole column, okay, the rest of the data will not move according to the product category. Swadhin, we always click on the cell, the header, because this customer ID has purchased the book on this date and can generate this revenue. This whole row has to move with that particular header. Okay, Ganesh and Swadhin? Karna. Sarika, subtotal is not highlighted because you're selecting one of the columns there. If you will simply select one of the cell, subtotal will be active. I'm going to click on OK right now. This is how the subtotal looks like. What is your observation for subtotal, everyone? How does your table looks like? Click on OK here. Tariq, Tarif, and Sarika. Give me a moment, please. Yes. Give me a moment, please. You have not converted it into Excel. Have you converted it into Excel sheet? Does your name says .csv or .xls? Check. CSV. Tamanna, Sarika, and Tarif. If it is, go to File here and save as Excel. Okay, everyone else here, let's see right now what has happened once we click on the subtotal and we click OK. Please observe here. See, we have 3 reports right now. Do you see we have 3 reports right now? We click on 1, we have grand total report. We click on 2, we have product category wise revenue. When we click on 3, we have the whole table back. So what it is actually doing here is, if you go to the second report, you will find that it has simply hidden few of the rows here. Okay. So what it is actually doing here is this. As soon as sports is done, it is adding sports total. Okay. And as the home decor changes to sports here, okay, it is adding a home decor total here. And when we ask for a second report or a third report, okay, it will go ahead and give us the filtered report like this. So that's how subtotal works. It's very easy to apply. It simply goes ahead and add the rows. And do you see it is grouping the rows? That's it. Can you control A, select the whole table first? No, it is not letting you use the subtotal at all here. Your table is still an Excel table. In an Excel table, you cannot apply subtotal. Okay. See the tab there, table tools design. Can you click on that, Tarek? Last tab, design tab, table tools design tab. You are in the ribbon, Tarek. Please go to the tab, data tab, review tab, view tab, design tab, last tab, table tools design tab. It's a design tab, right? Can you click on that, please? You are still in the Control T tab. It will not work for you. And this goes out to everyone who is writing multiple times that so nothing is working for me. Subtotal is not working because you have not converted it to range. Convert it back to range. It is one of the limitations. Tarif, click on convert to range here. Tarif, why can't you stay design tab? Tell me that. What is the issue? Double click on design tab. Stick to that. Again, you have the tab, right? Can you click on convert to range, please? Click on yes. Tarif, you need to do a lot of practice. You're absolutely not comfortable using the laptop or the software. Absolutely not. It should not work like this. You need a lot of practice. You are not looking at ribbons. One double click on. If you are not doing okay with that, right click and expand and collapse. How does subtotal works? Okay, subtotal works. How it will wherever the books will see. We have sorted by books, right? We have sorted by books here. So as soon as the books will change to clothing here, it is going to add one more row and add the total for that particular number for books. How to apply subtotal, everyone? Please follow with me here. We click inside it. We go to the outline tab here and we click on subtotal. We click on subtotal. When we click on subtotal here, okay, we have sorted product category. So at each engine, we select product category. What we want to sum here, we want to sum the revenue. And everyone else, this time we will check on purchase frequency also. So there is two numbers here, right? So we want to sum up revenue also. We want to sum up purchase frequency also. And we can go ahead and click OK. Go ahead and do that, everyone. Everyone who was asking to repeat this, I have repeated this right now. Please go ahead and do this here. Nitish and everyone here, Pragati, right? Go ahead and do that again, please. It's a simple report creation. Hi, Richard. Can we use subtotal on dates if we have a date column? Date A to date B subtotal of revenue. So it will, no, it will go ahead and whenever date will change, okay, it will change it. What we can do is you can extract month and by month you can go ahead and subtotal it because each date is different. Ganesh, simply go to subtotal. Automatically, you'll find the exact same entries and you simply check on purchase frequency. We don't need to remove it. You don't need to remove it. Go and click inside subtotal again. Everything will be here. Okay. So here we click on OK. Here. And see here. First report is grand total report. Second report is simple total report here. When you click on 3, is the entire report. Okay. So when you click on 2 here, you can see right now we have revenue total also and the purchase frequency total also. Great. Wonderful. Now, can you share this report as it is? Can you share this report as it is? And you ask your manager to click on 1, 2, 3 to view the report. Or will you copy and paste it out? What will you do? You need to copy and paste it out. Swadhin, will you think manager will do that much to look at a simple report? Find where the report is. We copy and paste everyone. So how do we copy and paste? We should have an extra sheet. Okay. We should have an extra sheet where we are going to paste the report, Okay. We will see that too, Rajat. One by one, we'll see that too. Sure, Ritushna, I will help you with that. It will not do the combination there. Not the it can do combination of columns, but it cannot do combination of the aggregations. If it is giving you sum, it will give sum of everything. It is giving you average, it will give you average of everything. It cannot do combinations of calculations. Good question there, Rajat. Ritushna at the end of the session, okay? But I need you to share your screen, and I don't think that's possible for you, right? I will try my best to help you then. Right, Alok. So when we are trying to copy and paste what is happening here, if I go ahead, okay, and try to copy this report, I go to paste report here and simply paste it, I get the whole data. I don't get the report here. I don't get the report here. Why? Look at, when you select and copy it, look at your green dash line here. This green dash line is actually selecting the entire data, even the hidden cells also, right? So what is our objective right now? Our objective here is to select only visible cells, okay? So whichever cells are visible, only that cells we want to copy here. How do we copy only visible cells, everyone? There are two ways to do it. First is a keyboard shortcut and another is the interface shortcut. Okay. So first is the keyboard shortcut here. What is the keyboard shortcut? Keyboard shortcut is Alt and semicolon. How does this Alt and semicolon works? So first you do is you will select your data to be copied normally. Select data normally. After selecting data normally, we go ahead and we press Alt semicolon and then we click on Control C and then we go ahead with Control C. Then we paste it wherever we want. Let me show you here. I'm going to share it again with the keyboard, on a screen keyboard here. See very carefully. Once more here. Most of you will already know that. I'm aware about that. Okay, most of you will already know this. So see here, I'm selecting this. Simple selection. Done. Now I'm going to the keyboard here. In the keyboard, I'm pressing Alt and then semicolon here. Observe the difference here. Something got suddenly highlighted. Okay. Now when I control and see, each and every line is separately selected. Each and every line is separately selected. Now if I go to paste report here and do the Control V and paste, only this much will be here. Okay, only this much will be here. Copied and pasted. Now from where this shortcut key is actually coming from, okay, where does this all come from? So it comes from go to option here. So in the home tab, a very, very interesting option is there, which is called as go to option. It will come in handy when you will be managing a huge data set. Okay, it comes in handy whenever we use a huge data set. So in the home tab here, when you go to home tab and towards the right hand side here, there is a magnifying glass, or you can now call it a search option here. So when you go to the search option here, you will find here go to and go to special. Okay, the shortcut key is Control G. Control G. So when you go here and click on go to special, see here, this is the selection options and they are wonderful. They work wonderfully here. So these selections option that you're looking at, okay, you can go ahead and select only formulas in the whole sheet and you can bold them, color them immediately. You will know where the formulas are applied. You can go ahead and select all the blanks at once and you can make them red so that they are highlighted that they are blank. You can also go ahead and select the last cell. You can select the visible cells that we just did. You can select all the conditionally formatted cells and wherever the data validation is applied. So whenever someone is sharing the sheet with us, we have absolutely no idea where these things are, how many blanks are there, where the formula has been applied. This go to special here, combining with the font styling will simply help us to highlight all these different kind of cells. So select from here and highlight from here. It's a fantastic option. Use that in your work. Okay, you will find it quite handy. So this is one of the ways. Otherwise, you can go to special and select visible cells from there and again copy and paste. But yes, alt and semicolon comes in handy for copy and pasting for visible cells only. Okay, so that was just a selection there. That was with the subtotal, everyone. Okay, so that was subtotal. So let's go ahead with the another copy here. Please move forward with another copy here. That was all about subtotal. Okay, you can have multiple subtotals. You can multiple sort product category and region. Then you can have region wise, category wise total revenue. So you can go ahead and have that kind of subtotals too. The problem with sort, filter, group by, subtotal is currently your data is compromised. Okay, you want to get back, you want your data to be back. If you want your data back, you have to go to data tab again. You have to go to outline again and click on subtotal again. So you have to keep your cursor inside first. You have to go to the outline drop down and click on subtotal here. In this subtotal here, you have to remove all. If you click on remove all, it will remove everything else. It removes the whole subtotal like this. Okay, and we click OK. Now your data is back. So every time you apply subtotal, you copy and paste the required report outside, and then you get your data back. And all of these will be editing your data. So we have to be very, very careful. Now, before I move forward, I hope everyone is able to follow along till here with the shortcut key selection, copy and paste. Yes. Remember that if you're not able to do it right away, because it needs a little bit of practice. So don't worry about it. You need a little bit of practice. With the video, just practice it again. Do not click on anywhere on your screen while you're using the shortcuts. All right, wonderful, everyone. So that was about the subtotal here. I'm going to Control Z and apply the subtotal back again. So we here we have got subtotal. Now in this subtotal here, yes, I'm going to go ahead and apply it back again. Let's go to the another copy here. In this another copy here, okay, we are going to look into conditional formatting. We will look into conditional formatting here. Conditional formatting. Okay, since we are going to color it as per our data set, we are again not going to convert this into Control T. Okay, because I will show you again here. I will show you again here. If I convert this into Control T, that is this table here. Okay, see the options that will not work. See the options that will not work. So I'm at the Home tab. Everything is working. In the Insert here, everything is working. We go to Page Layout. We go to Data tab. Multiple things are not working. There are many things that will not work. And of course, functions are okay. If you try to apply the functions here, they also don't work. So that is why we avoid Control T. If you want to use Control T for formatting, you can. Otherwise, please don't do it. Now let's understand what is conditional formatting. Where conditional formatting is there? Where conditional formatting is present, everyone? In the Home tab. Here is the conditional formatting. Right? Here's the conditional formatting. What is meant by that? Conditional formatting means here, conditional formatting has a very simple meaning, and that is I want to format. Format means filling up the colors, bold it, or anything else, right? So we want to format this here, but based on some conditions, based on some logics. So if we go ahead and we go down to the conditional formatting, go to Home tab, click on the drop down there, and say highlight cell rules. Meaning, if the numbers are greater than something or less than something, we can go ahead and we can format them. There are top and bottom rules. We can highlight top 10 item, top 10% items, above average, below average items. We do have other options like data bars, color scales, and icon set. Okay. To understand the conditional formatting here, I would like you to go ahead and just a copy here, just this part of your data set and another sheet. Very, very important here. We understand the conditional formatting first, okay, in a smaller data set, and then we will move forward and apply it in a bigger data set for practice. To understand the concept here, we use a smaller data set here. So please copy it, add one more sheet and paste it there. When you copy and paste, most of the time in real time also, okay, it always get pasted in a compact form. So when you copy and paste it, we have a small control toolbar here. Control toolbar here. When you click on the control toolbar, now there are multiple paste options here. Okay. If you want to keep your formatting intact, still you want a proper column width, simply click on keep source column width. So in the second line, you will find keep source column width. So while pasting, it will maintain every formatting, everything intact, plus the column width too. We can select the revenue here and control shift 2 here. Sorry, control shift and 1 here. So this is revenue and age here. We're fine with it right now. Let's understand what is conditional formatting here. To understand about the conditional formatting, let's go ahead and start small. So for example, we want to go ahead and color all cells red, okay, where revenue is less than average, where revenue is less than average, where revenue is less than average, right? Now, how do we do that? So about conditional formatting has one basic rule here, and that rule here is that you always select your range. It can be column here, it can range of cells, or you can say column here without header, without header, always. Select range or column without header always. Okay, this. And this is your step one. This is always going to be your step one, always. Okay. So this is revenue. I want to go ahead and color the revenue. See the demonstration. If you are experienced, you can follow along with me. If you're new, see the demonstration first. Step number one, I'm going to select revenue just like this. We are selecting only the numbers. Okay, step number one, I have selected this here. We go to conditional formatting drop down. In this conditional formatting drop down, we go to highlight cell rules, and here we have highlight cell rules, greater than, less than, between. Then we go to top and bottom rules. Here we find the above average, below average, right? Right now, whatever is below average, we want to color it red. So first, select the numbers, go to conditional formatting, top and bottom rules, and we click on below average. In below average here, it can find the average by itself. And see here, right now it is filling up with red color here. Automatically it is doing that. How is it doing it? Because it has calculated the average. Now it is checking, is it below average? Is it below average? Yes or no, yes or no. Wherever that yes is there, it is filling up that with red color. Yes, you have the option here to change the colors, but we were looking for the red color, right? Go ahead and do that, please. Go ahead and apply this. Are you able to apply it? We don't need to go to new format. Most of the options are here, Swadhin. You'll see the new format also. but later. Hi, Tushna, what is not highlighting? Have you copy pasted the bunch of ranges out here? And are you sure it is not in the table format? Keep your cursor inside. You should not have table design tab at all. Share the screenshot. This time when you share the screenshot, make sure everything is visible. The whole screen is visible, okay? In last image, the whole screen was not visible. And you should not be in the editing mode also, Ritushna. Take care of that too. All right, great. So here we click OK. Okay, we can see it is in the red color. Now, what is the best thing about conditional formatting? The best thing about conditional formatting is it will change the color if we update the data set. It will change the color if we update the data set. Pay attention here. So the last here is 362, right? I will go ahead and increase the number here for 362. I will add a 0 here. I will add a 0 here. Average will change. Average will obviously change. If I press enter right now, now this is above average. Now this is above average, so the color is not there. If it is below average, color is there. If I change 933 right now, if I change this 933 right now to 93, it will be color. So that's the beauty of conditional formatting. It actually updates as per your number or the date here, or whatever data point you have inside. So this is as per the revenue right now, that when we are highlighting this, we can see the colors here. That is simply about the numbers. Okay. Let's look at the age right now. Let's look at the age here. Okay. In the age here, we want to simply assign color if their age is greater than 50. Anupam, I'm repeating the same thing here. What we want to do here, in here, we want to go ahead and highlight everything in green wherever the age is greater than 50. Age is greater than 50. Can you do that, everyone? Anupam, try that, please. You know the step one, you know where the conditional formatting is, right? So you can select this here. You can select this here and highlight everything in green color. So if you go to conditional formatting, Anupam, where we should go? Where we should go right now? So we go to the highlight cell rules and greater than. Very good. Now in the greater than, we have to simply define the number 50. And from here, we can go ahead and select green. We have the green color here. Now, I'd like you to also see here, within highlight here, you have text also. You have got date also. You can also go ahead and highlight duplicate values. You can also go ahead and highlight duplicate values here. So to highlight duplicate values, let's see here. Let's check. Do we have any duplicate values in the purchase date? Currently, we are not aware, right? So I'm not sure whether there are any duplicates or not. So I'm going to create some duplicates right now so that we have some duplicates. I'm going to copy paste, okay, one of the dates here multiple times because I'm not sure if there are any duplicates. So please copy paste any one of the dates here. So I have copy pasted this one date twice in here in the purchase date. So select this here, select the purchase date here, go to condition formatting, go to highlight cell rules and click on duplicate values. Click on duplicate values. When we click on duplicate values here, it is filling up all the duplicate values with the red color if you have made the duplicates. It also have an option to color the unique values. Why would someone color the unique values? Maybe I want to know that which one of the product category has been sold out only once. Then I can go ahead and color it unique values here. Otherwise, we can go ahead and simply go highlight the duplicate values. Of course, we can change the color here from green to yellow. So these are the duplicated dates. At one date, we have multiple customers buying the product. Check the duplicate values here. Yes, Avanti, it is the same problem with the Ritushna also. So now I'm going to address that in next 2 to 3 minutes. Right. Now, this is about conditional formatting. In the conditional formatting, you have more options here like data bars, color scales, and icon set, and new rules too. Now here, I would like you to observe one thing. Wherever you are applying the conditional formatting, have you see here, everywhere it is applying it to individual cells and items, correct? It is never saying that let's apply to the whole table. However, if you want to look for the duplicate, you want to look for in the whole table. If you want to go ahead and highlight which particular revenue is less than below average, of course, we would like to highlight the whole row so that I know that this whole transaction is below average, right? We never want to simply highlight one single column. We always want to highlight the whole row because this is the row which is below the average. The whole transaction is below average. The transaction is above average, or this customer belong to above 50 range, correct? If we want to go ahead and do that kind of conditional formatting, we need to go to the custom formatting because by default, it highlights only cells. By default, only cells are highlighted or formatted. So if we want to go ahead and highlight whole row, we need to go ahead and customize it. Okay. So here, and we have what these are all the options where we need to clean the data. Why we need to clean the data here? In real time, you will not be working directly on the Excel sheets. Now, you might be getting the data from some other sources. Maybe you're getting data from Oracle, maybe you're getting data in text files, CSV files, or maybe you're getting data from APIs or websites, okay? Or internal websites, or you are extracting data from ERP, and that data is coming to you. So when data is coming from various sources here, okay, then what happens? What happens here is it is not in the correct format. And when it is not in correct format, we have to go ahead and apply data cleaning functions like sort and filter. We have to go ahead and figure out how many columns we need, how many columns we don't need, as per our objective here, that is grouping and ungrouping. And then comes more data tools. Then comes more data cleaning tools. One of the data cleaning tools is text to columns. What is text to columns here? Text to columns here tells us, it can help us to make sure that any CSV file, if it is in one single column, and for example, it's an address. So maybe I want to go ahead and keep the street number, house number, city, state, country in a separate columns. In that case, TTC helps. So usually it happens whenever we are getting data in text files and the text files have some kind of symbols here. These symbols are delimiters. They can be spaces, tabs, comma, semicolons, colon, or simple hyphens or forward slashes. So in any ways, if we are getting the data like this here, we can make sure that it is converted into the tabular format like this here. So first here data tool is text to columns. Now, this text to columns here, we have seen the subtotal. After text to columns here, we get to remove the duplicates. Now, why do you think duplicates will be there in a data set? No matter from where you're getting it, or maybe data is already with you, what do you think why duplicates appear in a data set? What do you think? While you're giving me the answer that why duplicate might appear in a data set, I would like to remind you we are going to be together for 3 hours. When you have a data set, you're trying to hide a column and again view the column, grouping the column here, subtotaling it, removing it. And sometimes what happens, a lot of copy paste, and when you are working on it by mistake, sometimes we can copy paste multiple times here and there, and it can cause duplicates. Other reason here is that data validation is missing. So when you are actually filling up the data set or you're importing the data set from somewhere, your files are not going to have any kind of validation on the cells. Cells usually have every kind of data. They can go ahead and save every kind of data in themselves. So one thing is there is no validation in Excel in a blank sheet. So when the data comes in, okay, it will come exact in the format that it has been saved in. So these are the reasons the duplicates are there. So we will see how we can go ahead and remove the duplicate. So we'll see the duplicate feature there. We'll see how to go ahead and delete the duplicates there. Okay, so there is a feature called as remove duplicates. Through that we will go and remove the duplicates. And after the removing of the duplicates, you'll see the text cleaning techniques. Okay, we already know if we have a number, we can go ahead and format it. If we have any kind of null values there, okay, we can go ahead, go back and check and fill up the null values, or we can simply say that not available. So with numbers, we know what to do. If it's a currency, we can make it currency. If it's decimal, we can make it decimal. But sometimes here we have categorical values. Okay, so maybe we have got numbers. We have got, for example, sales, profit, or debt, assets. So we have numbers for the calculation. However, we do have a lot of categorical variables in a data set. So if you have employees, employee ID, okay, that's a number. However, you will have employee names, employee address, employee salary, employee designation, department, and a lot more. So you're going to have lots of details. And those details are called as dimensions because it will give the depth and dimension to your analysis. In that case, we need data text cleaning techniques. So what are these techniques are? Text cleaning techniques here includes, sometimes we have extra spaces. Okay, so we can use trim function. Sometimes our data set is not in a proper case. So sometimes we have lowercase, uppercase in one single data set. We want to write it properly. For that, we have upper, lower, and proper functions. Then we have clean function here. Okay, we'll see what clean function does. And then we have substitute function. So all these are text functions here that we are going to see today. We will also understand why to have these functions here. So if you have excess spaces and capitalization, any kind of standardization we need, we'll go ahead and see data and validation too. And after data validation, we are going to talk about data preparation techniques here. Okay, what are the data preparation techniques here and why should we be using them? Once that is done, we will go ahead with the essential functions in the Excel. We have got lookup functions, we have got logical functions, and of course, statistical functions here. We'll go through the multiple functions here too. It's written two there because I had many copies. Okay, so don't worry about the name here. This is how it looks like. It has three sheets, the TTC, duplicates, and data validation. So while you are going ahead and trying to open the file here, I will write today's agenda, everyone. So today we are going to see here data tools. This is called data tools. I will tell you why. Other data tools here, we are going to see custom number formatting, or let's say custom number formats. After custom number format, we will look into conditional formatting. But this time the conditional formatting that we will look for, okay, this is going to be a little bit intermediate, okay. I will not say advanced, but it is an intermediate level of conditional formatting. Then we'll go ahead with the concept of cell referencing because we cannot discuss conditional formatting and not cell referencing. Once cell referencing is done, we'll go with the logical functions first. If we are able to cover logical functions today, right, then we can move on to statistical functions. However, we'll cover as much as we can. Now let's talk about in the agenda here, why did I write data tools? Okay, there is a reason for that. So let's go ahead and see. If you remember from the day one, I have told you here that these are called as tabs, right? These are called as tabs. We call this entire thing a ribbon. This entire block that we see here, we call this ribbon. Now inside this ribbon, each of these is a group. So this is alignment group, this is number group, this is styles group, this is cells group. Okay, why grouping is there? Because conditional formatting is table cell styles. This all for set the styling of a table. This is related to the cells. You want to insert, delete, or format. Right here, everything is related to font. Here, everything is related to alignment. So these are called as groups. That is why when you go to data tab here, you will find that we have sort and filter group here. This is the sort and filter group. And here we have data tools. These data tools here are for cleaning your data, okay, and making and reshaping your data set. It is for that. What we are going to focus here, okay, we are going to focus on these tools here. We are going to focus on text to columns here, okay, removing duplicates and data validation. We are going to learn about these three tools here, okay. So go to data tab. Here are the three options here. Now, first is you will look into the text to columns. What is text to columns here? The text to columns here, you will find it in data tab towards the right hand side here. This is text to columns. As the name suggests, okay, if you have a data in text here like this, as you can see in the example here, that we have a whole entire data set. However, this entire data set we have in one single cell. So we have got name, address, and phone number. These are the headings here. And after the heading, we have two more rows of data. However, right now this data is in one single column. We know these are different columns here. Reason is they're here separated by the comma. So this is name. So we know that this is name. This is age. So after this, the age is written here. So we are good with that. Okay. Now, how do we go ahead? Make sure, how do we go ahead and convert this data into a proper data set like this? So let's go ahead and see how we can go ahead and convert this. To convert this here, it's step number 1. Whenever we are applying any kind of data tools, okay, one thing is always going to be there. That is, whenever you're selecting your data set, okay, step number 1 is always going to be select your entire data set. So first we have to select the data here. Select the cell range or your data here. This is always going to be the step number 1. So let's go ahead and explore TTC. To explore TTC here, select all the 3 cells here, 2, 3, and 4, A2 to A4 here. After selecting these here, we will go to data tab everyone and we click on text to columns here. When you click on text to columns here, okay, a dialog box will open up. This dialog box here. When this dialog box opens up everyone, see it very carefully and read. Whenever you get something new, okay, please go ahead and read. If you will read here, you will see here it says that convert text to column wizard is step 1 of 3. Currently it's a 3-step process and currently we are at the first step. Now moving forward, let's see here. It says that we are at step 1 of 3 here, and in this step here, let's go ahead and read what it is saying. It is saying here the text wizard has determined that your data is delimited. What is delimited here? Let's read. If this is correct, choose next or choose the data type that best describes your data. We're like, fine. Tell me what is delimiter. So here, delimited means characters such as commas, tabs separate each field. Field means column, everyone. Field means column. So it is saying that if there are characters separating each field here, it is called as delimited. If fields are aligned in the columns with spaces between each field, then it is called as fixed width. Currently, what we have here is delimited, and it is correctly identifying that too. So what is a delimiter, everyone? Delimiter is just a symbol. Okay, a delimiter is a symbol here. It can be tab, space, semicolon, anything, which is separating the columns here. Now, yes, very good, Isha. That's it. That's comma here right now. Very good. Now, we go ahead and we click on next because now we are sure that it's a delimited data set. So we go ahead and we click on next here. When you click on next here, we again read first. We will read again. And here it is written, this is step 2 of 3. What's written here? It is step 2 of 3. And here are the delimiters that we get to select, right? So we'll go ahead and check on comma right now. And we don't need tab here. So I'm going to uncheck tab here and check on comma. What does it say? The screen lets you set the delimiters of your data that the data contains. And immediately we can see in the preview right now how the data changes and how does it goes ahead and identify it here. So let's see here, uncheck, check, uncheck, check. Once you have this here, once we can see that here, we have checked on comma, we go ahead and we click on next again. We checked on comma, we click on next again. Now when you click again next here, we are at the step 3 of 3. We'll click on step 3 of 3 here. Now in this step 3 of 3, read again. This screen lets you select each column and set the data format. That is very important. This is very, very important screen here because here, observe right now, this is name everyone, right? This is name here. It is currently highlighted in black color. And if it is highlighted in black color here, we get to set the column data format here. Okay. For example, now here we have age. Age. Age is general. So whenever we have number format, it is always go to general here. Okay. However, name, we can go ahead and we can decide which format is it. So we can decide that if it is name, okay, it should be text. If it is age here, general number is fine. If it is address here, it has to be text. If it's a phone number has to be a text because of course we are not adding a phone number or doing any mathematical calculation with it. If it is university name, of course it is a text. Okay. If we had a date, we will format that as a date. You also have the option here, okay, to skip the column. If you don't want to import any column here, you can skip the entire column too. So this is column data format. So when your number format fails, that's where you can use this text to column formatting to format your data set. So we can highlight, and select, right? So after defining that, okay, this is the format that I need here, okay, now most important part comes out to be destination. Currently, what is the destination? Destination is A2. What is written in A2 right now? A2 consists of our raw data. Remember that whenever you are applying TTC, okay, never ever replace your raw data. Never do that. Because we have no idea, okay, how is it going to look like? Okay. So after you have extracted the data in some other place in your sheet, you go ahead, you verify that yes, I have all data correctly extracted, then you go ahead and delete that. So never compromise your raw data. Okay. So what we do here is we change the destination. So in the destination here, I'll click on A2, I'll delete A2 here and simply select any cell outside. When you select a cell outside, just make sure that you have enough space. You have got enough space where it can extract all extra columns here and extra rows here, right? So what we do right now, we go ahead, we select in the destination, cursor will blank, you delete the A2 there, go outside and click on the cell here, any cell. Once you have changed the destination, okay, where the extracted data should be, go ahead and click finish. Go ahead and click finish. And let me know that yes, you have the extracted data set there. All right. We click on finish here. And now we have a data set. Now in this data set here, of course, there is no borders. We have to go ahead and give the borders by ourselves here. So let's check it out here, whether it is correctly here or not, right? So here we have the data set. So I will select this here. We can go ahead and give the borders right now. And now here we have the phone numbers and here. Now you must, there are a few things that you might have the doubts on. First is, what is this green corner here? The green corner here is the warning sign given by Excel that the number in this cell is formatted as text. So do you want this number to be stored as text, or do you want it to convert this to number, or do you want us to ignore it? So currently we don't want to use this number as a number, or we are not going to do any mathematical calculation with it. We want to be saved as a text so that I can see the entire phone number here. You might have observed before, might have observed here, whenever you're writing a phone number in real time, sometimes it gets converted into a scientific notation like this. And then we try to make sure, we try a lot, okay, that it comes out in a proper number or it is just a phone number. And it gets saved here like this because number is huge. That is why it is always a good idea to save your number as a text. So while importing itself, we are getting as a text and we are good with that. Second here is look at age here. Let's look at age here. It is properly extracted. We are good with that. Look at the age here. This is 22. This is fine. But this 22 is written here. Okay. Maybe by mistake, someone has done the entry here. And that is totally incorrect. So how do we go ahead and correct this? How do we go ahead and correct this? That I just want 22 here, not the A here. How do we correct this here? Let's check it out. So please go ahead and add one more column. How do we add the column, everyone? Okay, no worries. Let's go ahead and add a column, everyone. So let's go ahead and how do we add a column? We can go to the column E. We can click on this here and right click and insert. This much we understand, right? There's one more way to add a column. Okay, we can select a column first. So select column as Select column is control and spacebar, control and spacebar. And when you want to add something, when you want to add selected object, when you want to add selected object, it is control plus. Control plus. Of course, if you want to delete certain object, okay, delete selected object, it is control minus. Yes, Usha, correct. It is control minus, right? So if I want to go ahead and add, right now, first I need to select the column here. To select the column here, the shortcut key is control and a space. So here, if I'm keeping my cursor here at the E column, and I go ahead and press on its, I will get an on-screen keyboard here. Give me a moment. So see here, I'm keeping my cursor here, okay, at the E here, and I'm pressing here control and a space bar. See, the column is selected. Now I can go with control here. Now we can go here with control, okay, shift and plus. And here we are. If you want to select a row here, okay, then you can select shift and a space bar. It selects a row. So this is how it works. There are multiple ways to do everything. Yes, Ritushna, you can go ahead and select this. You can go to home tab, back to home tab, and then insert it from the home ribbon. Okay. You can also use Alt key series to do that. So I just didn't want to go from this data tab somewhere else. It is easy to do within the sheet itself. Why to change the tabs here? But of course, that is also correct. So we go, right. So here we move here, everyone. So we have one extra column right now. And this is the age here. Now what we want to do here, we want to go ahead and split this age here. To split the age here, please select only this column right now. Please split the, just select this column here. You can also go ahead and select just this A22 here. That will also do. Okay, both are same right now. So this is A and 22 here. Selecting this, I will go back to text to columns. Here. In text to columns here, it says that your data is delimited. We know that it is not delimited here. We have to get the A and 22 separate right now. So this time we can go ahead with the fixed width because there is no symbol that is separating anything. So we can go with the fixed width here. It is not a perfect example for that. However, I will show you how fixed width works. So we're delimited here. We click on the fixed width right now and we click on next. When you click on next here, there is no delimiter, nothing. It says that screen lets you select the field width. Line with arrows signify a column break. To create a break line, click at the desired position. To delete a break line, double click on it. To move a break line, click and drag. So if I want to go ahead and split A and 22 here, if I click here, it forms two columns here. First column contains A22A, another column contains GE22 here. If I want to delete that, I double click here and I delete this here. If I select here at the end, it will select one column here and the column here, which is going to be empty. Double click, it removes the arrow. Okay, we understand how it works. Right now, we don't have the exact break here. We don't have any exact break here. I'm simply going to click here where the A and 22 breaks, and I'm going to click next. Where A and 22 breaks, I'm going to click next. To show you how it works here, so click on next here, and you will find it has created two columns. One column here is connecting with A22A, another column contains GE and 22 here. Destination here is D5. Destination is D5. As usual, we will go ahead and change the destination here so that we have original data intact. Go to destination and change the destination here, please. Select that empty column that we have added and then click on finish. Then click on finish here. When you click on finish here, okay, it says that there already data there. Do you want to replace it? Which data is there? The address is there. The address is there. Why do you think we are getting this dialog box right now? Okay, because it has two columns and it doesn't have the space for two columns. And this happens with you a lot, right? Now, what do we do here? if we go ahead and click on OK, the address will be deleted. We don't want to delete the extracted data set here. Okay, so you cancel it here. You cancel it here. It doesn't, you cancel it here. Now, let's understand in the TTC, when you want to use it, these are the common errors that we face, right? Why? Because we didn't have much space here, and we clicked. If we click on OK, it will replace the address, and we don't want to replace that here. And this is how the fixed width work. Okay, fixed width goes ahead, create a line, and give us the answer like this. And I guess I'm going to repeat that. I'm going to repeat that. There's a reason we did this. Okay. Remember that whenever you use text to columns here, this is a general error that we get here. A very general error. So always remember, whenever you are splitting something, you need to have a proper space here. That is why when we first did it, we made sure that we have enough space to get the data here. Now, so here, select only A22 for now. Now it will work. Now it will work. So we will select the A22 only here. We go to text to columns right now. In text to columns here, select fixed width. Select fixed width here. This time, everyone select A22 only. We go and select text to columns here. In the similar manner, if when you have bigger data set, Pragati, most of the time, okay, if it is fixed width, right, it will work entirely similar. And in the bigger data set, text to columns work seamlessly. Reason is whenever you're getting any CSV files, they have their own structure and those structures is fixed. So whatever structure you see in first few lines, it is going to follow exactly there. So if delimiter is comma, it is going to be comma. If they have fixed spaces in between, the spaces will be fixed. Okay. And if you get a data like this here in between, you filter the data out and you apply text functions there to clean it out. Okay. So right now here we have fixed width and we click on next, everyone. When you click on next here, okay, we know what we need to do. We have to click between A and 22. A column will be created. Thank you, Pragati, for the question there. Now, when you click here, we have got A22, A in one space, 2 and 22 in one space, correct? Now click on next. Now, please tell me one thing. Okay, just tell me one thing here. Do we need both the columns? Do we need both the columns? Yes or no? Do we need both the columns here? No. Can we skip the column for importing? We do have the option here. Yes. So what we do is we highlight the first here and we ask you to do not import. We go ahead and select the first column here and we ask you to do not import. And once we check on do not import here, now we will simply replace this in 22. Okay, we don't change the destination here. The destination will remain that only. Because now we want to replace this 22 here. Select this, do not import column and simply click on finish everyone. So we are selecting this, we are skipping this column here. We are getting only 22. We click on finish right now. As soon as you click on finish here, we are good. Done. Hi, Tanmay. Yes, absolutely right. So in that case, we use text functions. Okay. In these cases, when you have multiple different combinations there, in those cases, we use text functions to clean your data set. So there are multiple ways to do the same thing. And we are going to see every other way that we can. Okay, Tanmay? All right, so here we go, everyone. So now we understand how TDC works. Okay, we have a fixed width here. We have got the comma thing there, delimiter going on. And basically, we're splitting one column into multiple columns here. However, in the real time, if I talk about real time here, the DDC is, instead of DDC, nowadays people use Power Query. And here we have, DDC is majorly used when number formatting doesn't work. So look at this data as a text here. Okay, why I'm calling this data as a text right now? Because it is a number. But what kind of number it is? It is saying that 2025 0209. So we have got year right now. What we have here? We have got year. Then we have got month. And then we have got date. So it is date here, but it is written in one single number. It is not a date series, everyone. If it has been a date series, it has been easy to recognize by the date function here. If I try, please don't follow along with me, just look at the demo right now. If I go ahead, select this, and I convert this into date right now, it doesn't give me date. You see that? It gives me hashtag date. Why? For a very simple reason that it thinks that if this is a number, it is a date series, and its calendar doesn't match this huge date series right now. So here is some issue with this, that okay, it is not able to follow the date formatting here. In this case, okay, what comes in handy? TTC. TTC will help us in simply formatting this data set here. Let's see how. So everyone, it's step number 1. Let's select our date here right now. Let's select our date here right now. After selecting the date here, we go to data tab. In data tab, we click on text to columns here. In text to columns right now, okay, it doesn't matter which data it is. It doesn't matter if it is delimited or fixed width. Doesn't matter here, because we are not going to select anything anyways. So just to skip one of these steps here, I will click on fixed width, because I don't want to create multiple columns. I simply want to format it. To make things easier, I am selecting fixed width. Select fixed width and click next. I'll tell you why fixed width here. Okay, I just want to skip one step. That is why. So go ahead. Okay, click on fixed width and click on next, everyone. So what we are doing here, we are selecting this here. We are selecting this. We are going to TTC, everyone. Okay, and then we are clicking on fixed width and clicking on next. So when you click on next here, it will ask you to specify the columns that you want to split. I don't want to specify because I don't want to split. So we can simply click on next here too. Next. Now here, I don't want to go ahead and create anything. So we click on next again. Now this is the part which is going to help us. Okay. In this part here, we know that we want to format this here. So we go ahead and we click on date here. We can go ahead and click on date here. When I click on date here, okay, look at here. It is saying DMY, DMY, and see how many combinations are available for us. So right now, what is the combination we need here? 2025 is the year. 02 here is a month. 09 here is a date. So we are looking for YMD. Yes, wonderful. Thank you very much. So we go to the drop down here. We select YMD here and we click finish. Oh, remember to change the destination, please. If we click on finish, it replaces the example here. So please go ahead and change the destination right now. I'll change the destination to this. Change the destination here and click on finish. In real time, you click on finish, it automatically formats your existing dataset. And we have the answer here. Okay, we have the answer here. Here we go. It is in the proper data format. If you click here, you check on the home tab, it says date. Done. Wonderful. Now, in the similar part, sometimes our data is in proper date format. So it looks like a proper date format. However, observe that this date is in the left side here. In the similar formatting, everyone, I will like you to go ahead and check the next option here. Is your date is left aligned or right aligned? Is your date, in the second example here, is it left aligned or right aligned? Because for few, it might be right aligned. That's why I'm asking here. Okay. Because if your system is set on US date with the forward slashes, it will be right aligned. Otherwise, it will be left aligned. Okay. So right now, if I try here, if I select this, I would like you to notice one thing. Select your date, only date here. And here it says that it is a date format. It is a date format. But if this has been a date format, it will be right aligned, and we know about that. If it is a date format, it should be right. Right aligned. It is not, even though it is written date here. Reason is number formatting is failing right now to format this date as a date. So what we have here, we have got month, date, and then year, right? So we will go ahead and we select these dates again. We go back to data tab here and we click on text to columns again. Select your date again, everyone. Select this date again. And we click on text to columns here. We follow the exact same steps, okay? This time I will show you, we can select delimited also here, even if we are looking forward just to format. We can select delimited here. But when you select delimited here, everyone, we have to add a step to make sure it accidentally doesn't separate the columns. So we are selecting this. We are going to text to columns here. In text to columns here, this time we will select delimited and we click on next. And in step number 2 here, we make sure that we uncheck comma. Okay. We make sure that we uncheck anything that is selected. Make sure nothing is selected. Okay. If something is checked out also, just make sure you uncheck that. And then you click on next. We go ahead and we click on next. Let's click on next here. In this next here, we are in the third step. What we will do in the ma'am other address right. Address. Ritush, now what are you trying to say here? Cell address. Yes. So we go to next here. We click on next. Okay. First we click on date here. In the date here, what do we select here? We select month, date, and year. What we select month, date, and year, and we change the destination here. We change the destination here. Here we go. And then we click on finish. Major part is you change your date formatting here, MDY, and you click on finish. Once you click on finish, you will get the correct answer. Here we go. Why I'm showing you these examples here, because in the real time, okay, even if you check your number format, it says date, never believe that it's a date unless, okay, it is in the exact same format as your system. No matter where the data is coming from, your date will automatically reformat itself as your system default. If it is not reformatting itself into system default, it means it is not properly read as a date series. And this can be rectified by simply using the text columns. Okay, text to column here. Wonderful, everyone. Save your changes. This is all about TTC. Okay, one of the data tools here. Now, do you have the answer, everyone, for everything? Shall we move forward? Can I get a quick reaction and the message? We're able to follow along with this space. Now, let's move on to remove duplicates. Hi, Tamanna. How would identify whether it is fixed width or delimited option? Very simple, Tamanna. If you have fields separated, okay, let's take an example right now. Let's take an example, okay? So let's say this is the data I have here, right? This is the data I have here. Right now it is like separated by A. Maybe I have got semicolon separating here. Maybe I have hyphens separating things here. So everything here, okay, let's say this is the fifth street here, main fifth street here, and likewise. So now now I have multiple symbols separating everything here, right? So if there are symbols there, they are separating the columns that you might need further, okay, that is called as a delimited option. This becomes a delimited option. Why delimited? Because there are delimiters that are separating the field here. How does a fixed width look like? Fixed width look like this. So maybe you have 822 here, okay? And after fixed width, this is the department name. After the fixed width, here you have department call number. Here a fixed width, here you have got city details. Here's a fixed width, you have got a state details. When you have the data here, okay, the whole data, entire data will look like this. So when your entire data looks like this, it is called as a fixed width data set. So it is a clear indication which is delimited, which is fixed width. Okay. Usually fixed width, when you see it comes in .txt. Okay, when you see the delimited one, they come with .csv, they might come in .tsv, like that. So the extensions will also differ. Great, thank you, Tamana. Moving forward, everyone, to duplicates. When you reach to duplicates, there are actually no duplicates. All right. So let's create some. So we can see here there are a few numbers written here, right? So I'm going to copy here. I'm going to simply copy and paste these numbers again, just to create the duplicate. Okay. So please go ahead and copy and paste few numbers here. Same numbers, just copy and paste it everyone and create some duplicates like this. So whatever numbers are here, currently there are no duplicates. We copy and paste and we create duplicates here. Let's do that. Now let's see the steps of removing the duplicates. We know that where the remove duplicates are. There are data tools. Okay. In the data tools, just towards the right hand side, this is remove duplicates. Okay. This is remove duplicates. Step one of removing duplicates is select your data, preferably, okay, without your header. Because you don't want to delete the header here. We simply want to focus on our data set, right? You can select the header also. That will also work. Doesn't matter. So let's select the entire data set for now. So Control Shift down arrow key. We can select the entire column, whatever we have copy pasted so far. Make sure you first select it. Okay. So here we have selected our data here, entire column that we had here. Now we go ahead and go to data tab. In the data tab towards the right side of the text to columns, you'll find the remove duplicates. So this is selected here. Only select till where your data is. Okay, Control Shift down arrow key. Once you select this here, go to data tab, click on remove duplicates. When you click on remove duplicates here, a dialog box will open up. Read the dialog box very carefully. It says that, okay, that it is asking you here that does your data have headers? It can identify that. And yes, we have the data here. We have got the headers and it is giving you the name of the column as count. It understands that you have the column name. Now, if it understands this very easily here, we can go ahead and click on OK. Okay, fine. Go ahead and remove the duplicates. And that's it. This is data here. We click in here. We remove the duplicates here and we click OK. When we click OK here, what happens? Please tell me. What do you see? Hi, Faisal. Faisal, are you at the duplicates? Have you created the duplicates here by copy paste? As soon as you click OK here, it says 10 duplicate values found and removed, 5 unique values remain. Okay. Note that the counts may include empty cells and spaces. So we click on OK right now. And yes, we have successfully removed the duplicates. So if we have just one column and we want to delete the duplicates from just one column, it will work, right? Now, what happens if we have the entire table? How it will work in the entire table here? To work with the entire table here, again, we don't have any duplicates, right? Yes, wonderful. Yes, very good, Ishan, Kunal, Nashi, Sarla. Thank you, Anamika. It's fine, Faisal. Now you can hear me, right? So follow along from this next example. Don't worry about that. You can always go back to the go back to the video recording. Ritushna, remember conditional formatting, basic conditional formatting. That's how we highlight things by using conditional formatting. So we will see. We have already seen conditional formatting. We are going to see that again. Okay. Right. So let's see here. This is table, everyone. Okay. In this table right now, let's create some duplicates. Basil, am I audible to you right now? Madhvi, what is Alt AM here? Alt AM here is the Alt key series. With the Alt key series, okay, we can do everything. And it is never written like Alt plus A plus M. No. You press Alt, then you press A, then you press M. It is never have to be pressed simultaneously. Okay. So I will talk about that too. If I haven't talked about it yet, I will talk about that too. That there are two types of shortcut keys in Excel, or let's say in the Microsoft Office. One are the Control Shift keys, and one are the Alt key series. Okay, so here we move forward. First, let's look at the duplicates here. Let's create the duplicates here. Puzzle, work along with us. So now this is here, right? I'm going to simply duplicate here. Let's say the last line here. I'm going to duplicate the last line here. So we can copy paste the last line here, or you can simply select these cells here, okay, and press Control D. You can simply go ahead, select these rows here, and press Control D. Control D duplicates. Control D duplicates. So select this here on select Control D. It will simply copy whatever is up there. Next duplicate is, now see this, these are the name, subject, and CGPAs, right? And these CGPAs first are calculated by hand, okay, if they are the physical papers. And then these marks are getting uploaded and from the hard copy to the soft copy. In the soft copies also, it goes into multiple different sheets, and then how it gets uploaded into the ARP. So it has a lot of copy and paste in real time. So at the back end, when it comes to the university level, okay, these marks and your names are getting copied and pasted multiple times across the whole process. So in that case, sometimes it can happen that we have by mistake have got the same name twice. Okay. And we are writing here, but the CGPA here gets updated. That is incorrect. So copy paste Alberdin and math subject here. However, by mistake, we are going to have incorrect CGPA written here. Okay. So the CGPA is now different. So instead of 4.8, by mistake, we have written 3.8. And this is a very, very simple mistake. It can happen to anyone. So this is a duplicate here. And how are we determining the duplicate? How is it determining the duplicate here? Okay. So see here, in real time also, even if I ask you as a human to find a duplicate value, so please let me know, how will you find a duplicate value? You will first read this name here, Albert Dane. Okay. You're like, fine, okay. You'll go to the second line. It is Allison. Is it Albert Dane? No. Now you'll go to the third line. This is Ennis. Is it Albert? No. Is it Allison? No. Is it Ennis? Yes. All three are different. Very good. Once you will reach to the fourth line here, you read Ennis again. You will check. Is it Albert Dane? No. Is it Allison? No. But is it Ennis here? Yes, it is Ennis. So you will say that no, this is duplicate. This is duplicate. We need to remove this. So if you go ahead now, you see, oh, Albert Dane. This is also Albert Dane. So this is getting repeated. So this needs to be removed. So whatever is the second occurrences, that is always seen that as duplicate. So whatever the second occurrences, it will be always seen as duplicate because that is what gets repeated. Okay. So right now we have two type of duplicates. One is the entire thing is duplicated. In this case here, we have just name and subject is getting duplicated with the incorrect CGPA. So let's see how the remove duplicates work. Step number 1, select the entire data, everyone. Step number 1, select the entire data set. Select the entire data set here. Okay, we are going to remove duplicates right now. In the remove duplicates, it is able to find out the data has the headers here, right? And when you click OK here, both duplicates are getting removed. Yes or no? Akshika, it will automatically go ahead and determine the second one that is repeating. Okay, that is the incorrect one. So when you click OK here, okay, it only deletes whatever is throughout matching. So Tanmay, if two students have exact same names, like Albert Dane might be the similar name, and their CGPAs are different, it will not get deleted. Are you good, Tanmay? Nitya Prasad, I'm going to answer you that. Yes, there is a way. So now, see, when I'm trying to remove the duplicate here, it will actually save it in this way. That if two people have same name but different CGPAs, it is saved. Done. However, when I go ahead and recheck it manually, I will see that somehow the same batch here had got copy pasted here, and now they have incorrect details added here. Now what do I do here? I need to go ahead and make sure that I have got unique names here, or maybe the unique combination here. Right now, I want to go ahead and I want to remove the duplicates again because I know that Albert Dane is getting repeated. So as a human being, I know it is getting repeated and I want to remove that. How do we remove that here? So we select this table again. We select this table again, everyone. And we click on remove duplicates again. Now this time when we click on remove duplicates again, observe, okay? These are the boxes that we can check and check. So here we can determine the combination of which two, which combination we need to check for duplicates. So if we want to go ahead and check that names are getting repeated or name and subject both are getting repeated, and accordingly we want to delete duplicate. However, it is going to remove entire row. But when we check that here, we also determine that where are we looking for duplicates. So click on remove duplicates again. This time uncheck CGPA. This time uncheck CGPA here. Uncheck CGPA and click OK, everyone. Right, now how many are done? 3 entries. Now it has figured out that it has to go ahead and find duplicates based on first two columns. However, it will remove the entire row. Right. So that's how remove duplicates work. And Lalita Prasad, it's a very good question. And yes, there is a way. So Lalita Prasad's question here is is there any way to identify duplicates and move them to another sheet? How we can sort out or list out the duplicates in real scenario files? In real scenario files, usually what we do here, Lalita, is we select the entire data like that, and we remove the duplicates. And it will actually go ahead and unless entire row is not matching, it will not delete it. Right. Now, once we will go ahead, now the question here is, what if I want to go ahead and extract the unique values out of some column into another sheet? That's the question here. So for example here, okay, I have a data set where multiple options are getting repeated like this, and I want to simply go ahead and extract the unique values there. How do we do that? So one is copy paste the entire thing and remove the duplicates. That is a very straightforward and easy method there. Another option is advanced filter. Do you see inside the sort and filter, we have advanced filter here? So this advanced filter here is actually used for extracting the unique records out of a column or out of a table. Also gives you the option to filter in the list or copy to another location. It's a fantastic option to work with. So when we reach to a data table, Lalita Prasad, we'll go ahead and I will show you this advanced filter here. I'll remember that. Okay. How do we want to remove duplicate in two different cells in a big data set? How do we identify that and remove it? This is how. I'm giving you the answer already. Advanced filter. When you're working on a bigger data set, okay, and if you want any permutation combination, okay, so remove from a single column, single cell, or anything, Abhishek, you use the advanced filter here. It gives you option to copy to another location, and it gives you unique records too. Tried it? Wonderful, thank you. So if you want to simply find the number of duplicate entries, okay, Swadhin, I don't think you have paid attention right now, because it tells you how many duplicate entries are there once you remove it. Okay? So if you're removing it, it is telling you how many duplicate were there. It is telling you one duplicate value was there. Otherwise, you apply the conditional formatting and you simply see how many are there. You can simply go ahead and select it and you can see the count. Okay? Right. Hi, Akila. If 3.8 is the correct CGP of the candidate, then what is the solution? You sort it and delete it by hand. That's the only solution here. There is no other solution to that because it is just one single person, right? Yes, Priya, we can do that too. However, I needed to show you what will happen if the person has the same name, if two-person have the same name. Okay, great. So thank you very much, everyone. This was the remove duplicates. Okay, now we will move forward to data validation. Why duplicate appears here? Because I give you one answer there that the validation is missing. What is validation? Entering the valid data methods to check if the data is correct, examining, supporting, authentifying, analyzing. Right. So what is validation here? If I simply ask you here that what is the meaning of the word validation here is, it simply means that let's make it very easy to understand here. Okay, make it very, very easy to understand here. Don't go too much technical into this. Understand it pretty normally here. We buy electronic equipments, right? We buy electronics. In electronics here, we always have some validity rules. set up there. In those validity rules, what do? They tell you here that these are the rules. If you follow these rules, what will happen? If you follow these rules, you will be able to get free services, you will be able to get the exchange, you will be able to get the new device, and likewise. So basically what we are saying here is whatever rules and regulations are there, if we follow those validity rules and regulation, okay, we will get to use the free services and the exchange, right? In the similar manner here, when we talk about data validation, we are actually not validating the data. We validate the cells. We don't validate the data here. We go ahead and we set the rules for the cells. What we do, we set the rules. We set the rules for the cells. So basically what we are doing here is we'll say that this particular cell will contain only numbers. So that particular individual cell, okay, it can be a range of cells, it can be a single column, it can be a single row, or just bunch of cells together. We go ahead and we set the rule for that, that it can have only numbers, it can have only text, it can have a value from this range to this range, and likewise. So data validation here means is we go ahead, we set the rules for a bunch of cells together, and whenever any person goes into that and try to enter that data, that rules will validate the entry. That rules will validate the data entry, right? So if we are going to an event, unless we don't have an invitation, we cannot go inside it. Meaning, unless we are not dressed properly, unless we don't have the invitation, we cannot get in. Why? Because that place has set the rules for themselves, right? And we have to follow the rules if we want to get in. So data validation is we are trying and setting the rules for individual cells. That's data validation. So each one of your answers is absolutely correct. Okay. Technically, this is how it works. So let's see here few examples. So one example is automatically there for you. If you click on the employee ID right now, okay, you can see here immediately the input box pops up that enter the employee ID between 1 to 100. And until you are inside 1 to 100 here, you are good. However, the moment you go beyond 1 to 100 here, it will pop up with a error message, and it says that enter values between 1 to 100 only. A very good error message here. At least it is letting us know that where we are making the mistake. And it will not let us enter the data unless we go ahead, retry again, and we write the correct entry here. Okay. So this is how data entry works. Let's go ahead and write some text here. I will not allow that. Okay, and it will say enter values between this only, then only you're allowed to enter anything. That's data validation. Now next here is look at the age right now. In this bunch of ages are written here. Okay, please delete that number. Why I'm saying delete that number? Because we want to go ahead, set the validation here that whomsoever we are employing, right, they are going to be between the ages of 18 and 17. That's fine here. However, data validation has one drawback in Excel. What is the drawback here? If the values are already written here, on that values, if I go ahead and apply the rules, all right, these values will not follow the rule at all. We can apply the data validation rules. We can apply the data validation rules only on blank cells, Okay. Only on blank cells we apply the rules. And afterwards, if anyone comes in, we will be able to do that. Take it as a very, very simple here. If someone has already entered the premises, okay, by hook and crook, they enter the premises. Now getting them out of the premises based on the rules, that is going to be very tough. They're not going to leave there because they are in the party. Even though they're not following the rules here, it is very difficult for them to take them out. That is why if you're here, numbers are already there, okay? Now when you go ahead and apply the rules on them, they're not going to follow those rules. So here, select those numbers and delete that. We want blank cells to be here. Now we have the blank cells. Let's see here, how do we go ahead and give a proper data validation here? So here we select the cells In data validation, there are a few important things that you need to know. First here is that always select the range here, and it should be without headers, okay? And always apply on a blank or empty cells. So please go ahead and select all the cells, everyone, okay? All the cells here without any header. After selecting that here, just below the remove duplicates, here we have data validation. Open data validation, please. So first we are selecting everything here, right? And in the data tab, below the remove duplicates, here we have data validation. Now read. It says that allow any value, meaning to any cells out here, okay, by default, any value is allowed. However, now we want to restrict it. So when you want to restrict it, see, you have tons of options here. It can be a whole number, decimal, list of values. It can be only date, only time, or a text length and a likewise here, right? So if we want that here, right now what we want a whole number. It's an age here. We want a whole number. And this date should be between 18 and 70. So it is between 18 and we can say maximum is 70. That's it. Now we are setting a rule here. Once you have set the rule here, click OK, please. When you click OK, check. Go ahead and click OK here and check out. Is it working fine? Right? So if we are clicking OK right now here, go to age here and write, for example, 34, it is working fine, 21, working fine. Type 12. Type 12 and press enter. Anything outside the range. What do you see right now? It's there is an error message. What does that error message says here? It says that the value doesn't match the data validation restrictions defined for the cell. Now just imagine, okay, so you have created, okay, try that, Basil, go ahead and try that. Now problem here is, okay, you go ahead and create a full template here, okay, where you need to gather the employee information. You send it out here, and this is the error message that they get. So when they are entering something, okay, this is the error message they get. Do you think they're going to appreciate the error message and they will understand what's going on here? And what is the mistake they are making here? Do you think they are going to actually read what message is here? Or they are going to come back and say that your template doesn't work? You go ahead and recreate it. Your template is erroneous. What do you think will happen if you sent out your exact this set of rules outside and they hit something wrong or they enter something wrong and they keep on getting this error message? Do you think they are going to understand this? Or they're going to create a Jira ticket and tell you that this is erroneous, create it again? The problem here is, okay, a simple person in the office here, if they are not technical, they are not going to understand this here. What's going on here? They have absolutely no idea. They will come back to you and say that, okay, this doesn't work. I'm trying to enter the data, but your Excel doesn't let me enter my data. Okay. So what we do here is we need to go ahead and edit this error message. We have to write the correct error message here. And to avoid any of this happening, okay, as soon as, see here, there is one more issue with data validation. You have applied the data validation, you know that. However, as soon as you're clicking on anything here, even you're double clicking here, do you see any message anywhere? Any indication that the data validation is applied in these cells? Is there any indication here that data validation is applied in these cells anywhere? No. This is the biggest problem here. So what is better? The moment someone clicks on the cell here, this should go ahead and highlight this message that, see, data validation is applied here, and according to this rule only you can enter the data in this cell. So now we select this again. How do we edit these messages here? So please go ahead, select the range again. Go to data validation again. Yes, very good, Anamika. In this data validation here, we do have to set the rules right now, but just out here we have input message 2. We have input message 2. In the input message title here, okay, I'm going to write here, this is data entry rule. This is the data entry rule. I'm giving the title here, and the entry rule I'm saying that age should be between 18 and 70. So what I'm doing here, I'm writing a title that this is a data entry rule for this particular cell. And data entry rule here is that the age should be between 18 and 70. Right. Once you give the input message here, after the input message here, we also have, error alert. So that error message that was coming in, okay, let's edit that too. This is the input box will appear as soon as they click on the cell. Now we go ahead and we set the error alert here. So we click on the error alert. Okay, in here also, in the title, I'm going to say that data entry error. And here in the error message, okay, data should be whole number between 18 and 20. 18 and 70, sorry. So I'm writing a proper error message. What we are doing, we are writing a proper error message so that if they are making a mistake, they will be able to understand what is going wrong and how they can make sure that this Excel works. So give a proper message here. Okay, the proper message I'm writing here is data entry error, and data should be the whole number between 18 and 70. You can go ahead and write a better error message on your own too. Once it is done, we click OK. So we have got settings set. We have the input message here. Ages should be 18 and 70. We have got error alert here. Data entry error. Data should be between whole number and here. Let's click OK, everyone. And here we are. As soon as you select on any cell here, this appears. If you make any mistake here, it is quite clear. Yes. Now we know how to set up our rule, how to go ahead and set the input message and the error message here. Are we good? Very good. Data validation, however, data validation is not used a lot nowadays here like this because now no one is entering the data in Excel here like this. We're already getting the data in big data sets here, right? And no, Vivek, it will only get applied on wherever we select. See, there is no data validation here. I can type anything that I want here. It doesn't get applied. It get applied only to where we select. A good point is you can copy paste it. If you copy paste this here anywhere, okay, let's say I copy paste this here, it gets applied. Okay, it gets applied by simple copy paste. So you have to set it once, then you can go ahead and keep copy pasting it. Most of the time, data validation rule is actually utilized for creating the drop downs like this. Nowadays, all right, to make the functions dynamic, usually the drop downs are used like this here. Right. So you have already the example here. You can see when you click here, you see a drop down. When you click here, you see a drop down here. This is done, okay, so that we have the correct we can go ahead and make our functions dynamic. So most of the time, okay, now this is why these are used here. So let's go ahead and see how we can go ahead and create a drop down for the values like this. To create the drop down for the values like this here, let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and select a call. I'm going to create a column here called as region here, separate column here. I'm just filling some colors around here. Okay. So in this columns here, we are going to create the drop downs. So whenever we want to create the drop down here, again, we will not go ahead and select the header. We select only the bunch of cells here. So I'm selecting the bunch of cells here where we want to give the drop down. I'm going to show you how do we create the drop downs inside the cell, right? Select the cells here. Now we go to data validation. In the data validation here, we go to settings. Now in the settings here, what do we select? It is not a whole number, it is not a decimal, it is not date, time, or text. It is text, however, it is not just one text. We want people to select from the list of the dataset. So here we go ahead and we select list because we wanted to select it from a dataset. Where is the list? So here is the source. You can go ahead and actually type down the names here. any text that you want to type ABCD, go ahead and type it. It will go ahead and take that as an input too. The best here is you go ahead and select outside. When you select, just make sure you're not selecting the header. When you select like this, just make sure you're not selecting the header. Click OK here and tell me, do you have the drop downs, everyone? We don't go to custom. We go to custom when we need to apply any formula there. When we want to apply any kind of reference formula or logical formula there, then we go to custom. So when we reach here, okay, now each of these cells are going to have the proper drop down, and we can go ahead and select the drop down here. Wonderful. So this is one of the applications of the data validation here. So let's go ahead, save and close this file, everyone. So we have seen here text to column duplicates and data validation. Now we'll move on and we'll see a few more examples about formatting and conditional formatting. We will go ahead and move one step further in formatting, number formatting, and conditional formatting. Okay. Now, please go ahead and open. So that was all the three data cleaning and preparation techniques. Okay. Let's go to the formatting part here, because in the formatting part, we have more data. To give a list here, Ritushna, we select the cells without the header. Remember, you don't select the header at all. Then we go to data validation settings. In the data validation settings here, in the allow, you select list. And in here, you select the source of the list. So the source here, you go ahead inside the source, cursor is blinking here, and we select the list or bunch of cells here, which select the data set. Yes? Ritushna? Save your work, everyone. Yes, Akshika, I will share this file here too. However, you can find the file in session materials. It is also in the reference materials under the lesson number 3, conditional formatting. Give me a moment, I will share it here too. Hi, Abhishek. How do we hide the list without using the hide option? Is there any formula for same? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. So usually, Abhishek, in real time, what they do, okay, in real time, what they do here is they keep all the list in one single sheet and they simply hide the sheet. So whenever they have multiple drop downs like this, they're using it somewhere, they add a sheet. In that sheet, they keep the list and they hide the sheet altogether. So that is one practical usage, right? But however, let's say you don't have that luxury, you don't want to do that here. So usually they will select this here, okay? And they will go to some very far in the sheet, in some thousands and the rows, and they keep the list there, entirely there. That is one more way. If you don't want to do that also, you simply want to make sure that nothing appears here. Nothing appears here. So you do one thing here. You select the bunch of cells, Abhishek, right? Select bunch of cells here. And then you go to custom format. So you can press on control 1 or you can simply go to custom formatting like this here. You click on custom format and instead of general formatting here, you go ahead and you press the 3 semicolons right now. If you press the 3 semicolons here and click OK, everything disappears from the site, but it will remain at the backend. It's not, you cannot see that, you cannot see anything here. However, if you look at the formula bar, it is there. But remember that, Abhishek, if you're doing that, you still have to make sure these cells are protected. Okay, if I delete that, if someone will see here that, oh, nothing is there, and they delete that, it actually gets deleted at the backend. Okay, so if that is the case, you make sure that these cells are protected too, or they are far somewhere that no one can edit these. Okay, if the entire file is for the view, then it's fine. Okay, I will get it back. It is one of the tricks. You can use this 3 semicolon trick anywhere, actually anywhere. Wherever you can custom format anything, you want to hide something from the view, you can use this trick anywhere. So that is data validation, everyone. Okay. Now I would like you all to open up a file called as formatting, and I will share that file here in the chat box too. It will take some time for me because I have to close and open everything again. However, if you really like to work with that, please go to lesson number 3, conditional formatting. There you will format. There you will find it. This is the formatting that we want to work with, everyone, and it is going to look exactly like this. Now we're exactly at the halftime, right? So we'll go ahead for a break. Once we are back from the break, we will continue with our formatting. Here we will talk about custom format, and then we'll look into the conditional formatting. Okay, everyone. So right now we are here. Look at this data set. Look at the date right now here, and order ID and product is here. And look at the profit and loss, but net sales looks like this here. Yes. Now we'll go step by step. First, let's talk about date here because date is the one that we have seen before. In this date here, few of the dates that we see here in the formula bar, I see only 1st January 2012. However, here I see something very different. I see here 1, then Sunday, then January in 2012. This is kind of the format we never see. So what we see here in the cell is quite different. Here what we see in the cell right now, it is starkly different what we see in the formula bar. What does that tell us? It tells us that whatever, no matter what we see in the cell, it's all a facade. At the back end, the true cell value will be shown here. So my true cell value is just 1st January 2012 here. But however, with the help of custom formatting, we can go ahead and decide whatever we want to write here. Yes. So let's go ahead and see this number formatting. Remember that any kind of formatting is just a facade. It's about how do we want to see the data set. Another example of facade here is look at the profit and loss right now. Look at the profit and loss here. It says 844.158. However, if I see the net sales here, it says 7.2K. So it is here, so K means 1000, right? So it is saying a 7.2K. So which one is better in observation? Why we need this facade? Why we need the custom format? To understand that, please answer me here. Which one is easy to grasp and understand? If you want to compare the values here, okay, which formatting is better? Net sales or profit and loss? No worries, Samandeep. It's okay. Let net sales. So, hi Ritushna, right? Okay, so if I have here normal numbers like this here, it is not that easy to comprehend and look at, right? However, if I go ahead and see these values here, they are summarized values and easy to understand, right? So let's go ahead and we'll see this custom format one by one. First, let's talk about the column here. To format the column here, always go ahead and select without the header. Please don't select the header. Select the column here and Control Shift down arrow key. Select the entire column without the header, everyone. Control Shift down arrow key. You can press Control 1 or we can simply go ahead and open the number formatting from here. So select the entire column without the header. Once you select the entire column without the header, in the Home tab, we will go ahead and expand the number formatting from here. So with Control Shift down arrow key, you can easily select. Once it is selected, we directly go to custom, everyone. We directly go to custom here right now. And in the custom here, you see a sample here. In the custom right now, you see a sample here that says 40909. So here, go ahead and click on custom. Now in the custom here, we can type, instead of general here, we can type whatever we want here, okay? So currently it is general. We delete this here. And in the sample, we see 40909. What is 40909? It's the date series. In this date series here, okay, if we will go ahead and write here, for example, D right now, I see 1. I type D again, I see 01. Oh, that's quite fantastic here. Now I can place hyphen or a forward slash. Now I need month. So I can type M once, I'm seeing 1. M once more here, 01. M once more here, January. M once more here, the full spelling here. So triple M is getting me the abbreviation. One more M is getting us the January here. We put a hyphen once more. Now we need year, so we can use y here, and accordingly we get the year. After this, maybe I want to go ahead and get the weekday. How to get a week name here? I can type D again, 1, D again, 0, 1. D thrice, abbreviation here, D 4 times, it is Sunday here. It means that we can go ahead and write any combination. We can go ahead and write any combination of DDMMY here and format as you want. Vivek, do not use the number format, number keypad for 1. Use that upper one here. Okay? Not the number keypad one, the upper one here. For example, you have the entire date, but you don't want to see the entire date. You simply want to see here the month and the year. You can go ahead and do that too. You can go ahead and do that too. See? So the entire date is at the back end. However, you don't want to show the entire date. You simply want to show the month and the year. So likewise, you can go ahead and type any permutation combinations here and you can get the custom formatting. Go ahead, write this, click OK, and see if you have the answer. Now here we go ahead and click OK. Let's see the another option here. Let's talk about here profit and loss, right? So we want this profit and loss to be formatted as this here in thousands. So let's go ahead and select profit and loss without the header, everyone. So we are going to the profit and loss right now, Control Shift down arrow key here. And we open the number format right now. In the number format here, we will again go to the custom here. So select the profit and loss without the header again and go to custom right. Now, when you will go into the custom here, you will find that there are automatically some custom formatting codes are written here. Yes, there are already some custom formatting codes are written here. And when we go here to simple number format also, we do have other options here, right? So if you click on the number formatting here first, if you click on the number formatting here first, you have a checkbox called as use thousand separator. What does this thousand separator does? Okay, it goes ahead and identify wherever the thousands are. Correct. So this is our thousand separator. If I check on that, a comma appears and that comma identifies the thousand values there. If I go to custom right now here, in here also you will identify that, oh, there are commas here too. What are these commas here? These commas are thousand separators. So wherever the thousand value is there, they can easily identify that. And if you will see the custom formatting here, there are multiple custom formattings here with the proper thousand separators right here. However, none of them is giving us thousands, millions, or billions kind of values here. So how do we go ahead and identify the thousand right now? So if this is the value here, hashtag, comma, hashtag, hashtag 0, okay, so it is made up of the pound signs and the 0 signs here. What is a 0 sign here? 0 sign here, for example, see very carefully right now. After this 0 here, I'm selecting the third option right now. The third option, we have pound, comma, that is thousand separator, and then we have 4 more signs and then a 0. After the 0 here, if I go ahead and type dot, period here, and then 0 and 0, see what happens. And one more 0 here. Observe what is happening right now. If I type 1, 0, it is giving me one single rounded off decimal point. Correct? If I type one more 0 here, it is giving me 2 rounded off decimal points. If I type one more 0 here, it is giving me 3 decimal points. If I type one more 0 here, now it is typing exact 0 because now the digits are not there. So 0 identifies one single digit can be entered. 0 identifies one single digit in this custom format here. What does this sign represents here, the hashtag sign or the pound sign here? If I go ahead and delete this sign here, it remains 844. If I go ahead and delete this sign here, it remains 844. Okay, what does that mean here? That these hashtags that we are giving here, it means variable digits can be there. It simply means variable digits can be there, right? So this is, if we want to move forward, okay, and we want to go ahead and make sure it goes ahead and identify the thousand, and at the end it writes k. That's how we write it. So we are saying that there can be any number of digits, find where the thousand is, okay, and give me 2 decimal points. So 844 here can be written as 0.84k. Can we write it like this? What we are writing here is this. We are saying that there can be any number of digits before the comma. It means you go ahead and find where the 1000 is. Once you figure out where the 1000 is, you separate it there. And after that, you give me 2 decimal points here. And at the end, we are typing K. At the end, we are typing K here. Go ahead, type this out. Even if you don't understand it now, it's fine. Type this out. Click OK. You will see the changes here and you will immediately know what we are talking about here. So if you're writing, for example, okay, if you're writing, for example, here, 4,500, right? So now this gets changed into, it identifies that, oh, 4 is, after 4, there is 1,000. It will put 1,000 separated here, okay? And this is 4,500. Now when we go ahead and format it here, and we're asking it that, see, identify the 1,000 separated, and after that, give me decimal. So it will identify the 4 here. It gives us the decimal here as 4.50. So as soon as it sees that after 4 we have 1,000 separated, it gives you a decimal, and after whatever is written afterwards, it will convert that into a decimal point. If your number is higher, okay, for example, if your number is, let's say like this here, how will this get changed here? Because after 12, the 1,000 separated will come in, correct? So here it will go ahead and write like this, 12.3. So this is how it works. Go ahead, write this out here, everyone, and click OK, and you will see the changes there. Wonderful. Let's go ahead and click OK, everyone, once you have written it here, and you will see the options here. If you want to convert this into, if you want to go ahead and convert this into thousands, so we have here, we have this here. We can have comma 0 and 0.00k, 0.00k. In a similar manner, if you want to convert something into millions, let's say you have a huge number, you want to convert that into millions, then you go ahead and write here and 2 commas, top 00 and millions here. So this is for converting it into millions. And no, there is nothing that converts into Indian currency, that is lakhs, 10 lakhs and all that. It only gives us option for 1,000 separators here. So 100,000 likewise. So it only is seen 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. It doesn't work with Indian currencies, but yes, if we want to convert this into millions, we can. And if you enforce that commas as per Indian currency, it might change into text, and then you will not be able to use that as in calculations further. So this is custom format. Okay, these are these. I'm simply providing you with this here because this is used a lot in creating reports. This is custom formatting for numbers. In Excel, we call it custom formatting. The same formatting we call in Power BI as dynamic formatting. Are we good with number formatting and date formatting? Now let's see here conditional formatting. Okay. To learn about conditional formatting here, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy paste everyone. So I'm going to rename this sheet as formatting, and I'll add a new sheet. I'm going to name this new sheet as conditional formatting. And just to learn about conditional formatting here, a few more options here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and copy some 15 rows from this data set here. So from the order ID till the profit and loss here, okay, just select this and copy and paste here, please. Just this much portion, leave the data outside, copy and paste it here, please. We'll talk about conditional formatting. We know that we have already talked about it, right? And we have seen the simple ones here based on the numbers. Now here, we'll talk a little bit more about conditional formatting. For that, I want you to be ready. Please copy, paste, add one more sheet here, and let me know when you're ready. Now here, there is only one name here, Adam, right? So I'm going to simply go ahead and add few names here. Okay, this is going to help us in writing few things. And okay, so I'm simply changing few names out here. You can go ahead and you can choose your own names. I'm simply writing few names out here. Can I use the number format? I want to. It's okay. I will check it out, what we are writing and what it is working out. So give me an hour. right? During the last 5 minutes, we will figure it out. Because it works. We use that in Power BI, Excel, everywhere. First here, we are going to talk about conditional formatting right now. So as we have seen before, we have deleted the duplicates, right? How about we simply want to go ahead and highlight the duplicates? How about we simply want to go ahead and highlight the duplicate instead of simply deleting it out, right? So conditional formatting can help us in that. So let's go ahead and select the order ID. Remember that in conditional formatting also, we will not select the header, otherwise it will confuse the conditional formatting. Okay. So go ahead and select the order ID here without the header again. And we go to conditional formatting here, we go to highlight cell rules, and here we have duplicate values. Please follow along with me. Select the numbers here, okay, from 2 to 15. Go to Home tab, Conditional Formatting, highlight cell rules and duplicate values here. As you highlight duplicate values here, it will give you a pop-up. It will give you a pop-up here. And read this here. It says that it gives us the option here. These are the duplicate values, okay? These are the duplicate values. It will get automatically highlighted in red. We are good with that. However, when you go to the drop down here, it also gives you the option of unique highlight also. It highlights the unique values here. You must be thinking, what is the use of this, right? So you can use the unique value highlight whenever you want to figure out that which product has been sold out only once this month, or which particular vendor has been contacted only once this month. So whenever you want to go ahead and figure out which one of these has done just one single transaction, okay, we also have the option to highlight unique results here. Okay. So this is duplicate right now. Okay. Highlights, it is highlighting the duplicate. We are good with that. That one order ID is repeated multiple times. Maybe inside that one order ID, we have multiple products that has been set. That's why it is here. So it is not essential to delete that, but we now know that there are multiple products that is getting added inside one single order ID. Let's click on OK here. So this is how someone has asked me how to highlight this here. So I'm here. So this is how we can highlight the duplicates, right? Now, usually when you're in condition formatting, okay, we have few more options here like data bars, color scales, and icon set. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what these data bars, color scales, or icon set are. So these are some visualization options, everyone. So when we do not have much space to create a full-blown column here, and we have a huge table like this, and we want to still visualize this properly here, we can use these three options here, that is data bars, color scales, and icon set. So let's go ahead to the number of customers here. Before I move forward, are you able to highlight duplicates? Now let's go ahead and see data bars, everyone. For the data bars here, I'm selecting some number of customers here, okay? And we are going to conditional formatting right now. We are going to data bars. And in data bars, go to more rules. There's a reason I'm asking to go to more rules. In real time also, if you're highlighting the entire sheet there, go to data bars and click on more rules. Whether it is color scale or icon set, always click on more rules. Why? Because we have to see at the back end what it is actually going ahead and applying the rule, which rule it is applying at the back end. So click on the more rules here. A dialog box will open up and it will highlight here the format all cells based on their values, and how it is formatting right now, data bar. In the data bar here, it is automatically fetching the minimum value and the maximum value here, correct? And this is solid fill. And if you want to change the color here. Okay, let's change the color here. Maximum and minimum is automatic here. If you want to change, you can. Right now, we are good with that. Change the color, click OK, you'll have the bar here. You do have the option to change the direction as per your discretion. This is left to right. This is by the context. When you click OK here, do you see the data bars inside individual cells? And you're still able to see the pattern. No changes here. Once you click on more rules, no changes here. It is highlighted. We simply change the color here and we click OK, everyone. Let me know once you see the data bars inside the cells here. If you click OK, this is how it looks like. And the fantastic thing about conditional formatting is, okay, if I change any of this here, if I change this to 4, the data length of the bar changes. I change this to 2, data bar changes. If I change this to 5, data bar changes. So as per the value is written inside it, accordingly, the data bars will keep on changing. So we use this whenever we have a huge data set and we still want to see some kind of pattern there. So that is data bars, everyone. Now let's look at here the second option, that is color scales. Color scales are basically heat maps or the weather maps. So we all have seen the weather maps. If it is colder, it is blue and dark blue. If we are going towards the higher temperature, it is going to be red and more red. So let's go ahead and select some cells out here. Let's go ahead, select some cells out here. Now go to conditional formatting. In the conditional formatting here, we go to color scales and we click on more rules, everyone. We go to color scales and we click on more rules here. When you click on more rules here, a dialog box will open up. In this dialog box here, the format style here is the 2 color scale right now. Look at this here. It is a still format all cells and it has 2 color scale. In the 2 color scale here, it is giving us the minimum value and the maximum value, right? So in this, what is happening is it can simply highlight the it can highlight the lowest values and highest values in 2 different colors. However, we will not be able to see the extremity of the values, right? So we change it into 3 color scale. So we go to the drop down here and we change this to 3 colors. When we change this to 3 color scale here, now we get a better we get a better option here. Reason is now we have a midpoint. So it is checking the median right now, exact 50th percentile, the midpoint here. So half of the data is here, half of the data is here. So now we can see the extreme low values and the extreme high values also, right? And right now the midpoint is automatic, which is median right here. However, you do have the option, okay, to select any number that you want here. You can set a number, you can set a percentage, you can set a formula here too, right? Currently, by default, it is going to be the exact midpoint, and most of the time it serves well. So this is midpoint, everyone, and we click on OK here. What we are changing? Nothing. If you want to change something here, you change it to 3 color scale and you can go ahead and select any color that you want here, right? So you can go ahead and change the color here. However, minimum value, maximum value will be taken automatically here. Go ahead and click OK here. And yes, this is how the heat maps are created in Excel. And see how easy it is right now to see which are the general values in between, which are the extreme values here. Follows a whole gradient right now. Now, moving forward here, let's look at the profit and loss. Now, in profit and loss, okay, here we have a condition. The condition here says that if the profit, okay, if the profit is, let's say, less than 1,000, okay, we want a red down arrow. We want a red down arrow. If it is more than, if this profit is more than, what is the number here? If profit is more than, let's say, 3,000, okay, we need a green up arrow. We need a green up arrow. If anything is between these two values, okay, between 1K and 3K here, okay, it can be a yellow circle or just an arrow that will not show any direction, right? It can be a yellow circle or no direction here. So these are the icons that we want to give here, okay, based on these conditions here. So how do we go ahead and give the icons right now? To give the icons here based on few conditions, we select these cells here, right? After selecting these cells here, we go to conditional formatting, we go to icon set, and we click on more rules, everyone. In the more rules here, the format style is icon set, we are good. But now let's go ahead and set the rules by ourselves here. Please ignore the icon style for now. Please ignore the icon style for now. And let's focus on the rules here. Okay. Let's focus on the rules here. So it says that icon is green colored circle. Or do we want icon as green colored circle? No, I want a green up arrow. So I go to the drop down here and I will use a green up arrow right now. Now I need the green up arrow when the value is greater than 3000, right? So here, if I look at the value right now, it is showing percentage. It is not a percent, it's a number. So we go to the percent drop down here and we change this to a number. So step number 1, we change the icon. Step number 2, we change the type to number here. So first go ahead and change both the types to number because based on number, we want to apply the values. Once we have changed to numbers here, in the third step, we change the sign. The sign here is greater than equals to or greater than. Right now, we are simply looking for greater than here. So it should be the value, if the value is greater than 3000. So here we go ahead and type 3000. Then it should be green colored up arrow. Done. Now, if it is between 1K and 3K, it should be yellow circle. So there is a yellow circle. I'm good with that. And see, it is writing here that when value is less than equals to 3000 and greater than equals to what? 1000. This specifies between 1000 and 3000. And automatically here, as soon as you type the 1000, it automatically writes here when it is less than 1000. When it is less than 1000, I want to go ahead and select the down arrow here. So in the fourth step, we type 4. Okay, in the fifth step, we change the icon. And every rule will get written automatically itself. And if you look at the icon style right now, it says custom because we are not simply selecting one single style here. You do have the option to change it to anything else. Okay, you can change it to here, you can change it to here, anything that you want. I'm keeping it a circle right now. Click OK here and tell me, do you see the icons, everyone? Wonderful. So here we go. This is the icon rules here. You can go ahead and set the icon rules as you want. And here we are. So this is the conditional formatting, right? Now in this conditional formatting here, using no matter how many rules we use here, have you observed one thing here? We are always going ahead and highlighting only cells, whether we are highlighting color, icon, anything. We're only highlighting these cells here, right? In real time, this doesn't work like this. In real time, this doesn't work like this always. Okay, for example, I want to go ahead and highlight, or I want to highlight entire row. I want to highlight entire row, okay, based on salesperson, right? So I want to highlight the entire row based on the salesperson. So for example, here, I will go ahead and copy paste these two names here. I will write here Adam, for example, here, right? So if I'm saying that I want to look at the Adam, all the sales that Adam has done, automatically the entire row should be highlighted, right? Because if I simply highlight Adam right now, it doesn't make sense because ultimately, even if it is saying here that the sales is done by Adam, ultimately I will go ahead and look at the entire row that, oh, this is the corresponding rows and the details there. Okay, even though you will read here that, okay, this is 2.3K, this is the lowest profit that I can find here, you will still go ahead and see the corresponding rows that, okay, where are we having the loss? So ultimately, you will go and check the corresponding columns here. But conditional formatting by default cannot highlight the entire row. So how do we make it to actually highlight the entire row? To understand about that, I'm going back to formatting. I'm going back to formatting here, and I'm getting a small number of cells here. You can copy paste it from here also, but so you can get a small place from here itself, like this. Okay. So just get few rows here, like just 10 rows here and very small columns here. Copy it. I'm scrolling down right now and I'm pasting it here, but I'm pasting it as values, no formatting. Okay. I'm pasting as values, no formatting at all. So condition formatting will be removed. Everything else will be fine. Now here, okay, we have two names only, Adam and Smith right now. We have two names only, Adam and Smith right now. Okay. So I will go ahead and give a, this is Adam and Smith right now. I'm keeping these two names here. We have got Rose and Nathan also. I will keep Rose and Nathan also here. I will also copy paste them somewhere here, like this. Okay. Anywhere, doesn't matter, wherever you paste it. So this is the list of the unique names here, and this is where I'm adding few names right here too. Okay, great. Now our objective is to make sure that the entire cell gets highlighted. To make the entire cell highlighted, we have to understand how conditional formatting actually works. So when in the number of customers, you will say that, okay, wherever you see the customers less than 5, highlight that in red. When you're saying that to it, that go ahead and find out that if customer number is less than 5, okay, I want it red colored. I want it red colored. If we are going to ask this question here, don't type it. Pay attention here. How does it actually reads it at the back end? It goes ahead and check each and every cell. All right. So it will go ahead and check that is this cell is less than 5. It will go ahead and check that. Is this cell less than 5? Is this cell less than 5? Like this, it will keep on checking. Like this, it will keep on checking. Okay. Once it will get the true answer, then only it will go ahead and highlight that particular cell in some color, whatever color we are saying here. So wherever the condition becomes true, conditional formatting goes ahead and actually highlights that part here. Done. So if it can do, however, by default, conditional formatting can work only on one single cell. That's the issue. It cannot go ahead and check the entire row and highlight that. Reason is, if our condition is check the value less than 5, okay, it will go ahead and can check only one value, one condition. Is it less than 5? Is it less than 5? Is it less than 5? Now, understand here, if it goes ahead and check, is D24 less than 5, is C24 less than 5, it is going to get the false answer because these are not numbers. These are just text, right? It doesn't match the condition here. If we want to go ahead and highlight the entire row, we have to make sure that at the back end, each and every cell here is turned as true. So I'm going to copy this here. I'm pasting this here to show you an example right now. You don't need to do this. Okay. And just to show you the example, I'm filling it right like this here. So what is the condition here? That it should be less than the salesperson here should be Adam. That's the condition we are looking at, right? If that's the condition we are looking at, so let's check. Let's have a check, everyone. I will go to the salesman here and I will ask you to check that. Go to this particular cell here and check, is this equals to Adam? If it is Adam, I have to go ahead and give the double quotes here. Okay, it is not case sensitive. I have to give double quotes because it's a text. If I'll go ahead and press enter, everyone, this says true. And we are good. If I drag it down here, it will automatically find out true and true, and it can highlight these cells wherever it is true. However, if I go ahead and drag it towards the right hand side, what happens? Let's check how does this looks like here. Now it is looking like this. Okay, D19 is equals to Adam. So D19 definitely do not have Adam. It is going to be false here. Same if we go ahead and check here. Okay, E19 is it Adam? Of course it is not Adam because it is a number, right? If I highlight this here, it will be false too because it is checking at multiple cells out here. A9, B19, C19, and there is no Adam there. So now we have to trick Excel into thinking that these are not false, these are true. So if we want to go ahead and trick the Excel here, that's where we use the concept called as cell referencing. That's where we use the concept called as cell referencing here. Because in each and every cell here, we wanted to think that you're checking just one condition, that is C19 is Adam. If C19 is Adam, every corresponding cell should be true too. So this is where we use the concept called as cell referencing, everyone. Now, what is this concept of cell referencing here? We have been using this always, and I'm sure most of you are already aware about this. When we go ahead and we give a referencing here, something like this. So these are few, let's say these are few numbers here. If we will go ahead and I type equals to like this, and I select any cell like this here. Okay, it says 331. And if I change this value here, if I go ahead and change this value here right now, it changes the value here. Why? Because currently we are writing C31, and C31 here we are corresponding to C column and 31st row. This is called as relative referencing. This is called as relative referencing. Why relative? Because it will change. It will change if I go ahead and drag and drop. For example, if I go ahead and select this cell here right now, and I drag and drop here, it will change. What it is changing here, let's pay attention right now. It is changing, it is changing from C31 to C32, 33, 34, and 35. It is not fixed. It is not always corresponding to the same value. And that's what is happening here. If we are dragging and dropping towards other corresponding columns here, the column is changing to C, D, E, A, B, C, D, E. That is because it is relative cell referencing. So what we do here is we fix what we want. And that fixing is called as absolute cell referencing. How do we define the fix here? We define the fix here with the dollar sign. We define the fix here with the dollar sign, right? So if I want to go ahead, and fix column right now, so I type the dollar sign here. I give the column here, right? If I want to fix the row also, we will type the dollar sign again, and here we will have the row number again. So if we give the dollar signs like this, okay, we are fixing the entire cell. We are fixing the entire cell. What is meant by fixing the entire cell? So if I will now go ahead and select C31 here, okay, however, I put the dollar sign in front of C, I put the dollar sign in front of 31 now, and now when I press enter and drag and drop, it is always going to remain 34. Why? Because now we have fixed the cell and now this doesn't change. So this is good, very good here, right? So this here helps us to fix the entire cell, However, there might be cases where we want to fix only column or only cell. So we can do that too. Okay. If in the absolute referencing, you can choose to fix only column. You can also choose to fix only row. So if you want to choose to fix only column, it will look like this: A23. So $A23, fixing only the column. So 23 will change to 24, 25, 26. A will remain A throughout. If I go ahead and I want to go ahead and fix only row, so it will look like this: $4. So the 4 will remain same, but B, C, D will change, right? So this is a very important and very basic concept in Excel, that is cell referencing. Now we use this cell referencing here to trick Excel into thinking that if the entire row is true. Let's see how are we going to trick Excel here. Now what we want Excel to think, that everywhere only Adam is written, right? So I will go inside the first option here where the C19 is, and I'm going to fix only column. Okay, C19. So no matter where it goes, in the whole 19th row or in the 20th, 2021, any row it goes here, the cell to check the name will remain same, that is same. So if I will write $C19 Adam and $C19 Adam, and I apply this condition to entire row, now everything becomes true. When everything becomes true here, okay, we have tricked Excel into thinking that the entire row is true. And it can go ahead and highlight the entire row now. So that's how we go ahead and we trick the conditional format, trick with absolute referencing by giving a simple dollar sign. What you're supposed to do right now, okay, please go ahead and type here. Please go ahead and type one single thing. Type equals to here. Okay. Select Adam right now, wherever Adam is written here, or any name that is written here at first, right? And put a dollar sign in front of C. Then type equals to here and give Adam here and double quotes here. Please do that. Once you have written this, make sure that you're copying this too. How you're copying this here? The answer will be true, right? How are you copying this here? You click outside here, Control A, Control C. You could click outside here, you Control A and you Control C. Copy it. Step number 1, going into the formula bar, copying the entire formula here. If we want to go ahead and we want to highlight the entire row, we select the entire table, everyone. Please go ahead and select the entire table without header again. Please go ahead and select the entire table. After selecting the entire table without the header, everyone, okay, go to conditional formatting. And this time we click on new rule because we have to give our own formula. We click on new rule, everyone. This time when we click on new rule, same dialog box appears. Same dialog box will appear here. In this dialog box, select the last option, use a formula. Select the last option, use a formula, because we want to use a formula here. This should get highlighted in blue. Once it gets highlighted in blue, read again. What does it say? It says that format values where this formula is true. Right? So we go here, okay, and we can simply paste it here. If you are trying to paste it, it is not getting pasted, just type out manually equals to $C19. Type it manually. And while you're typing the Adam, make sure you give the double quotes. After typing is done or you're able to paste it properly here, please see that currently there is no format is set. Currently, no formatting is set here. We have to go ahead and give the formatting. So once you have written the formula here, click on format. Click on format here, please. When you click on format here, usually whenever we are doing conditional formatting, everyone, right? We think that conditional formatting only fill up the colors here in the cells, right? But that is not the only case every time. So because when you click on the format here, okay, so when we are clicked on use of formula, this is C19 equals to Adam. Now we click on format, another dialog box opens up, and this is fantastic. Reason is you can change the number formatting too, if it matches a certain criteria. You can go ahead and give the font style, for example, bold italic here. You can go ahead and select a color here, like this. I'm selecting red right now because it is easily visible. So you can select the font style here. You can give a border, colored border here, or you can fill a certain color at the back end. You can also go ahead and decide any pattern style you're looking for. You can decide even the color for the pattern too. So there are not many possibilities of formatting here. Go ahead and explore that, but not now, later. Right now, simply select the font here, everyone. Okay. If you want to choose the color, go ahead and choose a color here. That will also do. When this is done here, click OK, everyone. So once you've decided the formatting, click OK here. When you click OK, what happens? Okay, you will see a preview first. You'll see a preview first. After the preview here, if you're good with the preview, go ahead and click OK. Go ahead and click OK here. And please tell me, is your entire cell highlighted? Names are not case sensitive. Where will the 1000 will value be? In the formula bar, Sarika, I have already told you number formatting is a facade. At the back end formula, the numbers are still same. We can use highlights for the less than one and conditional formatting. Yes, you can do that. Priyanka, it is there. In Mac also it is there. Okay, I will let you share the screen and I will show you around. It is actually there. You are not able to find it because it is not exactly in front of it. But it is there. So right now it is highlighting the entire cell here, right? Now inside this here, there is one more option that we can do. In this here, there is one more option that we can do here. So please see it here, everyone. In the data tab, I'm giving the list right now. I'm giving the list right now for these individual names here, right? I'm giving the data validation list here. So I'm going to give the data validation list here. Let me fill up some color so that it is identifiable here, right? And now here I'm saying that whatever name I select, highlight that name here. If I want to say that here, okay, what does it become? So now here it becomes that $C19 should be equals to whatever I type here, okay? And now it becomes $G, $19. We will fix the entire cell because it's a drop down, right? And when we apply it to a entire cell here, we don't want it to change anything. So now this is C19 and G19. If I select here, whatever I select here, okay, it will should go ahead and highlight the entire cell. So if I select rows here, it will change. So it is dynamic conditional formatting with a very simple data validation applied and changing of the row here. So let me show you how does it work. We'll go ahead and select the entire part here. So I'm selecting inside this, copying it. Now selecting the entire table. I'm, as usual, going to the Home tab and Conditional Formatting right now and New Row. Inside the new row, we highlight Use a Formula. In Use a Formula here, I'm pasting the formula which says that C19 should be equals to whatever is selected at G19. I'm going to set a very simple formatting here. Okay, filling up with the yellow color right now. And click OK here and click OK here. Now see what happens. If I go ahead and change it here, it highlights. It also proves a point that one single table or one single range can have multiple conditional formatting applied. And it will still work. They usually overlap each other. If I select Adam, the fill color is overlapped, but the font style is remaining. If I select anything else here, it goes back to the previous color and it is highlighting rows in yellow here. So like this, you can actually apply whatever we have learned so far and you can have the dynamic formatting here, right? It only changes one simple thing. Instead of writing Adam here, we are selecting a cell where the names are written and that cell has a data validation list. Go ahead and try this out later. I will share this sheet with you. And conditional formatting is pretty fun to work with. But there are a few things that you should be aware about of conditional formatting in real time. Never ever give conditional formatting if your data is beyond beyond the 1,000 rows there, even the 500 rows. Reason is at the back end, it is actually checking like exactly like this. So it is going to exact cell and it is checking the entire formula that you're writing there. And because of that, your file size is going to be huge. When you open that file, it can lag a lot. Okay, and it might not open if it lags too much. So the processing becomes very high. So when you're applying conditional formatting, save the conditional formatting for the smaller reports and the bigger reports. Even the bigger reports will not have more than 500 rows. Okay, and when we have 500 rows, we don't apply colors and formatting like that. We apply colors and formatting when within one single screen, we want to show some pattern. So avoid that kind of conditional formatting, everyone. This is few tips about the conditional formatting here, right? So, and very important concept that we have learned about cell referencing, because this concept here will be applied to the functions that we are going to learn forward. Now here, there is a separate sheet called as logical functions here, but we have right now only 15 minutes here. So we'll discuss the basic logical functions here. And when I see you tomorrow, we'll start properly with the entire sheet, right? We'll start entirely with the new sheet here. But here, let's talk about few things about the functions here. And we are going to discuss text functions. We are going to discuss text functions right now. And why do we use the text functions here? So I'm going to give you some scenarios where the text functions are generally used. Okay. For that here, I'm going to simply get rid of all the numbers. Let's talk about text here. So in a few of the text functions here, major problems that we face when we are getting data from somewhere. Okay. For example, do you see Adam is written here, right? Let's talk about region here. Here, this is north, correct? This north is correctly written here. Maybe somewhere else we have extra spaces coming up here. If there are extra spaces written, okay, are we able to identify that? Even if I zoom in, I go, for example, to middle here, we have extra space here. I go to north here, extra space here. Maybe after west here, I have extra spaces. Are we able to identify that there are extra spaces right now? And give me the exactly correct answer, especially those who are experienced professionals out there. Have you ever done that? Whenever you're looking at, okay, your data set going here like this, what do? You select it and you make it at the center, right? And or you try to make it left to make sure that it is patterning right. That's how we do it. Yes. Now, what happens here is, okay, we are not able to identify any number of time. This is where the trim functions comes in. Trim function helps us in removing extra spaces, removing excess spaces, okay, removing extra spaces. And I'm writing extra spaces, okay, not the spaces that are required. So first, let's see, okay, how does it remove the extra spaces here? This is not here, right? I'm going to go ahead and apply trim function right now. How do I apply trim function? We can type equals to, we can type trim here right now. This is trim function here. And I will simply go ahead and select a cell. I will simply go ahead and select a cell here and press enter and press enter. Okay, the very, very simple function here. I'm going to press enter right now. This is how the formula looks like. This is how the formula looks like. Now, if I go ahead and drag and drop right here, everything is properly here. The problem here is, how do I verify this? Verification is just by looking at it, right? That yes, it looks fine here, but how do I verify it is correct? So now see here very carefully. Here, this is the trim function. Let me add a row here. Easy, right? So there is a way to do it. This is region here, okay? And it is, I'm saying that this is trimmed region here. This is trimmed region here. So here I'm going to go ahead and count region here. Okay, count the region column here. What do I mean by count the region column here? I am simply going to count the length of the region column, that how many words are inside it. So if I type equals to here and we use the function len, len, this is also a text function. Len function here will help me to count how many words are inside it. And yes, spaces are considered as words. So if I apply the len function here and I drag and drop everyone right now, I will see right here that, see, if it is not, it should be 5. If it is middle, it should be 6. Again, this north is 5. Again, this west is 8. It means we have something bad going on here. It means we have extra spaces. Now, if I go ahead and now I count the trimmed region, if I go ahead and count the trimmed region here, okay, I'm going to apply len function again, and I type the trimmed region here. And when I type this here, okay, we'll have the exact same, we have the correct answers here. See? exactly what is required. So this is how we go ahead and we figure it out. Now you must be thinking that in real time, do I leave it like this here? No. In real time, you apply the trim function, you add a new column, you apply a trim function, and then you copy and paste as values. So in real time, we do this, but then we copy and paste the values back. So every time we use the trim function, okay, within the nested functions. So if I'm applying VLOOKUP, right, I will apply the trim function so that if there are extra spaces in the lookup value, okay, we will not be hampered by that, like that. So trim function is usually used within the functions as a nested function to make sure the extra spaces, if they are there, they are not hampering us. So this is trim function and the length function. Are you able to check that out and apply? Let me know that, please. Hi, Swadhin. Yes. Alignments will never correct it, Lalita Prasad. That's the problem here. And that is why I've shown you the length here. No matter how you align it, it doesn't matter. Okay, it is always going to have extra spaces. That is why we have to apply trim function. Vishal, it is pretty simple, right? I'm applying trim function. I'm asking it to get rid of extra spaces. So wherever the extra spaces are, it is getting rid of that. And how do I know that? Because when I count the length right now, it is just 5. However, if I count the length for this knot here, this is 11, but not for this knot here. So trimmed region here, okay, it is trimming up extra spaces here. How many characters we can enter in the cell? There might be some upper limit, but I don't remember that. There is some upper limit. I don't remember that, but usually you can enter the paragraphs here, Lalita Prasad, paragraphs in one single cell. So I don't know what is the limit. And about the trim region and here, it will not only work on this here, it works on the entire addresses too. So for example here, let's say here I have got house number, okay? Then I have got a street name here. I've got a street name here. And then we have extra spaces because we are collecting the data from somewhere. This is where I have some state, and then here I have got country right now. Or maybe I have some blog post and I have got extra spaces here. So even if I have a sentence like this, which has multiple spaces like this, and if I go ahead and apply trim function on this, if I apply trim function on this, it only gets rid of extra spaces. See, it's still leaving one space afterwards because it understands that there should be one space only. So the trim function here only leaves the extra, only get rid of extra spaces and leaves down one space here. I hope, Vishal, this makes trim understandable here. All right, wonderful. So this is the trim and the length function, everyone. Okay, other and the similar manner here, we have functions like upper, lower, and proper. Okay, these functions are also used as nested functions most of the time. So for example, right now, this here I'm writing upper, lower, and proper. All three are in the lowercase, correct? So if I go ahead and type equals to upper right now, and I choose this here, it will go ahead and write it in the uppercase. It will go ahead and write it in the uppercase. If I type equals to here and I type lower right now, and in the lower here, I choose this uppercase that is in caps right now, it will become a smaller case. It becomes a smaller case. What's a proper case here? So if I go ahead and type proper right now, okay, proper right now, it gives us the first letter capitalized. This is proper. And if you're applying these functions here, okay, you again copy and paste as values. You don't leave the functions here right away, or we use it inside as nested. So that's upper and proper, everyone. Upper, lower, and proper. This simply changes the case that we're writing in. Right. So these are the few text functions, everyone. And just to clean the data that you have got here, if you have extra non-printable characters, so sometimes we have some question marks or windings objects inside the data set. And this happens a lot of times when we are getting data from somewhere else, usually in front of numbers, right? In front of numbers, sometimes numbers will come written like this. So we can use clean function there. Okay, so clean function gets rid of non-printable characters. It gets rid of clean function is there. Okay, this clean function here, it gets rid of, it removes non-printable characters, non-printable characters, right? So clean function can also be used in such a way. So these are few text functions here which can help you to properly format your data and to clean your text data here. Of course, there are more text functions. So as in when we move forward, we'll see more text functions here. We will go through lookup and reference functions, lookup and reference functions. Now, while going through these functions here, okay, remember that we will go through the most used functions, okay, or the very basic functions. On the basis of that, you can learn other functions, right? We move on to pivot tables and pivot charts. So let's go ahead and see the functions today. Step one is logical functions. So there is a file called as logical functions in the reference materials. So in the lesson 3, conditional formatting, we have the Excel sheet called as logical functions. Let's begin. First is this is our simple data set, right? We have been looking at this data set since the start. Now here I would like you to simply go ahead and add few columns. How do we add columns, everyone? Control spacebar, right? And Control Shift plus plus plus. Add 5 to 7 columns, please. Add 5 to 7 columns here, and for the purpose of explanation, I will add one row up here. So if there are any explanations, I can go ahead and write it in the row above. There we go. Right? So let's add few columns here and one row just above the header. And Ritushna, sure, the shortcuts are here. So Control spacebar, okay, selects column. Control spacebar selects column. I'm writing this here. Shift spacebar selects row. Now, whatever you have selected, if you want to add the selected object, it can be row, column, or a cell. We go ahead with Control and the plus sign. You might have to reach it with Control Shift and plus because plus is there with the shift there. If you want to delete any selected object, then it goes with Control minus. Control plus might be Control Shift plus if you don't have the number keypad. Let's learn about the logical functions here. Okay. So let's say here, okay, this is the salesman region, right? How much customers they had, how much sales they have done for that particular transaction, how much profit they have gained out of that. Let's say they've decided that if profit and loss is greater than 3,000, okay, they are going to, whether they want to check whether the profit and loss is greater than 3,000 or not. If it is greater than 3,000, they want to pay 5%, otherwise they want to pay 3%. This is what they want to check. Now, if we want to check this here, we can easily check with equals to, right? We can check whether is this greater than 3,000. By simply using comparison operators, we can check it because there is absolutely no calculation here. It is a simple logic that we want to check. However, when I'm checking this logic here, the answer we get here is by true and false. However, can we send this particular file across exactly like this and tell them that, okay, wherever you see true, give them 5%, wherever you see false, give them 3%. Can we send across this file like as it is and tell them to go ahead and decipher the meaning of true and false? No. So what we need to do? We need to right now replace these true and false. We need to right now replace these true and false with the proper output. So in Excel here or anywhere globally, in any tool here, okay, if we want to replace the logical answers, okay, if you want to go ahead and replace the logical answers like true and false, okay, which appear from comparison operators, basically. So if you want to go ahead and replace the true and false here with proper outputs, what do we use here? With proper outputs here, we go ahead and use the if function here. Yes, we go ahead and use if function here. So if function here helps us to replace the any logical true and false value. You must be thinking how? Let's check the syntax. If I type equals to if here and we check the syntax right now, look at the syntax, everyone. It is asking us logical test here, and then it asks us, okay, tell me what to write if value is true. Tell me what to write if value is false. This is pretty smart here. So if function simply asks us that, okay, give me the logical test here. So if I write the logical test here, okay, like 67 is greater than 80 right now, for example, and it will get you the answer true and false as it is. So we can use comparison operator here. We can give one condition here, and here we can write what to replace true with and what to replace false with. So if function here can help us replace the logical true and false. Let's see how. So right now, this is here, right? This is false here. I'm going to go ahead and write if function again here. So I'm typing if right now. I would like you to understand here, when I'm typing if, I will show you the on-screen keyboard also, easier for you to follow along that how I am typing it. See right now, I will go ahead and type again. This is if, right? I'm going to select if from the drop-down by using tab. Now, do you see logical test here? The syntax is here. Now on my keyboard here, I'm going to press Control A. Control A opens up the dialog box here. Control A will open up the dialog box here while I'm in the editing mode. Now, what is the logical test here? Logical test is check that is this cell, whatever value written inside this cell, is it greater than 3000? If it is greater than 3000, what is the output that we want here? We want 5%. What if value is false? Then we wanted 3%. That's it. So here if functions helps us to replace true and false with the proper output. And the checking of the logical test is automatically done by the comparison operator. Now here, if I click OK right now, see, I have the answer of 0.03. Now, if I will not drag and drop like this because there are 1000 rows there. So what we do here, to drag and drop, we go to the cell here, we keep our cursor here, exactly at the green color square, and we double click. And this will automatically drag and drop till the entirety here, till the end of the table there. So this is how the if function is used. Always remember that it is only used to replace true and false. Go ahead and write this, please. If you press Control A, but do that while you are in the editing mode, then only you can see the function argument box, everyone. Once you are done writing the if function, do let me know. So I'm going to apply the if function again. How to write the if function here? Equals to if tab Control A, or you can click on FX here. Logical testers, go to this cell and check, is it greater than 3000? Value of true, you type 5%. The value of false, you type 3%. We are typing, simple typing, everyone. And when you click OK here, the number appears here, right? And then you go here at the corner and double click. Very easy. Now, are we good? Shall I move forward? What about others? I have good responses here. I have nearly 15 responses, but still, yeah, shall we move forward? For example, 5% and 3% of what? Of course, they will pay for, let's say they want to pay for if the profit is greater than that, right? Of course, they will pay 5 and 3% of profit. That's their commission, right? So shall we go ahead and simply send this file out, right? Just like this. And we tell them where you see 3%, you pay 3% of profit and loss. Where you see 5%, you pay 5% of profit and loss. Shall we just give this file to them as it is and let them figure out? No, we cannot do that because they have already told us 3 and 5%. Our job here is to go ahead and make sure what is the amount coming out of it, right? So here we go ahead and let's see. Let's go to our if function here. Remember that when your if function gives an output as a number. So if your if function is giving you output as a number, it means that that entire function can be used for any further mathematical calculations. So I will go to the editing mode here. I will put the multiplication sign here and select the profit and loss again. Go ahead and select the profit and loss again, and it is going to give us the proper output. It's going to give us the proper output like this. Sandeep, have you multiplied it? After multiplying, remember that you have to also go ahead and drag and drop. Double click to drag and drop. It cannot show you 5%. And if it is showing you 25, 32, 100%, then go to Home tab and change it to number or general. So you have to go ahead and multiply it. So you have to go into the editing mode and multiply it with H3. So type the asterisk sign, the star sign, and then select profit and loss again. H1 has the text, Yogesh. H1 has the text. How you can multiply the number with the text? All right. Now, can you go ahead and invite only employees, only orders? Okay. So all the orders that we are shipping to, let's say, North, right? So all the region that is North, okay, we are going to give them here. Okay, we are going to give them here $5 coupon. We are going to give them here $5 coupon. Okay. So and all other will get the $3. All other here will get the $2 coupon. Can you go ahead and do that? Region North will get the $5 and other regions will get the $2 coupon. Now we go ahead and type comma. Of course, it is 5 and then 2. That's it. That's the function, everyone. Easy. So whenever you are going ahead and giving any, writing any text between the parentheses of any function, doesn't matter which function, if it's a text you're defining, always give double quotes in Excel. In Excel, it will be double quotes. In Tableau, it will be single or double quotes. Both will work. In Power BI, double quotes, single quotes, both will work. Ritushna, you can convert that into currency. Akshita, right now you're writing in the dialog box, that's fine. But as we move forward, you have to learn how to write it in the cell itself. Okay, so I will repeat here how to write it in the cell right now. Okay, so while you're in the cell, how to learn how to write in the cell here? I'm going to type equals to right now. I'm typing if, right? If. I'm selecting it from the drop down. Now read, see your syntax right now. In your syntax, logical test is bold. Logical test is bold. It means that currently it is prompting us to type the logical test. What is the logical test here? Logical test is that go to North here, type equals to and equals to North. We want to check the North. Now, right now, any text is not case sensitive here. Now our logical test is complete. I want to go ahead and write value if true. So follow the syntax again and see here after logical test there is a comma. So I will go ahead and type comma. See the difference here. Right now, logical test is bold. The moment I type comma here, value if true is bold. So now I can go ahead and write the value if true. Then I want to use value if false. We type comma again. And here we type 2. And we close the bracket. That's it. That's how you type it. And we press enter here and we double click. This is how the function looks like. And of course, you can go ahead and convert this into currency. So how do we convert into currency? How do we convert into currency? Yes, great. We can go to format. We can go to more number format. I can change the, there we go. And even if it is in the currency, ultimately it is 5 and 2. You can still use it in any calculator for calculations further. I'm going to click OK here. And now there is one limitation. Have you noticed one limitation of the if here? You know, a limitation of the if here is it only get you check, you can only check one condition. You can only check one condition. Okay, and we always have two outputs. Okay, that is true and false. We always have two outputs here. That is true and false. However, we can only check one condition. Now, what if we want to go ahead and check more than one condition? Meaning, we want to go ahead and check multiple conditions. Multiple conditions. Now, How do we check multiple conditions? So when we want to check multiple condition and we are still looking for two outputs, that is true and false. We have two more options, that is and or. Now, what is AND function and the OR function here? Okay, these AND and OR function can help us to check multiple conditions and give two outputs here. Let's see the syntax of AND here. So equals to AND. And look at the syntax right now. It says logic 1, logic 2, logic 3. Likewise, we can go ahead and check 255 conditions like this. Wonderful. Now let's check the syntax here for OR. So if I go ahead and check the syntax for OR here, it is exactly same. It is exactly same. And here it says that we can go ahead and create 1 to 255 conditions here too. And the syntax is exactly same. Then what is the difference here? The difference here is that even if the syntax is entirely same, okay, which simply checks the multiple logics, AND function can give you true answer, only when all conditions that we define inside it, all logic that we define inside is, all are true. All should match. It will give you false. It will give you false even if any one condition fails. If any one condition fails, then it will give you false. When all will give you true, all will give you true answer, or even if any one condition matches. If any one condition matches. So if any one condition is true, it will give you true. However, it will give you false only when all conditions fails. All condition fails. All condition fails. Let's take this as a scenario. Okay, so for example, you go to yes, let's talk about your official laptop, right? So in the official laptop, or let's say when you go ahead and log in into your bank websites, right? They ask for your username also and password also. If any one of them is incorrect, you cannot log in. You can log in only when your username and password both are correct. Then only you can log in. Why? Because this is the AND condition, where all conditions have to be true. If any one fails, okay, you cannot enter. What is OR here? OR is when you're trying to go to you go physically into your office, right? So when you're at the office right now, you need to go ahead and step inside the office. You might have to scan. So either you will scan your card or you have a biometric. So if you forget your card, you have the option of biometric. If you have the card, you can swipe your card and you can get in. It means any one condition should match. Either you should carry the card or the biometric will be there. Right? So this is OR, where any one condition will suffice. Now let's see how AND and OR works with the data. This is the basic logic of the AND and OR. Now I'm going to the logical function here. In the logical function here, let's check out another. Now let's say here we go. Here we are. Now we want to go ahead and find out that the region, okay, the order ID where the region is middle, middle region, and the sales they have done, is greater than 5,000. Sales they have done is greater than 5,000. Then they are invited. Otherwise not invited. Okay. This is what they want. That the region should be middle. In the middle region, if anyone has done 5,000, we are going to invite them to the get together. Otherwise, we are not inviting anyone else. Now, how many conditions we have here? We've got two conditions. One condition we have to check at region column. Other condition we have to check at sales column. So how do I write this here? First, as usual, you will see the demo and you'll follow it later. Those who are professionals, you can follow along with me. Now here I'm writing AND function, right? Since we are writing it for the first time, we open the function argument box. So equals to A and D, control A, function argument box will open up. What is the first logic here? First logic is that go to the first value here and check, is this middle? It is not case sensitive. What is the second condition here? Second condition is go ahead and check sales. Is sales greater than 5,000? Yes. Now pay attention here, please. Pay attention. And please tell me, I need to write these output here. Do I have any place to write the output right now? Can I write somewhere invited, not invited? Do I have anywhere here where I can go ahead and define the output? No, there is no syntax. There is absolutely no syntax here. It means that within and or also, since both are similar, we cannot define the output. However, it can go ahead and decide true and false for us. So if I click OK right now, see here, this AND function is giving me, this AND function right now is giving me true and false, right? So how we are getting the true and false, let's check that out here. How AND is working here. So this is here. Let's look at the sales here. The sales is 7,000, right? But region is not. So one condition is matching that sales is higher than the 5,000. However, region is not north. So what is the answer that we are getting here? The answer that we are getting here is false. Let's look at this here. This is middle region. Okay. Our sales is also greater than 5,000. Here, both the conditions are matching. So the output that we are getting here is true. So this is all fine and is working exactly as it's supposed to. Wonderful. Okay. However, we don't want to answer in true and false. We want to write invited and not invited. So what replaces true and false? What replaces true and false with the output? If. Very good. Very good, Ridushna. Yes, very good, Vinayak. So now what do we do here? Now we go ahead and we encompass this if. Encompass this end function with the if function here. How do we do that? So now here comes the concept of nested formulas or nested functions. So what we are going to do here is this. I'm going to double click here. I'm going to double click here and type equals to and if here. So we have equals to, I'm typing if here and press enter. Press tab here. Now inside this tab here, this entire AND function here will become the logical test. This entire AND function will become the input for logical test. This will become the input for the logical test. So right now we are within logical test, checking on multiple conditions here. Once the multiple conditions are checked, we type a comma here and we want to invite them, right? So double click invited and I'm writing NA here. And here we go. So you have to write the nested functions within the cell itself. Why? So that you can follow along with the syntax. See, value of false is highlighted, value of true is highlighted. When you are here, outside the parentheses of AND, logical test is highlighted here. If you go within the parentheses of AND syntax will be highlighted here. One more thing to observe here. See right now, the if has the black parenthesis open and closed and has red parenthesis open and closed so that we are able to track when we are closing which bracket. Okay. This is how if and looks like. And is never typed alone. You have something to do with the logic. You need some kind of output. So you will use it with any other function like this. Okay, so go ahead and type it out. And I'm going to type it again. See how it's working, right? So I'm typing here equals to. I'm typing AND function here. Tab, Control A. And Control A here, this is the first logic. First logic is not. That is, should be equals to. So we have to go ahead and give double quotes here. And the answer here is middle. Double quotes again. Now logic 2 here is that check the sales here. It should be greater than 5,000. Right? So now here two conditions are checked. We go ahead and we click OK here. And we know that we are getting the answer. Now what we need here is we need to go ahead and type if. So we are going to the if here, if, and we press tab again. Now this and becomes the logical test. So we go at the end where the column has, where the parenthesis is closed, the red one. Now we go ahead and press comma here. Now we can write value if true. Again, this is a text, even though it is an output, it is a text. So we keep it to the double quotes. Right now you can see value of true is highlighted. We type comma again, and now what we have? We have value of false highlighted. Now we can close the bracket here and enter, and we have the answer. This is how it looks like. All right, so we are moving forward right now. So this was the first condition, right? Let's look at the second condition here. Now they've decided that next condition here is, okay, we want to go ahead and pay. We want to go ahead and give a discount of to all orders, discount to all orders, which we are shipping to region North and West. Do we have a West region? Yes. So we want to go ahead and give a discount to all orders, which we are sending to North and West. And that discount is going to be 2%. Okay. And everyone else will get no discount. Everyone else will get no discount. So what do we use here? And or. What do we use here? And or. Why are we using or here? There is a reason for that, because in one cell it has to check whether it is north or west, north or west, north or west, like that. Okay, it cannot check north and west, because in one single cell it is written only north or west, right? So this time when I'm typing or here, I'm going to type it with if function. See it very carefully, please. I'm typing equals to if and tab, right? In the logical test, I want to check multiple here. So I will type or here and select or from the drop down. Once I select or from the drop down here, it is asking me logic 1, 2, and 3. Likewise. What is the first logic here? First logic here says that go to E3 here and check. Is it equals to not? Is it equals to not? Comma. What is the second logic? Again, the same thing, that go to E3 and check. Is it west? Is it west? Once, now do I have any more here? No. So we close the parenthesis here. The moment I close the parenthesis here, immediately the syntax of if will come back. See the transition. See the transition. Right now it is or syntax. The moment I close the parenthesis here, it is the syntax for if. Now we go ahead and press a comma. Value if true. Okay, this is 2%. That's fine here. This is 2% discount we are giving. Now here we are not giving anything, so I'm typing 0 right now and press here. Simple way to write the OR function. Okay, and now we will go ahead and we get the correct answer that is there. So wherever see here, we are getting 0 and the 2% here. Yes, and this is how we are currently writing if and or. However, there is one more way to type the exact same thing. There is one more way to do that. So inside if and or right now, okay, we are repeating this E4 equals to E4 equals to multiple times, correct? So there is just one more way to write it. We can get E4 equals to as a common outside. We can get E4 as common outside. So what I'm doing here is I am deleting the E4 from here and I've taken the E4 outside here. And now I will encompass the north and west inside the curly brackets. And these brackets here signifies the array or the list of the values. So E4 can go now get inside the list or the array. It can check all the values inside the list here. So I, while writing, if there are repetitive terms like that, even if I have to check now 5 or 10 things here, delete or add the conditions here, we can easily do that. So this is just one more way to type. This is just one more way to type. You will still get the correct answer. Go ahead and try it out, please. The reason to write it in this manner here is very simple. Okay, it shortens your formula, right? It goes ahead and shortens your formula here, and it is easy to understand what you're looking for and where you're looking for. I guess you have to make a statement 2% of net sales if true else 2% another cell value. You go ahead and do the calculation inside this here. So inside here only you will go ahead and type multiplication here, and you go ahead and select the value, and you go to the next value and select the another value. Usually in real time, this might not happen, but we can multiply inside that only. All right, are we good? Let me see the here. I have less than 10 responses so far, so we have to wait a little bit more. So we're moving forward here. So this is how this is how we go ahead and we write the if and or. So this is if and or here. It's just another method to write if and or. Okay, great. Now let's move on to the next here. Let's move on to the next example here. So everyone, if you will go to the data here, we have product also here, right? So here, we have discontinued. We have discontinued product one. We have discontinued product one, right? So if so we need to go ahead and give this information right now that the product one is discontinued. If there is any other product, okay, of course, they are still going to be sold, right? Product one is discontinued. Others are still present. Others are still present. So we can write available and not available. So others are present, okay, but the product one is not present. How will you write this? If product one is not there, everything is available. If everything else is available, product one is not. How many conditions do we need to check? Just one. So we know the rules right now. We know the rules here. Okay, what are the rules here? The rules are that if you have one condition, if will work. If you have multiple conditions, right, you have to go ahead and find and then all. Very good. So we know the rules here. If one condition, if will work. If you have multiple condition and two outputs, and an or will work. Now, if the product has been discontinued and another one is available, simple if is the key. That's correct. Okay, we can simply write here that go ahead and check out if the product is available or not. So if I go here, if this is the product one here, and here we have to check that is it product one? We have to simply go ahead and write that is this product one? If it is product one, okay, we are going to say NA not available and others are available. Others are available. So right, see here, usually what we have seen and what we usually assume here is that the value if true is a positive value. And every time we try to fix the positive value in the front of true. However, right now, currently this is exactly opposite. The true is saying not available and the false is saying available, right? So this is correct too. It is very simple and clear. However, there are more ways to write this. There are more ways to write this. The same condition can be written here like this. Just look at the demonstration, please. Look at the demonstration here, please. We can go ahead and write it like that. This here, that if here we have got product at C4, that if check here that C4 should not be equal to product 1. C4 should not be equal to product 1. If C4 is not equals to product 1, go ahead and write available. Go ahead and write available. Right? Value of false. No, not available. So this is if C4 is not equals to product 1, available, otherwise not available. Very simple. So we are using here less than arrow and greater than arrow opposite to each other. Okay, which signifies not equals to. It signifies not equals to. Another way to write not equals to is that we can write here if here equals to if, and we want to write not equals to, so we'll actually write not equals to, meaning we use the function here called as not. Inside not here we can give only one test. So we can say here, go ahead and check if what is not equals to, that here that at C5 it should not be not equals to product 1. So here if I go ahead and write product 1 inside not here, it is basically C5 not equals to product 1. If it is not equals to product 1, we are saying that it's available and not available. So there are multiple ways to write this here. You can follow any way here. The reason to tell you all these scenarios here is you might see these functions somewhere. So you should know what's going on here. Go ahead, write this out. And all three are correct. Remember that you're working in Excel. To do one simple task, there are multiple ways to complete one simple task. And if you can get it done, okay, then it is correct. There are efficient ways, there are not efficient ways. But if you're getting the work done, the process is correct. Okay. Ritushna, go ahead and try, please. Whenever you have these kind of questions, right, whether this works or not, go ahead and try it. Excel is not gonna bite. Will simply give you the error. It will tell you that this work or this doesn't work. Always go ahead and try it out. Because they have programmed it like that. See here, inside the not here, if I go ahead and go inside this right now, let me show you here. See, they will tell you it checks only one logic. They have programmed it like that because what not function does here is if the condition inside is giving the true answer, it flips it to false. If condition inside giving is false answer, it flips it is to true. So its whole work is not equals to. So it can check only one condition here. You cannot have multiple condition here that this should not be equal to that, this should not be equal to that. If you have multiple condition, you will use and or, and then you have to use this here, this sign here. Yes, yes, Rudeshna, it doesn't work. Why it doesn't work here? Because that's programming language, and Excel doesn't use that at the backend. That's a different language in which it is considered. So we are moving forward right now. We are moving forward here. Next year is we want to now go ahead and we decided to pay multiple commissions here. We decided to pay multiple commissions here based on the region. Okay, so if the person is sending out the region to north, we want to go ahead and give them, let's say, 300. If they have given it to, let's say, west, we are giving them 200. If they are giving it to middle region, okay, we are giving them 350 here. So this is what you want to give. So in this condition here, please tell me how many conditions are there? How many conditions do we need to check? Let's check here. The condition right now that we have here, the condition that I have written it here, we have the condition here says that condition here is that you have multiple conditions. You do have more than one condition. You want to check multiple conditions here. However, this time you don't want two outputs, true and false. You're looking for multiple outputs too. So when you have multiple outputs, and an or can give you only true and false. They don't give you multiple outputs. So in this case, we go ahead and use nested ifs. So there is a function called as ifs, but I will not work with that. Instead, I will go ahead and work with if function nested inside one another. So whenever you have multiple conditions to check and each condition has one output attached to it, we go ahead with nested ifs. Okay. Now let's see how does that work. So we are going to go ahead and write if inside the if. However, let's understand first how does that actually works at the backend. So we have to go ahead and check the region, right? So let's say region is at the E3 right now. So we'll say that go to E3 and check, is E3 equals to north? If E3 is equals to north, we will have two outputs. Either it is going to be true or either it is going to be false. Or it is going to be false here. If north is true here, we are paying them 300. Let's say E3 is not north, then what it should do here? It should go ahead and check the next condition, that if E3 is not north, don't worry, go ahead and check, is E3 equals to west? If E3 is equals to west here, okay, then we get the true as the answer. If I get the true answer, we can go ahead and pay them 200. If E3 is not north, E3 is not also west, it means whatever is remaining, that particular condition it is. If this is also failing, we can directly go ahead and write 250 here or 350 here. I don't have to check another condition because whatever is remaining, it is going to be middle region. So I don't need to go ahead and check. Now, how do we go ahead? Now, if I'm writing it in a flow chart, it is easy to write. How do we write it inside one single cell? To write inside one single cell here, we start with equals to. After equals to here, we will write if. And we open the parenthesis here. This becomes our logical test. After logical test here, we give a comma right now. And here we have value if true, 300, comma. Value if false, We type if again, and we ask it to check the condition again. This becomes the second logical test. We type a comma here. We type a comma here. And value if true, 200, comma. Value if false, 350. And we close the bracket here for first step. We close the bracket here or parenthesis here for the first step here. Second and second. First and second here. Two brackets here, two brackets here. So this is how your if will work. Now let's go ahead and write it in one single cell. To write it in the one single cell, this is how we write it. First, see the demonstration, and of course, you can go ahead and follow along with me. I'm typing if right now. If. In this logical test, we want to go ahead and get the region. Where is the region here? Region is at E3. Region is at E3. Now, inside the E3 here, I'm going to type here E3 equals to, go ahead and check, is it not, comma. If it is not, give 300. If it is not, give 300, comma, value if false, check another condition. To check another condition, we type if again. Select the if from the drop down. See, now we have a red parenthesis here. Now we go ahead and check that. Go to E3 again and check. Is it west? Is it west? If E3 is west here, we type comma, that if it is true, go ahead and give them 200. Value if true. Comma, value if false. Now, if it is not west, it has to be the middle. The last one, what is remaining? So we go ahead and we type 350 here. Value if false. Just follow the syntax properly. Read the syntax and write what it is asking here. Now I will close the parenthesis here. You will see that it gets highlighted in red. So here we go. First parenthesis closed. Now here we go. Second close. And we press enter. We'll get the correct answers here throughout. Go ahead and write this out. And remember that there are no spaces in Excel formulas. Okay, please do not give any spaces in Excel formulas. From equals to till the end, there are no spaces given. Now you have few more options here. Okay, look at the right hand side here. You'll find two more options are there. This is your practice. Okay, so this is here is your net sales. So scale is given here for net sales. And accordingly, they are going to pay the commission based on this. Okay. And this is here. This is again another option here. So go ahead and solve it. You already have the solve version here too. Okay, you already have this here. They are already giving you the headings there. So solve these two here. I have a question of, I have my own question for you. And I'm going to give you that as practice, right? So your question here is that your region should be north and west. Your region should be north and west, meaning the person should belong to either north or west. The person should belong to either north or west. north or west, plus, plus, okay, they should have sales greater than or equals to 5,000. Greater than or equals to 5,000. Then they will be invited. Okay. Otherwise, the status is not clear. So I want to keep the false ones blank. I want to leave the cell blank. I don't want to give any output. No, it should remain, it should remain empty. This is one of the tasks. Don't have to do it now. You can do it later. Okay. Because I will be sharing this with you right now. Okay. So these are the some basic logical functions, everyone. These logical functions are quite handy when you go ahead and look further for lookup functions. They use a lot together with lookup functions too. So if you go to formulas here and in the logical here, usually there are a lot many more formulas here. Okay, there are more formulas than this here, and they will keep on introducing new formulas too. Okay, so go ahead and now when you will look at any new function, okay, by the end of today, you should be able to at least look at the syntax, and by now you should know how to follow the syntax, figure out how to understand what's going on, and use that particular function here, because they're going to come up with new functions every time. And I will share the sheet with you, the solved one. Okay, you'll have your condition written there too. So this is the logical functions, everyone. Now from logical functions here, we will go ahead and we move on to statistics function here. Let's move on to statistics function here. So there's a file called a statistics function. Go ahead and open that file, please. And I will be sharing this logical functions file right away. So you don't have to type it on your own. You already have the option here. Of course, I will also upload this in the session materials. However, I'm right now giving you this file here. And here is the statistics file, everyone. Just in case you don't have reference of session materials here saved in your system, I am sharing the statistics too. The statistics functions file look like this. Okay, we have auto sums here. Okay, we have here sum, average, count, maximum, minimum. Okay, if I go here to maths and trigonometry, this is something else entirely. In more functions, if we go, we do have statistical functions, and they belong from average to hypothesis testing and a lot more. So this is all statistics, everyone. Okay. So we are not going to look at the entire statistical function here. We'll see some aggregate functions, see the aggregate functions here, and few statistics functions are already here. Okay. If you know about the statistics, go ahead. If you don't know, don't worry about it for now. However, I don't like this file here like this, okay, without any grid lines. What are grid lines here? That gray colored lines now, which tells us where the cells are and where your cursor is properly. So those are called as guidelines, grid lines, sorry. They guide us where the cell is. How to switch them on? We can go to View tab here and check from here. Okay, I usually add this to the Quick Access toolbar. Easy to access. And we might not remember every time that it's in the view right here. So we go to View tab, check on the grid lines, and we are right. Next here is, now let's go ahead and learn about the functions here. To learn about the functions here, I will go, please go ahead and copy some 15 rows from here and add a new sheet. Add a new sheet, add these 15 rows somewhere here, please. Please do that. Copy paste a smaller data set for the demo purposes. And let's come back here. Of course, you'll go ahead and apply in the entire data set too, okay? But that's for your practice. For demo purposes, we stick to the smaller one here. Now, why do we use these statistical functions? First is, why are we doing this, right? Why do I have to learn this here? Because most of the time, we want to simply go ahead and summarize our data set. We want to go ahead and summarize our data set. Basically, we want to find out what is going on entirely. So let's say this is the data set is for 1,000 rows, right? We want to figure out that how much is my total sales. We want to figure out here that how much is our total sales. Total sales. Okay, and we might want to go ahead and let's see here the average number of customers that we reach out. Average number of customers that we reach out. We might want to go ahead and see total number of orders given. Total number of orders given. We may want to see the maximum profit we made. We may want to see minimum profit we made. Okay. So like this, these kind of summaries are quite common. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how do we get this done. Now this is pretty straightforward. Okay, you can go ahead and write along with the lines here. Go ahead and create this table, everyone. Once you create this table, just look at the demonstration and then we'll move forward. Then you can do it by yourself. And it is basically for the beginners who are working in the Excel for the first time. Okay, you should be able to see the keyboard right now. Yes. So focus on the keyboard also and how I'm typing everything here. These are the things that should be done very simply done with the help of the keyboard shortcuts. Now, what we want here is the total sales. How do we get the total sales? So here we are. In the total sales here, I would like you to pay attention here and see how I'm typing here. First, I'm writing total sales is pretty straightforward. I'm typing equals to here. And we all know the function that is sum. Here I'm going with sum. As soon as I type sum here, I can see there are multiple variations of sum here right now. And here I'm selecting the first one right now and with the tab. The moment I press tab right now, okay, see the syntax 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now what do I do here? I want to go ahead and sum the entire sales here. Okay, please let's see here very carefully. My cursor is blinking here right now. The cursor is blinking here. Now I go ahead and select the first number of the net sales. I'm selecting the first number of the net sales here. And look at the keyboard right now. I'm going to press Control, Shift, and down arrow key. Control, Shift, and down arrow key. The moment I press Control, Shift, and down arrow key, it is a professional practice. Always fix your range. Always fix your range. There's a reason for that. Because moving on, you might be adding more columns here, right? Or maybe you are shifting that entire summarization to somewhere else. Or maybe you simply want to copy and paste this summary somewhere else within the sheet, outside the sheet. So you don't want these cells to move anywhere. So always fix your cells. Okay. So the moment you select this here, Control Shift down arrow key, you go ahead and fix with F9 and F4 immediately. Once you're done, you can press enter and you get the answer. Same goes ahead with the average also. So if you want sum, you type sum equally. Okay, if you want average, you type average also like that. You type equals to again, you type A, B, E, and see here is the average, right? If here is the average here, I will go to the drop down here and press tab here. Now average is selected. Again, the cursor is blinking. Now what we want for average? Number of customers. So we go ahead with the first number of customer and we select Control, Shift and down arrow key. And we remember to fix it immediately by function key F4. And that's it. Because average is also number 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. And now when we press enter here, we get the answer here. See, this is here. See, Kunal, you have to figure it out. Okay, see, F and F4 here is specific to your laptops here. So maybe few laptops here, you have to go ahead and type Fn and F4. In few laptops, F4 is directly usable here. So you can directly click on F4 and F4 works as a F4. Because in the laptop, since they are compact nowadays, okay, they have dual functions. And sometimes you have to go ahead and press F and F4 to reach to the F4 there. Otherwise, it will work as another function. Of course, Akila, you are going to get exact same answer. Please understand here, okay? Please understand this here. Cell referencing is not related to any kind of calculation here. Cell referencing is to make sure that your reference doesn't change. So as I've explained you before, it is important to go ahead and fix your range. Reason is later on, you might have more columns of data. You go ahead and you paste the data here and you move the summarized data set to another sheet, or maybe you move it towards the next columns here. If you will do that, your reference will change. And we don't need that. That is why we fix our cell referencing. Cell referencing has nothing to do with what type of what type of function you're applying here. It has got nothing to do with that. It is all about referencing. What are these cells you are selecting, whether you want them to move or you don't want them to move. Okay. Right. Thank you, Akila. Akshika, whether it is some average or count, okay, everything is written exactly similar. So I will type equals to here, and we are typing AVER for average. Here we are. We press on tab, average is there. We go to the number of customers, we click on the cell here, right? We control shift and down arrow key here. So the entire range is selected. Then we go ahead and fix with the function key F4. When you press function key F4 here, you press enter, you get the answer. Similarly, total number of orders. How do we count total number of orders here? What will be the what will be here? Count. Very good, Pratima. So here we go ahead and type equals to. We go ahead here and type equals to right now. And now we have got count function here. So if I write COU here, we can see there are multiple count functions right now. There are multiple count functions here, right? What does the first count function says? That count the number of cells in a range that contain numbers. Fine. So we click on tab here. Okay, we want to count the orders here. So we go to the order ID. See here, control, shift, and down arrow key, exact same steps. We go ahead, we fix the range here and press enter. That's count. How do we get the maximum profit? We type equals to. We type max here. With the tab button, max is here. Now we want maximum profit, everyone. So we go ahead and we select the first profit right now. And now we can go ahead with control, shift, and down arrow key. And again, we go ahead and fix it. And we press enter. Now for the minimum here, why should I go ahead and select it again? Because ultimately I have to select H2 and H13 only for the profit. So what I will do here is I will do Control D. Control D duplicates. What I did here, I duplicated that. So Control D duplicates here. Control D duplicates. Duplicates down cell. Okay, so if you're it will duplicate in the cell down to the selected one. Now here I will simply change the max here to minimum, and I'll still get the answer done. Right? So these are the functions, everyone. And these are very basic aggregate functions. In the similar lines here, which one would you like to repeat here, Sukalyan? Right. So see right now, this is maximum here, right? Maximum has H2 to H1, H13 here, correct? Now in minimum also, I have to go ahead and select the profit again. I don't want to do this redundant task. So what I'm doing here, I'm keeping my cell here. I'm pressing Control and D. So it has copied and pasted it here, correct? Now, once it is copied and pasted it, I'll go into the editing mode, double click inside it, and I'm going to change the max here. I will simply delete max here, and I change this to min. And this min here, I select from the drop down and press tab. Now we press enter and we have the answer. It doesn't ask for any kind of count, okay? Okay, hi Alok Nanda. Because I'm using a formula called as formula text. I copy pasting. Okay, I will show you. I'm using a formula called as formula text. This formula text was introduced in 2016 and later versions. Okay. So those who are working in 2016 or before version, you will not have this formula with you. Those who are working in after 2016 version, they'll have the formula with them. It is called as formula text, quite literal. It turns your formula into a text. All right. So you have to let me know when I ask, right? And I wait that should I move forward? Let's write immediately no or wait. Okay. If you write it there, I will wait for you. Usually I get so many yes and I move forward. So I don't know. Okay, so pace is decided by the learners, not me. So you have to let me know that. And about the examples here, okay, that give more examples, I can give you more practices to do, because just telling you how to do sum at multiple places doesn't make sense. And these are basic ones. When we will reach to, for example, lookup and reference function, there you need multiple examples. These are smaller functions. And I think these are multiple examples to apply how same function, same types of functions once, right? So this is how we will be going. Of course, you have more examples. And I would like to remind all of you, you have practice folder, you have demo practice folder, you have guided practice folder, that too lesson wise. So I would like to inform all of you here that currently we have completed lesson number 2. You can definitely go ahead and do all the 3 exercises of lesson number 2 in the guided practice, in the demo practice, in the practice project, right? Today we'll be completing lesson number 3 if all the functions are completed in the next hour. Then you can go ahead and solve the entire lesson number 3. Again, 3 projects are there. One for guided, one for demo, one for practice project. So go ahead and solve that. You already have a lot to practice with you. Okay. Right. So we are moving forward right now. So to write a formula function, I will give you an example and then I will show you how to formula text it. Right. So let's move forward here. Let's move forward here. And usually these summarizations here are used for creating reports out of this, right? Creating multiple reports out here. So usually to create for report creation or report generation, you can say, we use these functions. What kind of report generation? So let's say we want to go ahead and find out that region-wise sales. We want to go ahead and find out the region-wise sales. So if you want to go ahead and calculate region-wise total sales, right? Of course, it is going to be total sales here. So how do we first get, this is the structure that we have to complete. Okay, this is the structure that we will be completing here. So in this structure right now here, we need list of 3 regions here. In real time, you might have 10 regions to look for. So how will you go ahead and get this region out? To do that here, see how I'm creating the structure right now first, right? Okay, so I'm going to the region here, select the region. I'm copying it right now here. I'm going to paste it here. After pasting it here, we will go to our data tools and we remove the duplicates. We go to data tools here and we remove the duplicates. When the first time you will do it, copy, paste and remove the duplicates, it is going to ask you here, do you want to expand the selection or continue with current selection? We want to continue with whatever we have copy pasted. We don't want to expand it anywhere. So we continue with the current selection here. So we click here after removing duplicates and click on remove duplicates here. The same data here. We do not have headers. It is simple copy pasted values. We do not have headers. We uncheck that here and we click OK. And here I have 3 regions that I was looking for. So go ahead and create the structure here, right? While you're creating the structure, now what do we want to do right now? We want to go ahead and total the sales for region north, west, and middle. Whatever we have learned so far in the past 3-4 days here, okay, whatever we have learned, if we apply that, for example, sort, filter, subtotal, if we apply all of that here, what do we do? If I ask you right now, how can you add the sales for north? If I ask you it here, this, okay, either you are going to tell me that go ahead and apply subtotal or group by, or you're going to tell me here that filter out only north. So if I go ahead and put a filter here and we filter the region column here to north. Once we have filtered it down to north here on the net sales here, we can simply go ahead and add the rows which are giving us the total north. If I want middle wise total, we can go to region again. We can change the filter to middle and whatever is in front of middle in net sales, we can go ahead and add that up. That will be our answer. Right. We can sort and then we can group it and we can sum it. Absolutely correct. So if I want to put a filter, if I want to group it up, we will be doing it by the region here, by the region column here, right? Because this is the conditions that we want to pick up. Now, if I have 10 regions like that, it is going to be quite long. if I go ahead and follow this manual process and I convert this into a function, so let's understand it like this here. Ultimately, we want to add the total sales. Ultimately, we want to sum. However, this time we want to sum here with some conditions. We want to go ahead and sum with some conditions or the logic here, right? What is the condition here? Region should be north, region should be west, and likewise. So wherever there is a condition, there is an if in Excel. So if I want to go ahead and sum with condition, the functions here are sum if, meaning you can simply give just one condition, okay? And another function here is sum ifs. This is the function that we prefer. This is the function that we prefer. Why? Because this function sum ifs, right? This function here will help us to add as many conditions we want. And it is quite easy to edit. Plus, it is a newer function as compared to sum if. So it can help us. It is quite optimized. Okay. So we will learn a bit sum ifs where we can give one or more conditions here. So let's see the syntax of sum ifs. See very carefully here. I'm going to again type equals to. Let me see if you can see the keyboard also. Okay, so keyboard is visible right now. Now we will go to the total sales here. I'm again typing equals to right here. I'm again typing equals to right now. And I want sum. So I'm typing sum. In the drop down here, you'll find sum ifs. Okay, so I'm going with the drop down here, pressing tab right now. And now we want the function argument box. Since we're using it for the first time, we go ahead and click Control and A. Function argument box opens up like this here. Now, once I have the function argument box here, okay, it is asking us sum range. Sum range is what do you want to sum at the end? So what do we want to sum here right now? Sales, right? So I will go ahead and select sales. Now I want you all to look at the demo right now. Please don't follow along. Just look at the demo right now. My cursor is blinking here. I'll go to sales first value here and I'm going to press here Control, Shift and down arrow. Once I press Control, Shift and down arrow, currently I am here at the G column, right? I will go ahead and fix this sum because ultimately I have to drag and drop. Okay, I don't want this G2, G13 range to change. So I will go ahead and fix with function key F4 here. Fixed. Done. Still the cursor is blinking here. I will go ahead and click on the criteria range 1. The moment I click on the criteria range 1, automatically criteria 1 opens up. So what is the criteria range 1? So currently, what is the condition we want to give? I want north region only, where north region is present in the region. So go to region and filter out north. That's what you want to say. So here in the criteria range 1, I will go ahead and select region here. Region column, entire column. And this time I'm not selecting the headers. I will select the region column again, Control Shift and down arrow. This also I will fix because ultimately I have to go ahead and drag and drop. I don't want this to change here. So we go to criteria range 1, we select this here and we fix it. Once we fix it here, now it is asking what is your criteria here. What is our criteria right now? Our criteria is whatever I select in this report. Whatever I select in this report, that is my criteria. So what it has to do here, it has to go ahead and read what we want in this report, then go to the region column, filter out that region in the region column, and then calculate the sum range which is remaining in the net sales. If I go ahead and click OK here, this is how it looks like here. We can drag and drop and we'll have the answers. We can drag and drop and we'll have the answers. Okay, this is how it works. Very easy to apply, very easy to understand too. Go ahead and see it, everyone. Remember that criteria 1 will be applied within your report because in the report you give the criteria. Sum range and criteria range 1, they both come from your data source. They both come from the data source. And this criteria 1 here, okay, this will be from the report because what you want to report, it depends on that. Go ahead, write it down. So this is fine. Now we understand how sum IFS works, right? So let's go ahead and create another report. Now I want to go ahead and find out average profit, okay? Average profit by product and region, by product and region. Average profit by product and region. So region, I already have region. We can copy paste it like this here, okay? We can copy paste it like this here. Now we need product. Where is the product here? So here we have got product. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Here I have the product. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the product as usual. And here I am pasting it. I'm going to go ahead and paste it here. Once I paste the product here, product list here essentially, we go to data tab. In data tab, we go to data tools here. In data tools, we have got remove duplicates. And remove duplicates, our data do not have any headers. And I go ahead and click OK. Now, once I have the vertical list of the product here, once I have the vertical list of the product here, I don't want a vertical list. Instead, I would like to go ahead and type the product like this, product 1, 2, 3. Okay. So what we do here, we go ahead and we paste it. How do we paste it here? I'm going to select this, copy this. After copying this, I'll keep my cursor here where I want to paste it. And then I'm going to Home tab. I'm going to the Paste drop down here. I'm clicking on Transpose. Let's go ahead and click on Transpose here. And once we do, while pasting it in, here we are. It is pasted as in horizontal list. Now we can go ahead and format paint it as you want. Go ahead and try this out. Paste as transpose, everyone. So first remove the duplicates here. Go ahead and paste as transpose here right now. Create the structure. Paste as transpose. Okay, done. How many criteria do we need to give here right now? How many criteria do we need to give here? If I want to go ahead and calculate the average profit here, we have to calculate the average profit here by the product and by the region too. It means that if I want to go ahead and calculate the average profit here, we have to give two filters, one by north, one by product. So one by region, one by product. Two here. Okay, so let's go ahead and see the demo first. Do not follow along with me, but just look at the demo right now. So here I'm going to go ahead with average IFS here because we have more than one condition. This is average IFS. Since we are using it for the first time, we go ahead and press Control A. This is quite standard. Okay, it is saying that the average range here. This is quite standard here. It will go ahead and ask us for the average range. What do we want the average with? Now, please pay attention here. Okay, see the demo first. Do not write along. Look at this very carefully. I know you already know how to apply this. It's still just look. You might learn something new. So this is average range here, right? With the help of mouse here, we navigate to the profit and loss because my report is somewhere here. My data is somewhere here. So I'm going to the profit and loss here. As usual, I'm going to go ahead and use Control, Shift, and down arrow key. Done. So here we go ahead and select our first cell and we say go ahead with Control, Shift, and down arrow key. We are good till here. Now we go ahead and press Function key F4. This is our average range. Done. Now criteria range. Criteria range is the region. Criteria range is the region that we have here. So right now we go ahead and scroll towards the region right here. This is region here. I'm selecting the criteria region here with the same Control, Shift, and down arrow key. And this time I fix it again. What is the criteria 1? Remember that criteria 1 will always come from our report. So criteria 1 is not. Whatever region is here, that is my criteria right now. Now, what is the criteria range 2? What is the criteria range 2? Criteria range 2 is product. Criteria range 2 is product. So I'm going to product right now. I'm selecting Control Shift and down arrow key product here. And we are fixing it again. What is the criteria 2, everyone? Criteria 2 is whatever we select inside the region, whatever we select inside the product here. And this is the product. Quite standard, very easy. Criteria 1, criteria range 2, criteria 2. We are good with it. Now here we go ahead and click OK. When I click OK here, we do get the answer. We do get the answer here. However, if I go towards the right hand side, I get the error. If I drag it down, we get the error. Let's understand why. So till here, we are good. This is product, we are getting the average here. However, the moment I am dragging towards the right hand side, see what happens. Instead of, see here, what was our criteria range 1? What was our criteria range 1 here? So average range is fine. Criteria range 1 is region. However, in criteria 1, instead of selecting north here, it is selecting M20, that is product 1. See here. This is criteria range 1, which is not, right? In the criteria range 1 here, this is purple color here, it is selecting the number. That is why we are getting the error. Because it's saying that inside region, the number is not present here. Now, why it is shifting towards right? Because we have dragged it towards right and the M20 here was not fixed properly, right? So what we want here is that when I drag it towards right, that north, west and middle, it should be selected as it is. It should not move towards right, correct? So here, north here is L20 in my case. So it should remain here L20. Plus, if it is L20 here, okay, if it is L20 here, and if I drag it towards right, this L20 should remain L20 only. It should not change when I'm dragging it towards right. However, if I drag this L20 downwards, it should become L21, 22, L20, 21 and 22. And this L21 also when dragged towards right, it should remain 21, 21, 21. So while writing this here, where do we put the dollar sign? What we need to fix, row or a column? What do we fix here at here? If I want region to be selected, what should we fix here? Row or a column? Now, how do we get the answer? How do we get the answer? There's a reason I'm writing this in front of you. Read. How do you know where to put the dollar sign? Okay. Focus here on what are we looking for? We want when we drag towards right, L should be there. L should not convert to M or N or O. Correct? And when we drag it down, it should still remain in the L column. So in this case here, what is getting repeated everywhere? Row or a column? What is getting repeated here, row or a column? So whatever is getting repeated, it means we want that fixed. L is a row, Swadhi. L is a row or a column? What is exactly similar? Column. We want, no matter where this goes, where this function goes, we want L exactly same. So here we go ahead and we fix the column, everyone. Here we go ahead and we fix the column here. If you fix the column here, okay, and you drag it towards right, it will be absolutely correct. Because now here you will find L is fixed here, and same here, L20 will be fixed here too. That's how you determine, okay, what is common, where to put the dollar sign. That's how you determine it. Now let's talk about, if I go ahead and drag it down, if I go ahead right now and drag this down, drag these down here, okay, I will still get the incorrect, I will still get the errors. Why? Let's see inside this here. What is happening here? What is the problem right now? Problem is the criteria 2, because it is free. Dollar sign is missing. And this product one is becoming a number here. Why it is becoming a number here? Because as soon as you drag here, it keeps getting dragged down. We don't want that. We want this to be selected here. Same goes for product 2 and product 3. Done. So currently when we are typing the function here, it is at M19. It is at M19 here. So this is M19 here. When we drag it towards the right side, we want it to select product number 2, then product number 3. Meaning we want it to change to N19 here, and then we want it to change to O19 here. O19 here. However, if I go ahead and drag down product 1 or product 2 or product 3 here, we want that M19, N19 to be fixed. So if I'm dragging down M19 here, it should be exactly similar. It should be exactly similar here. It should not change its place inside the cell. So now tell me again, in the second criteria here, what we should fix, row or a column? Yes, this time we fix the row. What is common? What is common? Again, what is common everywhere? Read again. Just read. Reading is fundamental. See here. See what is common here and what is common here. What is common here? Column or row? Do we get it now? Lalita Prasad. 19 is called a row number. We will fix the 19 here because we want 19 to not change at all. So we go ahead and we say that, go ahead and fix 19. Fix 19 here. So that it will always come back to the 19th row for the reference of the product names. Because product names are written in the 19th row, so it should always come back to the 19th row for the reference again and again, no matter which column it goes. So that's why we are fixing 19 here. So we drag it down here, we drag it towards right, and we have the correct answer because now every time it is selecting product 1 and middle. It is selecting product 2 and middle. Okay, wherever I will go, now the selection is absolutely correct. Go ahead and write this properly. Once you're able to write it, do let me know. And it will take a lot of practice for the understanding of where the dollar signs go. Because once you will understand here that, okay, this is something I want fixed, this is something I want to be moving, then you go ahead and give the mixed cell referencing here. Go ahead, type this out, let me know. Very good, Ullas. And as a beginner, always follow this method. Because once everything is in front of you, you can immediately realize what is common. And whatever is common, you put the dollar sign there. This is profit. Criteria range 1 is region. And this is product. I'm writing it out here so that you know what you're selecting here. Looking forward for your responses. After that, Sukalyan, okay, once it is done, just click inside your formula box. Okay, just click inside your formula box. And press on FX or Control A. And while you're clicking inside it, preferably inside your parenthesis. Keep your cursor inside the parenthesis. And then click on FX or Control A. It opens up. Because this is your first, right? So here, make sure you're selecting everything correctly. Okay, this has to be a range. This has to be a range. This is just one single column. That is why I'm writing it very clearly here. The average range should be entire range of H column. This is E column. This is C column. Check it again. If you're not able to understand where the error is, share the screenshot. And when you share the screenshot, please share the screenshot of the entire screen so that I can see where your table is, where your at which row and column your report is, so that I'm able to at least ascertain where the problem is. Okay. Or simply copy paste first what you have written so far. It is exactly similar to Sama FS. We are simply giving two more criteria here. Everything else is entirely same. If you're done, please write that in the chat, please. I'm looking at the reactions too. You put the filter first on product, then on region, or you put it first on region, then on product. Doesn't matter. Sarika, then how am I supposed to help you? Can you share a picture? Click a picture and upload that. Can you do that? If you're getting the error, Ritushna, on dragging and dropping, most probably, okay, your these uh, ranges are not fixed. Your ranges are not fixed. So maybe you have fixed the range, but only the second part of the range got fixed, not the entire range. Check for that. Otherwise, of course, I will help you at the end because we are dragging and dropping, Sarika. If I know that I'm about to drag and drop H2 and H13, I don't want H2 to H13 to move anywhere. Because if this is, I want fixed, I want region to be fixed so that whenever it comes back here, it will go ahead and find everything within this range only. Because if you're not fixing here and you drag and drop inside the report, okay, what will happen? It will drag it one by one. It will go ahead and select one entire cell. You drag it a little more, it will drag it like this. Now, when you drag it towards the right hand side, the entire net sales will be selecting the net profit here. And your region here will be selecting the number of customers. Everything will move towards right here and everything will go ahead and select the blank cells here. Why? Because you are not fixing it. And that's why cell referencing is used. Right, that's why I said read and apply, right? That's why I've written very carefully here. This is range. Select the entire range. And here you select only the criteria that comes in from the report. Okay, wonderful. Hi, Avantika. Let me unmute you first and please let me know what is the issue with you. Avanti, right? Kunal, I don't understand why you guys keep asking the dollar part. It is pretty standard. We have established that if I don't want my references to change, I will apply that dollar sign there. I just answered for Sarika the exact same thing. So, Kunal, do one thing. Write very precisely what you don't understand here about the dollar sign. Because we have at least seen that explanation more than 6 to 7 times since the last session. So be a little bit specific exactly what you're looking for and what you cannot wrap your head around that why something is happening. That will help me to actually understand how to explain that to you. Because I'm going to saying exact same words again. Okay. So this is sum IFS, average IFS. Okay. This is how you can go ahead and get the answers. Other functions are exactly going to be similar here. Okay. Whether it is formulas, percentile, quartiles, you can go ahead and solve these here. This is for your practice. Go ahead and solve it. You will find this in the demo practices. This is your demo practices here. You can go ahead and follow along with that files here. Now I will go ahead and save the statistics here. And now we still have this small table, right? We still have this small table here. So let's go ahead and look at lookup functions, right? So for the lookup functions here, go ahead and open up VLOOKUP sheet right now. Please open up the VLOOKUP sheet here. The sheet name is VLOOKUP HLOOKUP. Hi, person. Please understand here, how do I know there is an error or not, Basil? To understand whether there is an error or not, I need to see the entire Excel sheet. So to know whatever references you are giving, are they correctly there or not? Okay. So if you will ask me like this here, I cannot determine that. I need an entire screenshot. How would I know what you have written in the I column? Because in my case, it is the column number C. So share the screenshot. If you are getting any error anywhere, share the screenshot where I can see your formula, where I can see error. Okay. Vivek, if you have ever downloaded the reference materials, you will get this file there also. But give me a moment. I'll share this chat also here. Here we are. Now, while you all are opening up the VLOOKUP file here, let me go ahead and talk about why do we need lookup functions. So right now we are going to talk about lookup and reference functions. In the lookup and reference functions, we are going to look at multiple functions. So lookup and reference functions are majorly here for finding something. What is meant by lookup here? Lookup means find or search. Lookup means find or search. Now, whenever you are finding or searching something, will you simply go out and start finding things outside without any reference, without any context? No. Whenever you're trying to search something or find something, there's a context behind it. Okay, it means you have got some kind of reference in your hand. You have got some kind of reference in your hand. On the basis of that reference only, you search something. You want to go ahead and buy a new mobile right now. Why? What is your reference? Your old mobile, right? If you want to go ahead and buy shoes, you know which event you want to go and for which event you want to buy the shoes. So whenever you're searching in your real time also, you are searching on the basis of something. That is why this lookup and reference function help us to look up for things. Now, why do we use these functions? These functions are used to merge two tables together. Okay, it can use to merge two tables together. It can be used to simply look up any number of columns, in another table, any number of columns in another table. That when I say look up any number of columns or data in the tables here, meaning simple comparison of values. What kind of comparison here? I can go ahead and compare that this is my vendor list. I have worked with them in January. And now I have the vendor list in the February. I can go ahead and compare these two tables and figure out, do I have any new vendors coming up in February? How many vendors I have which are getting from where we are getting the business in February also, which are repeating, which are new. So we can go ahead and simply comparison the tables like this too. And the most important part here is that these tables can be in same sheet. Okay, the location can be in same sheet. We are talking about the two tables location here. They can be either in the same sheet, okay, or they can be in two separate sheets in one workbook. They can be in the two separate sheets, in same workbook, or they can be entirely two separate Excel workbooks. And they can be saved anywhere within your system. It is a shared server. One is there, one is in your system, doesn't matter. If there are two Excel worksheets, you can go ahead and merge the two tables. You can compare the two tables there. Just to take an example, okay, let's say there is an employee data set here. So here we have got employee ID. We have got their employee names here, okay. We have their department, their date of joining, and their roles likewise, okay. Now here, this is my table number one. This is now table number one. Now I have been asked here to go ahead and contact the marketing people there. All the employees from the marketing people. So I have another table here in which I have employee ID, their contact number, their personal email ID, and their addresses here. Now, how do I go ahead and find all marketing people? If I don't know VLOOKUP or how to merge the two tables together, and these are the two separate sheets, first I will go to the department. I will go ahead and filter the department here by marketing. Now I will copy the list of employee IDs here. I will go to the table 2 employee ID list here. I will take the list. I will go to this list here. And now I will go to employee ID and I will filter individual employee here. Right? This is quite hectic and not proficient. How about we go ahead and merge both the tables here? Because when we merge the tables here, what will happen? Okay, all these here, all the contact product ID here, they can be pasted right here. How we can go ahead and paste these right here? Reason is right now we have a one common column. So all the merge comparison, all of that happens with the lookup and reference function on the basis of common column like this. So if you have a common column, you can go ahead and merge two tables together. like this, okay, based on common column. And this common column is your reference. So this is about the lookup and reference functions, everyone. Okay, right now let's look at the very first function here, that is VLOOKUP. I am sure most of you have been using VLOOKUP day in and day out. And VLOOKUP in the general office work remains the most loved and hated function here, because when it works wonderfully. When it doesn't work, it gives us a lot of NA values, and sometimes it pick up the values without error, but those values are incorrect. Those who have worked with VLOOKUP before, they will know that yes, VLOOKUP is quite erroneous, right? Ritushna, I have shared it in the chat box. Are you able to get the file from the chat box? Okay, so now please pay attention here. You can later download the file. Now, VLOOKUP remains the most loved and hated one here. Reason is the same. It is quite erroneous. Why? Because most of us are not aware that there are some pre-requirements to apply VLOOKUP. Pre-requirements for tables on which we are applying. Before applying VLOOKUP, of course. So if you want to apply VLOOKUP is not like other functions that we have seen so far. Okay, like some logical functions and other functions. It is not like that at all. VLOOKUP here it requires three pre-requirements. What are the three pre-requirements here? First pre-requirement here is that you should always have two tables. You should always have two tables, two separate tables. One of these tables will be called as master table. One of these called as master table, and another one will be called as source table. So you have to identify which one is a master table. You have to identify which one is a source table. Usually, master table inside the VLOOKUP will be the one where you are applying the formula VLOOKUP. So where you will apply the formula VLOOKUP, where you want to fetch the value, correct? So master table will be the one where you want to fetch the value. What is the source table here? Which one will be the source table here? Source table will be the one which is the source of information. Quite easy. So whichever is your information source table, that becomes your source table. From wherever you're getting the information, basically. So you have to identify, first you should have two tables. You should have two tables. Identify one as master, one as source table. Once you've identified that, go ahead and find that you should have at least one common column, because we need it for the reference. Without this here, without the common column, we cannot match. So here, one common column should be there. Now, third is a very important pre-requirement. Listen to this very carefully. Third pre-requirement says that this common column, it is present in both the tables, correct? So this common column here, when it is present in your source table, it should always be selected as column number 1. It will always be column number 1, or in other words, leftmost column in the selection. So when you're defining that this is my source table, find it out here. Make sure that your reference column is your common column, which is always your column number 1. So these are the three major pre-requirements. Okay. Now let's look at our example here right now. So our example here is, this is the table here, right? From this table here, we want to go ahead and fetch the value for individual order IDs here. We want to go ahead and fetch the individual order IDs here. I'm going to color it green so that we can make a difference here, right? So what we want to do here right now, we want to go ahead and figure whatever order ID we select here, okay, accordingly we want net sales to appear here. Done. So do we have two tables here? Do we have two tables here? So I think you'll get your answer by the end of the example. Do we have two tables here? Tables are small reports also. Table doesn't have to be a big entire table. No, you have a smaller report section here. You have a very small report created too. Maybe here at 1121 here, okay, you can give a data validation list for all the orders ID, for all the order IDs here. Then it is going to be a very small report. Okay, it is going to be a very small report. Go ahead and select anything from here. You do have two tables. Why? Because you want your answer to be fetched here based on anything that you select in the order ID. Right? So you do have two tables, one where you want the output from and one where you have the entire data set. Done. So our pre-requirement is matching right now, which says that we have two tables. Now, please tell me identify please, which one is master table, blue or green? Which one is master table, blue or green? Reading is fundamental. Read and listen. Which one is the master table? Where we want to fetch the value. Where we want to fetch the value. Correct? So this becomes here, green one is your master table. Why? Because this is where I want to fetch the value. And from where do we get the value? From where do we get the value? What is the source here? From where do we get the value? What is the source here right now? This is my source. So bigger is not always master table. Master table is the one where I want the answer. In real time, in the work, what happens? Most of the time, we are consolidating data from everywhere. So our master table is where all my data is. And actually, that data that you call it master table, you treat that as a source. And you source every information from that huge table. So in real time, that is actually your source table. Okay. So here we go. This is done. Now, which one is the common column here? We have established master and source table. Now let's go to the second pre-requirement. Which one is the common column? Order ID, right? So established right now, order ID is the common column here. It is present at both the places. Very good. Second pre-requirement is done. Yes. Now, third pre-requirement is a very, very, very important requirement here. If this requirement is not matching, you will get the errors definitely. You'll get the incorrect answers. You'll get the NA errors every time if you don't match the third pre-requirement. Third pre-requirement says that the common column that is in the source table. So it is talking about here right now, this here. This is source table. This is the common column. This should always be treated as column number one. This should always be treated as column number one. Meaning, if I have anything before this also, if we have anything before this also, we should ignore anything before the common column. We should always select it from here and always treat this as column number one. This is 2, this is 3, this is 4. Likewise, if there is anything that is before it, for example, order ID is not the first one here. We have more columns before order ID. We completely ignore them. Why? Because VLOOKUP will go to first column here and search from left to right. Search from left to right. Okay. So this is how it works. It is not a slicer. Slicer is entirely different. Okay, I don't know what you mean by the slicer, but if I talk about slicer here, it is an entirely different concept. Okay. So here we go. This is our tables. Now all the three pre-requirements are matched. It means now we can go ahead and apply the VLOOKUP function. Now, if I want to go ahead and apply the VLOOKUP function, we have to understand the syntax here, right? Before you understand the syntax here, let's see here, how would you solve it manually? Right now, we don't know VLOOKUP. Let's see how do we solve it manually. So how will you solve it manually? What will be your step number one? In general, step number one here is whatever order ID is selected here, whatever order ID is selected here, you will read that order ID first. Of course. Okay, it is such a normal step that you don't even recognize that you are reading the number here first. However, as a step number one, you'll always go ahead and read what to find. What to find. Okay. As a step number two, what will you do? Once you have read what to find, what will you do? A column is empty, Aloknanda. Why do I care about that? Don't see this sheet as A column, B column, C column. No, read your table only. Read just the table. Table has 4 columns only. Doesn't matter where I write it in the entire sheet. I can go and write in the Z column. Still, my table is going to have only 4 columns. Okay. All right. So this is here. This is what is your step number 2? If you have read here, if you have read this is your order ID, what is the next step? The source table, because you want to find the numbers, right? So your step number 2 is going to go to source table. Go to source table. Meaning, why are you going to source table? Why are you going to source table here? Okay, because you should know where to find it. You should know where to find it. Step number 3. Step number 3. Inside this where, now you have to go ahead and find out which column has the answer. Which column has the answer? So because what is the answer right now? Net sales. So which column has the answer right now? Which column number has the answer right now? 4th here, correct. Now what is my step number 4? Now step number 4. Step number 4 is how do you want to match the values? Why? Because now you will go ahead and if the number is changed again, what will you do? You go ahead and match again. You go ahead and match again this to this, that where my number is. And while you are matching the number here, your number is spelling anything should be exactly same. Exactly same. So when you step number 4 here, you inform that here that go ahead and exactly match the lookup value from the master table to the source table in the common column exactly. So whatever I write in common column and order ID, inside the master table, it should be exactly similar to what is written in the source table common column. And if you want to define that here, we type 0. And if you want to define approximate match, we type 1. And no, we do not approximate match the text or spellings. We only approximate match the numbers. Okay. So we'll talk about that later. First, now we focus on exact match. So if I go here, for example, here, this is our 1127. I go here to 1127 and this is my answer at the column 4. I can copy and paste it here. Done. Now, how do we get this, all the 4 steps? We get these 4 steps with the VLOOKUP here. How do we apply VLOOKUP here? Look at the syntax right now. In the VLOOKUP syntax here, VL and VL drop down VLOOKUP. Look at the syntax here. What to find is your lookup value. Where to find is your table array. Which column is here? This is your column number. How to match is your range lookup. Okay. So in the lookup value here, what do we want to find, everyone? What do we want to find here? We want to find order ID. Whatever we write here, whatever we select from the drop down. So I will click here in the lookup value. I will select this here because this is what I want to find. Now, table arrays, where to find it? Where do I find it? In the source table. So I go to source table, Control Shift right arrow key, down arrow key, and I fix it here. Fix it here. After fixing it here, I will go to column index number. And here we type. What do we type here? 4. Because my answer is at the 4th column. And how do I want to match this value to this value? Exactly. So I type 0. I type 0. And when I type 0 here and click OK, we get the answer. And when I change this here, it can go ahead and match any number and give us the answer here. Go ahead, apply your VLOOKUP. You will be able to do that. Very easy once you follow every instruction here. What to find is lookup value. Where to find is table array. Which column number is column index number. This is range lookup. You start your value from H2. You start your value from H2 because this is where we want to find. Table array is your source table. Column index number is 4 and 0. Yes. No, sales is not. Entire table is your source table, because Fazal, you have to tell it that go to the common column and then find the fourth column, right? So you have to select the entire table. In the VLOOKUP, all the professionals out there, listen to me very carefully. We usually have a habit to be very selective in the table, right? Please don't do that. Select entire table. Select entire table. Fix that table. I will answer. Sojan, you can go ahead and write true or false anything. And yes, there is a specific reason. I want it to match 1134 to 1134 only. If I'm matching it by salesperson, I want Adam to be matched by Adam only. So I want to find out only for 1134. I don't want to go ahead and search for anything else. So if I want to specify here that match the spelling exactly, we will specify it with 0 or false. And if you will leave it and you don't write anything there, by default, it is going to be exact match only. It exactly matches the spelling, it exactly matches the numbers, whatever you write inside it, it has to exist exactly similar in the second table too. Then only it is able to match it. Consider it like this here. Sojana, if I ask you here that can you please go ahead and call Rose from marketing department? Will you go to the office and you call all the person named Rose? No. You go to the marketing department, you look for a specific person with a specific designation and specific name only. Why? Because you're exactly matching that person. Right? Like that. We're going to learn a lot more about VLOOKUP right now. I'm glad that you have learned something new today. Are we able to apply VLOOKUP? Thank you. Now, in the VLOOKUP is quite interesting for one more thing. Yeah, why do we call it VLOOKUP, everyone? What is V here? Why I don't call it just lookup? Why is it VLOOKUP? Right. Correct, Sojana. V is vertical, right? What is vertical? Why we are calling it vertical lookup, and why do we have H lookup called as horizontal lookup? Why do we have that? Let's understand this. It is quite interesting here. What is vertical? What is vertical? And what is horizontal here? In VLOOKUP, we call it vertical. We call it vertical because it can search. It can search only in vertical tables. Only in vertical tables. What are vertical tables here? Vertical tables are the one which you can read from top to bottom. Which you can read from top to bottom. Where the first row is a header. Where the first row is a header. Where the first row is always a header. Okay, always a header. Now, where are we searching the values, everyone? Master table or the source table? Where are we searching the values? Master table or the source table? Source. So we call it VLOOKUP, vertical lookup or horizontal lookup because your source table has to be vertical. Okay, your source table where VLOOKUP is actually going to find something, your source table has to be a vertical table here, or you can say a top to bottom table here. If your source table is not a vertical table, you cannot apply VLOOKUP. Master table structure doesn't work. It has no meaning. It can be of any structure, but your source table has to be a vertical table. If your VLOOKUP, if your source table is a matrix, your VLOOKUP will give you errors. Similarly, if it is HLOOKUP, okay, your source table has to be horizontal. See here, this is HLOOKUP, right? And your source table is horizontal, left to right. And your HLOOKUP here is a simple one single 3 cells around here. It has absolutely no structure. Okay, most of the people don't pay attention to that, but this is VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. That's why we have two separate functions for it. So this is it for today, everyone. Okay, here we have went through VLOOKUP and XLOOKUP. And we understood the basics of VLOOKUP and XLOOKUP. And I remember, okay, I had request to talk about XLOOKUP and the lookup function too. So today we will see those functions here. Yes, we have talked about conditional formatting too. Wonderful. Let's see a few examples right now. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and revise this here. So what we want to do here is we want north and west. So it has to go here, there and figure out north and west, meaning we need to go ahead and write or here that, okay, either find north or west. Then it is asking, now this is here that whether it is north or west doesn't matter. It should always have sales of greater than 5K. It should be invited, otherwise it should keep blank. So let's go ahead and see how to do that. So here we are. I will start directly with if. I will start directly with if. After if in the logical test, first I'm going to go with and function. Because inside and, I will say, you cannot see this sheet. Which sheet is selected? Okay, so here we are. Okay, I'm typing equals to if. Now in the logical test here, I'm going to start here with simple and function. In the and here, the first logic here is that go ahead and find north or west. Right? So here inside and I'm going to type or. Now here we'll go ahead and ask it that go to region now. Now I will go ahead and ask it that go to region now. Here's the region. And check out if region is, look at the formula bar please. Check out if the region is either north, comma, check out if the region is equals to west. And if you remember from the first day here, okay, I've told you one thing that we don't need to write E3, E3 again. We can simply encompass this inside the curly brackets and we can write it like this. So this becomes the first condition inside or here. Now afterwards here, what is the second condition? Second condition here is that sales, whether it is north or west, doesn't matter. Okay, the sales should be greater than 5K. So let's go ahead and get the sales here now. This is our net sales. It should be greater than equals to 5K. Now this becomes our logic. So here we have if and or together. Now the logic completes. We have closed, so we will go ahead and close the bracket for or. We'll go ahead and close the bracket for and. Remember that the number of parentheses we're opening up, we have to close that much parentheses are here. After closing the parentheses here for and, immediately you will find C. Right now you can see the and syntax here. As soon as I put up the parentheses, immediately it changes to if syntax here. Comma. What is the output we are looking for? What is the output we are looking for? Invited. So here we can go ahead and write invited. And now you want to leave it blank. In Excel or anywhere else, you go to Power BI anywhere. If you want to leave somewhere blank, you give two double quotes side by side. No space, nothing. Just give two double quotes. It will be shown as blank. This is how it will look like. This is how it is going to look like. And let's see the output here, everyone. Here we are. So if there, say, wherever there is no output, instead of writing not invited, it is simply leaving it blank. And at the back of this blank, we have the entire if. But since it is not matching the criteria, it will remain blank. I will go ahead and share the solution file. Okay, so I will close this and share the solution file. So this data that we have here, okay, it has nearly 1,200, 300 rows here. And it has total 8 columns. It's a small data set. Okay, so let's begin. Everyone, now follow along with me. We are going to add one more sheet. Okay, let's add one more sheet here. And in this new sheet here, we are going to create a system, right? A retrieval system. So here in the index, we have nearly 1,000 rows here. We have got order IDs, we have got product list, and this person has sold where in which region and all that. Now, what we want to do here is this, that as soon as we go ahead and select a date, as soon as we go ahead and select a date, or let's say order ID, we want entire detail. We want entire detail of that transaction. So for example here, if I go here, I'm copying, pasting here, you can see right now, okay, I'm selecting this part here. I'm copying this 3 here. I'm going back here and paste as transpose. We have done this before. Now here we have product ID and salesman. Order ID is fine. However, whatever order ID we give here, let's say the order ID here we have is some number, any order ID. This order ID here is already typed in. Now we want the answer here. We want the answer here. We want the answer here. So we have got product salesman. What else we can get? Oh, let's go ahead and get our net sales. We also want to see the net sales here. But we don't want entire table here. We simply want whatever we fetch. Whatever we fetch here, as soon as I go ahead and get the order ID, everything else should be visible right here. That's what we are looking for. So now I don't have to go and find it in the entire table. In the order ID here, I'm going to give a drop down. So just copy and paste a few here. And in front of the order ID here, let's give the list everyone. So I'm going to select the cell here. And to give the drop down, I'm going to the data tab here, switching on the data validation. In the data validation here, we go to the drop down and click on list. Allow list. Now we go to the source here. Now where is the source? Source is in the another sheet. So we switch to the index here, another sheet everyone. We go to order ID and select the entire row here without the header, Control Shift down arrow key. And click OK. Now we can change it from here. Data validation list, Lalita Prasad. Remember? I hope we all remember the data validation list. Yes, wonderful. Okay, so now what we want here, we want product here, salesman here, and the net sales here, correct? How would you get it? What is your solution to this? How we can fetch? Hi, Deepamita, what would you like me to repeat? Question? Or data validation list? Yes, so just keep a cursor here. Go to data validation. Select list from here. Go into the source and go into the source, switch the sheet and select the entire order ID by Control Shift down arrow key. And when you click OK here, the drop down will appear. Our objective is not the data validation list for now. So if you're not able to get it, that's totally fine. You can type down any number here, any order ID. Okay, great. Now here, everyone, how do we fetch these values here? Which function can help us here? So remember the 3 pre-requirements of the VLOOKUP? Okay, let's check whether the 3 pre-requirements are matching or not. First pre-requirement, do we have 2 tables? We are going to apply VLOOKUP, reference cell won't work. Do we have 2 tables? Yes, very good. Now tell me which one is master table. Tell me which one is master table. Which one is master table? Yes, the one we are working on. Absolutely correct. So let's rename this as master, please, so that we never confuse with it. This is the master sheet, the one which we are working on. The sheet 1, sheet 3, that third sheet that we have added. So this is master sheet, which makes this here as the source here. So I'm going to go ahead and name this as source. Okay, so there is no confusion at all. So go to your index and name this source. Now this is the master table here and this is the source here. So far, whatever examples we have seen about the VLOOKUP, okay, those have been within the same sheet. This time your data is in the another sheet, but it is within the same workbook. So right now we are here at the master sheet. Now the second pre-requirement, do we have a common column with the values? Do we have a common column with the values? Which one is the common column? And is that present as a column number 1? The common column is order ID. And the source table, is it the first column here? In the source table, is order ID is a first column here? So let's see how do we work with it then. Meaning the third pre-requirement is not matching. We have to make sure that this is the first column, right? We have to make sure whether this is the first column. So let's see how to apply VLOOKUP, everyone, and make sure that this will remain our first column. Now remember that if this is the first here, okay, how the counting will go here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. The counting will go like this. This has absolutely no number. It is not even considerable in VLOOKUP. Now let's go back to master and let's apply VLOOKUP. Work with me here. And first you will see the demo and then you will work with me. Okay, first see the demo here. Because this is the first time we are working on two separate sheets. I'm going to type equals to VL and I will select it from the drop down. There's a reason for that. Okay, if we insist that no, I will type the entire spelling here. Okay, it can be 3 O's or it can be 3 zeros because O and 0 is quite near to each other on a keyboard. So make it a habit, select it from the drop down and Control A opens up the function argument box. Now in the function argument box, lookup value. What is lookup value? Lookup value always resides in the master table. That too, it is always the first value of the common column. So this is our master table. Order ID is the common column. And this is the value in front of the common column. Wonderful. I'm going to fix this. Because this is going to be common everywhere. Now, the table array. Now, table array currently is not in the same sheet. It is in another sheet. So let's go ahead and switch to another sheet here. When I switch to another sheet, see here, the sheet name appears. Now, we have to make sure that the order ID is the number 1. So I'm going to select the order ID here. And from order ID only, I will select the entire table. We ignore the date altogether. So click on order ID here, Control Shift down arrow key and Control Shift right arrow key. Once I do Control Shift down arrow key and right arrow key, observe here that still your range is not fixed. Make sure it is fixed with the function key F4. Fix this and do not move from the source sheet. Do not move from the source sheet. First, click on the column index number. Do not move automatically because if you move right now, when your cursor is still blinking in the table array, your selection will be gone. So first, click on column index number here. It will automatically take you to the master sheet. So when you click here, you're automatically back into the source sheet. If you click here, you are back in the master sheet. Now tell me, which one is the column index number? What was the column index number here to get the product? Here. So in the column index number, let's write 2. We choose the errors, Priyanka. Always choose the errors. And fix it. Remember to fix it, okay? Now the column index number, product is in column number 2. So I'm going to type column number 2 here. And range lookup will remain 0. Range lookup will remain 0. Exact match. And click OK here. This is how the VLOOKUP will look like. Have you applied the VLOOKUP? Now, can you drag and drop and get the answers for salesman and net sales? Is it possible? So I'm going to type VL here, okay? And we click on Faisal, we click on FX and the function argument box appears. Now, what is the lookup value? Lookup value is fine. Lookup value is at the master table common column. We are good. Now, observe right here. I'm clicking on table array here, okay? Once I click on table array, I'm switching to the source sheet. In the source sheet, we have to make sure order ID is my first column because this is common to the master table. It has to be first column. That's the requirement. So I'm going to keep my cursor on order ID and control shift down arrow key, right arrow key. Now fix this here, fix this here. And remember here, now we will not manually select the sheet. We will simply go ahead and click on column index number. We will simply go ahead and click on column index number here. This automatically takes us to the master sheet. And now you press 2 and then you can go ahead and type 0. But always change it from here. By selecting, it will not show you. Once you select, after that, you have to press F and F4. I am also pressing F and F4. And control only works when you are actually writing it up. Once you have already applied, okay, then it will not work. Then Shift F3 will work. So while typing, I will write that to edit existing, Shift F3. All right. So right now, do we have VLOOKUP now? Everyone who were getting any errors or something? Now are we good? Because your first column was date. Now everything should be fine. Okay, so now here, so Kalyan, everything based on this function only. Now in the column index number, you have to type 2. You cannot select 11123. Type 2 there and click OK. You cannot select anything. You have to give in which column number you have the answer. So you have the product is the column number 2. Okay. Right. So we are at the VLOOKUP right now. And the question I asked is, can you just drag and drop and can you get the answer here? No. Why we cannot get the answer here? Reason is in VLOOKUP, everything is dynamic. Okay. If you talk about the lookup value is dynamic. That's D2. Your source is also dynamic. If you your data gets if you anything changes inside the data set or you convert that into control T, it will update. However, there is only one thing that is not at all dynamic, and that is this column index number. Because this column index number, we have to go ahead inside it, and every time we have to go back and check it by ourselves. For example, if we want the salesman to be fetched, we have to go manually at the source table, and we have to find out the column number of the salesman. What is the column number of the salesman? 3. So now I will go back here to master, and I have to go ahead and change the 2 to 3 to get the answer. So we have to manually edit that. Then we get the answer. Now this doesn't seem good. So what we can do here is this. We can automate the entire process. Which process? The process of reading. First, what we did. How did we fetch this 3? The whole process of fetching column number manually. So what are the steps that we take as a human being? How do we fetch the column number manually? First thing that we do is we read, right? What we read here? We read what or which column to be found, right? What column or which column has to be found. Where do we read this? We read this in the master table because we need the answer here. What we do in the second step? What do you do in the second step? Let's say you have read net sales. What will you do next? We will go to source table. We will go to source table. Now, what we do see in the source table? Do we see the entire source table for this? Will you find the value in the entire source table that where net sales is written? We only go to the headers, right? We will only read the headers. Only headers. We don't see the data inside it. We will simply check the headers. We'll only go ahead and check the headers. Once we reach to the headers there, what we do? We start checking. Is this net sales? Is this net sales? Is this net sales? And when we found the net sales here, we count it. So third thing that we do here is match. And again, if we want the exact match, this is 0. That's what we do. We read here, we go back here, we start counting here, where, and wherever it is, we pick up that number. So we want this entire thing to be automated. How do we automate this here? To automate this entire thing here, we have match function. We have a match function. What does this match function tells us? The match function follows the exact same point. So let me show you here. I'm going to go ahead and apply match function here. Now, so look at this match function right now. The syntax specifically. Look at the syntax here. Okay. The syntax here says that first is the lookup value. What is the syntax here? First is the lookup value. It means what we want to find. Go to source table in the array, header here, that is lookup array. And how would you like to match it? So we can give the entire steps right here. I'm going to click inside the lookup value and say that read product one. In the lookup array, we have to go to the source table. And in the source table, we'll simply select our headers here because that's what we want to find out. We fix it. Now, how do we want to match this? These spellings with the lookup value here. Exactly. So we go ahead and we type 0. Once I type 0 here, what is the answer we are getting here? So now here we are reading the product column, right? And we are trying to find the 2 here. Now, if I drag and drop here, it will automatically find out 2, 3, and 6. If I will go ahead and let's say I pick up here region also, I'm going to copy paste region here right now. And I will drag and drop this match function here. It will go ahead and find the values for us automatically. So this match function can be used inside the VLOOKUP instead of manually typing the numbers here. What this match function will do here? Match function will give us the cell position. It directs us. It directs any function to fetch the cell position. What VLOOKUP does? So match function will fetch the cell position. What VLOOKUP will do? VLOOKUP will simply go to that position and fetch the cell value. Okay. It fetches the cell value. So match function acts as a guide or a direction. And VLOOKUP simply goes ahead and fetch the value from there. So let's go ahead and apply the match function now. So this is how match function works. Now we'll see how to apply it. Okay, step by step. But I was only explaining the match function, that why are we using match function. Now I will give you instructions on how to apply the match function. I was simply trying to tell you why do we use it. So now we understand why. Because I want to automate my VLOOKUP. The more options I add, I need to simply go ahead and copy and paste things. And it will automatically fetches wherever it is. So let's go ahead and see how to apply match function, everyone. To apply the match function here, I'm going to apply the match function right here. Okay, so it will be easy for us. So I'm going to apply match function here. Wherever you are, okay, just on the right hand side, please add the match function here. Now work with me, please. Type equals to MAT. You'll find the match here. Select the match here. Open up the function argument box. Now, Vivek, while you are here, now press Control A. Okay. While you are here and your cursor is blinking, now press Control A. It will work. Now this is the lookup value. Now lookup value is always in the master table about what we want to read here. So in the lookup value, the product will come because now currently we want to go ahead and fetch the number, column number of this particular header. So keep your cursor here. What happened? Working, wonderful. So select the lookup value, everyone, and select product right now. So we have C3 here. We can see product needed to be found. Now, where do we go ahead and find this product? Where do we find and go ahead and find this product here? In another table. So first you click on lookup array. Cursor should be blinking. Once the cursor is blinking, switch to the source table. Okay, so your cursor should be blinking here. Once the cursor is blinking, switch to the source table. In the source table here, we will select only the header. What we will select? Only the header. And the header selection will from the order ID only. And always fix the selection. Okay, so see right now, we are selecting only header, everyone. Only header. And this header selection will start from order ID till the end. Since we are matching the text, right, we can simply click here and type 0. Again, we will not switch by ourselves manually here. Let's click on the match type and 0. Apply the match function, click OK, drag and drop and tell me, are you able to get the column numbers precisely? Swarnika match type is 0 because we want this product spelling to be matched in the source table exactly. So we want that this product spelling should be exactly similar to the product spelling here. Function key F4, Rachit. Function key F4, you have to figure out in your dashboard how does function key works. So everyone has a different type of a dashboard. Okay, sometimes function key work directly and sometimes you have to go ahead and press FN key to appear. Right? So see here in my dashboard, function key doesn't work until I press FN. Then only I'm able to access the function key. Maybe your function keys will already be there on your dashboard. Sorry, keyboard. So now if this is the match function here, I click OK right now. So we can go in, we can now give these numbers. We can give these numbers inside the VLOOKUP. Now these numbers can be used inside VLOOKUP. And VLOOKUP will become dynamic. Yes, it is automatically changing the number here. Vishal, if it is not working, see, check there. Have you properly fixed everything in the source? And is this range from the source? Only the header. Check that out, please. Because if drag and drop is not working and you're getting some errors, you have to check your lookup array first. It should be exactly what it is written here. Source C3 to I3. We are selecting the header because that's where we find the data. Where do you Ritushna, where do you find these header names? If manually also as a human being, or if also if you have to go ahead and find the header names here, where will you go to find the header names? Yes, you will go to source table, but will you find, will you see the entire data here? Where will you count and find the product? In which column? Will you go and check entire row? All the rows here? No. You will check only the header row and no other rows. That's why we are specific that I don't want you to check the entire row, just inside the selection in which column number product is written. That's why we are selecting only the row. All right. So right now we will move forward, everyone. Okay. So we understand that this is our VLOOKUP and this is the match function. Let's see how we can write both of them together. To write both of them together here, I'm going to add one more column here. And now I'm going to use this match inside this VLOOKUP. Let's see how it is done. So I'm typing equals to VL. Right now I'm going to type within the cell itself. This is the lookup value. I'm fixing the lookup value, everyone. I'm typing comma here. Going to the source table. This time we select the entire source table because we are inside the VLOOKUP, everyone. And now we type comma. After typing comma, I'm going to switch to master. I'm going to switch to master. Now in the master here, I'm going to select where I have my match function written. That is F3. Now I type comma and 0. So basically what we are doing, we are replacing that 2 column number with this function here. So instead of column index number here, I have selected the column number 2. That's it. And now this 2 here refers to the match function here. This 2. Oh, that is actually F3 for me. Now when I drag and drop this, we get the entire answer. Go ahead and check this out, please. This is how the formula should look like. Simply go ahead and instead of typing 2, simply give the reference. Previous VLOOKUP is this, okay? In the previous VLOOKUP, this is the 2 that we are replacing. So you can copy paste the previous VLOOKUP, and instead of 2 here, simply select this cell right now and drag and drop, and let me know if you can see this, if you can see the answers. So now now have you observed one thing here? Okay, we have asked here to the match function. Just an observation, everyone, for all of you here. Currently, I have applied match function on this side, and I have given the lookup value. I have given the lookup value that was on the left hand side. Now here, I have applied match function on this side also, where lookup value is on the left and right hand side, right? This match function here has absolutely no pre-requirements, And it can find values in any direction. It doesn't matter whether it has to find it in a table, in a single row or a single column or a bunch of cells together. It doesn't matter. It can find values in any direction, and this does have pre-requirements. Match doesn't have it. Okay, so this is your VLOOKUP and match. I have dragged and dropped it. And see, it is working. Why is it working? Because everywhere we have given the correct cell referencing. In VLOOKUP, lookup value is fixed. Table array is also fixed, properly selected. In the column index number, match function is working properly. And then we have the range lookup. And why match function is working properly here? Because in the match function also, we have fixed our source. And that source is just one single column. So it works seamlessly if you give the proper referencing points. Okay, everyone, do have a practice with VLOOKUP here. So what I see here is most of you have issues in VLOOKUP, but not in match. And that's a good part. It means what you need is only practice. You get the logic. Yes, no worries. So here we move forward, everyone. If you still have the error, don't worry. By the end of the session, I will help you out. Right now, let's move back here. Here we have right now index. And what we have done here, we have applied VLOOKUP and match together to make sure our VLOOKUP is dynamic. Hi, Vishal. We'll take reference of match function and VLOOKUP only. We can write both function together. I will show you how to write both function together right away. Amandeep has also the same question, Vishal. So let's get it for the region then. Okay, for the region here, I'm going to write the VLOOKUP and match together. I am not asking anyone here to follow along with me. Please don't follow along with me. Neither try to type in here. Thank you, Amandeep. So Vishal, pay attention here. This is VLOOKUP, right? Now, the VLOOKUP that we are going to write is just going to be exactly similar. So I'm going to copy and paste this here because it is the same lookup value. What we need to change is the 2. So in the 2 here, I'm going to start with match. In the match, what is my lookup value? Region. Where is my lookup array? I'll go to the source here and the header will be the lookup array. I will fix the header here. Now I'll type the comma and I'll type the 0 and I'll close the bracket. While typing the VLOOKUP and match kind of lookup functions here, and when you switch the sheet here, you never switch it back. You never do that. You stay in your source sheet and you complete the entire thing. Because when you are in the dialog box jumps from one place to next place very easily. However, this liberty is not available when you type in the cell. So complete everything right here. And when you press enter, okay, you will be there. And this is how it will look like. And most of the time, we will be writing VLOOKUP and match together like this. This is how it looks like. These are nested functions, everyone. So here we are going to have the correct answers. These are the correct answers here. Now let's see here if I change the number. Okay, everything will change too. So now we understand what match function is doing. Shall we move forward? It will take a little bit practice to write the function in the cell. Okay, you can do that practice here. Do that practice, okay? Repeat and revise and practice, and it will be good. And we will talk about that too. Right now, we've seen the simple match function, right? How simply it is going up and working on that. Now, everyone, let's go to the index function here. Let's go to the index here. The first one, index 2. Let's switch here. I'm going to switch on the grid lines. Okay. Now, here in this index match at offset, it says, so let's talk about the index function first, right? Let's understand about the index function first, which will eventually going to lead us into match function. So what is the index function here? Let me show you the syntax of index function here. So I'm going to, index is again the lookup and a reference function. I'm going to type here equals to index, equals to index. When I select it from the drop down, for the first time, we are going to see that there are two syntaxes for just one single function. If I go ahead and click on fx also here, it is going to give us a dialog box and ask that, okay, which function or argument list do you want to work with? So we will, since we're learning this for the first time, we will select the first one and click OK here. Once you click OK here, what is this here? Array. Array means whatever result we want. Okay, array means from where do you want the answer from? And row number and column number. That inside which row it has to go, inside which column it has to go. And remember that this index function is meant to fetch the values for us. This index function is meant to fetch the values for us, meaning same as VLOOKUP, it fetches values, it fetches cell values. Whatever is written inside the cell, it can go and fetch. And this is its this is row number, this is column number. Right? Array means, okay, from which area we want the result from. So this is the result area. Result area. It can be a column, it can be a row, it can be the entire table. Doesn't matter. Or just the bunch of cells somewhere. Row number is a row number, column number is a column number. So let's go ahead and see how does it work. So here, let's see. This is the order date, everyone, right? This is the order date here. In front of the order date, we want to fetch the profit or loss value. Now, where is the profit or loss value here? This is the first column, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 7, and 8. All right. So the column number here becomes 8. Now, where is 2nd January? Where is 2nd January? Where is 2nd January in the rows here? Into the rows here? What is the row number? Inside this table, okay, we want to find the value inside this table, remember? So inside this table, what is the row number? Inside this table, what is the row number of 2nd January? Now you're getting it right. Remember that whenever I'm asking you that which one is the column number, it is we are always talking that inside a table, inside the selection, what is the column number? This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. It has absolutely no meaning. What matters here is only inside the selection, what is the number here? So I'm asking the number here for 2nd January, everyone. I'm asking the number here for 2nd January here. So the number here will be, let me write it for you. Inside this table, date has the first row. 1st January is the second row. 3rd is the 2nd January, 4, 5, 6, and likewise. Do you get it now? 1, 2, 3. The correct number is 3. So inside this selection, inside this tabular selection, 2nd January is at the 3rd row. Now, in the index here, it is asking us, which is your result area? So row number, now row number is 3, right? Column number is 8. So we have figured these out. 3 and 8, everyone. We have figured these out inside the index function, 3 and 8. So 3 takes us to the 2nd January. 3 is taking us to the 2nd January. And 8 is taking us to the profit and loss column. Correct? This is where it is taking us. So now we know that from where the 3rd and 8 is coming from and what information we will get. Now what remaining here is the result area. What do we want in the result, everyone? What do we want in the result? Profit and loss. So what should be the area of the output? From where do we get the output or the result? Right. So from the profit and loss is at the column number 8. This is the column number 8. We need profit and loss. So what is your area right now? Your area will be the entire column of profit and loss. So we select the entire column with heading, with heading, with header. Entire column values with header. And that is our array. That is the array here. So when we will go ahead and we select the entire column with header and we direct the index function like this. How are we directing the index function here? So here this is where we have the resultant, right? And we can change this here and we can get the data from anywhere inside the table. So there are two ways to write the index function. Let's see the easier way first. Just remember that these are the row and the column numbers. Okay. Now first you will look at the demo, understand the demo, and then apply it on your own. So I'm keeping the order date here right now to show you the example. Look at the demo, please. I'm going to type here equals to index, Control A. I'm taking the first syntax here. Now inside this first syntax here in the array, where is our array here? Array, we know that we have to go to the profit and loss here, right? And select the entire column because this is where my resultant is. So Control Shift down arrow key and I'll fix the selection as always. Observe here, array is bold, right? And row number is also highlighted in bold. Now I will go to the row number. Now can you tell me where do I find the 2nd January? In which row number? Inside this table? 3. So inside the row number here, I will simply go ahead and type 3. I'll go ahead and type 3. Why? Because I know manually we have counted where the 2nd January is. Now observe right here, column number here is optional. I don't need to write the column number here. Why? Because we have just one column as the output. I don't have multiple columns inside the array here. This is just one column here. So we don't need to type any column right now. And observe here, we have the answer. If I click OK here, I get the answer. This is how it looks like. This is how it looks like. Can I drag and drop and find for other date also? Can I drag and drop the same function and get the? Why not? Because row number is manual. Right, row number is manual here. And second point is, this is just profit and loss. What if I need to get sales next, salesman next, region next? If I want to go ahead and get anything else, I have to go ahead and change. I have to write the entire new formula. I cannot drag and drop right. I cannot drag and drop downwards. It doesn't work. It is not dynamic. It doesn't make sense if I am the only one who has to go ahead and manually and find it. Doesn't make sense. So how do we automate this? How do we automate finding the row number or the column number here? Any idea? How do I get that at the 3rd row, 2nd January is written? Match function, very good. So always remember that index function can never be used by itself. We have to use the index and the match together, always. So index and match are always used together. Now you can work with me, right? So index function is pretty much easy. Now in here, we have to make it fully dynamic, that if I select profit and loss, if I select anything else, it should work perfectly. So if I want that, okay, we will make it clear. So first thing is, look at the 8 number here. Do you see this 8 number here? Match function is automatically applied here. What this match function is fetching right now? It is fetching the column number of profit and loss. What this match function is fetching right now? This is fetching the cell position of column number 8. I hope you are able to find that 8 number there. So one match function is there, which is fetching the column number for us. Have you found it? Now work with me here. Type equals to index. Type equals to index. Open the function argument box. Select the first syntax, the default one. This time here, in the array, select the entire table. In the array here, select the entire table. Entire table. Control Shift, right arrow key, down arrow key, and fix it. Fix it. This time, please select the entire table and make sure it is from B here, okay? And you are able to select the entire table here. Till the end, profit and loss. Okay, it should start from B and end to I. Select the entire table properly first. B17 to I1342. This is where we are usually making mistake. Go to array, select date. Now, Control Shift, right arrow key, and down arrow key. And fix it immediately. Because there are blank columns in between. So make sure the selection is proper. Now in the row number here, row number we know about the 2nd January. The row number is 3. Type 3 for now. Type 3 for now manually. We'll format it later. We will automate that later. Type 3 right now. And in the column number here, now select your 8, which is already solved here. Select this cell here where 8 is written. Inside the column number, select this 8, which is written at E3, and fix it. Fix it here. Click OK. And please tell me, are you getting the answer only for 2nd January? Now we understand how array is working. Array is simply taking the direction from the match function. It reaches to the address and pick up the value, right? Now what we need to do here is we need to go ahead and automate that 3 here. We need to automate this 3 here so that we can drag and drop also. So let's go ahead and write the match function, everyone, to fetch the 2nd January. Okay. To fetch the 2nd January, that where is these dates are written. So let's start with the match function here. Let's see how the match function will work. Please tell me, what is the lookup value for match function? What do we want to find? Which value do we want to find? Right, I want to find order date. However, we want to find this date here. So we select the date. Okay, we never ever select the name of the column. Now I'll click here. Where do I find the date? Where do we find the date? Let's understand it like this. If I ask you where is the 2nd January is written, where is the 27th January is written, what will you do? Will you go to the entire table and find it? Now we go to the column 1 and you fetch the entire column. Now in the entire column, we will ask it that go to the entire column and find out where 2nd January is written. So we are simply asking it that go ahead and read this date and find this date in the entire column, that in which row number it is. And in the match type, we type 0 because it is an exact match in the date. Type 0, click OK. Type 0, click OK. This is how the match function will look like. Done. Can you drag and drop? Drag and drop should work. If you have given the correct dollar signs, drag and drop will work. Drag and drop. Now when I drag and drop here, I get the answer. Right? So now this is very, very basic index and match, all right? In this index and match here, match helps the index to, match simply guides the index to fetch the values. Same thing match does with the VLOOKUP also. So index and VLOOKUP fetches the values inside the cell, and match function simply goes ahead and show them the direction. Okay. All right. Now go back to the master sheet. Please go to master sheet here, scroll down. Okay, find a blank space there, find a blank space here. And now we'll see one more example. For that example, this is a discount table, everyone. This is a discount table. Okay, this discount table has to be preferred if someone comes on the cash table. So we have to go ahead and create a table for the back end in the back end so that the front end users can use this. So this discount is as per the product and how much quantity they are buying and how much quantity they are buying. Okay, so let's say they are buying laptops, they are buying tablets here. You call them tabs. What do you call them? Okay, or they are buying the game systems here. They're buying the desktops there. So they're buying some product. Okay, they're buying some product here. And based on this product, they have to be given some discount. What kind of discount we are going to give here? So if they're buying any product from, let's say, 0, okay, this is here, let's say 3. Let's keep it simple here, 0, 5, and 10. So this is here as quantity, right? If they are buying anywhere from, let's say, 1 to 5, it cannot be 0, it has to be 1. So if they're buying anywhere from 1 to 5, okay, they will get this discount here, for example. If they're buying, let's say, the laptops between 5 to 10, okay, they will get this much discount here. If they're buying more than 10, then they will go ahead and get this discount here, right? So it is actually a range. We are aware about that. And that's how we read it as a human being. I'm writing random answers here, okay? I'm writing absolutely random numbers here. Now this discount table, okay, it is meant to be used when the customer is in front of you and they have bought something and now you want to create an invoice. So in that invoice here, okay, you should know which is the product, right? You have to know how much quantity they have bought, and accordingly that discount should appear here. So this is our answer table. This is one should know, and here we should get the answers here. This is we will fill. This is where we will get the output. So in the product here, okay, we can quickly go ahead and give a validation list. So let's quickly give a validation list for the product here, of course, without the header here. So this can be automated, right? That person who is creating invoice, they can go to the drop down and select it from there. That's totally fine. Now quantity has to be hard coded because we have no idea what quantity they are going to buy. So quantity has to be hard coded. So maybe someone is buying, let's say, 3 quantities of laptop. So if someone is buying a laptop and 3 quantities of laptop here, how much will be the discount? Manually, what will be the answer? Manually, what will be the answer? If I'm buying desktop and let's say someone is buying the desktop and they're buying 7 quantities, how much discount they should have? Desktop in 7 quantities. 8%. So this is how it works. Okay. This is maybe 1 to 4 here. So this is a range. Okay. This is a range. So it has to be as a range. This is greater than 10. Anything after 10. This is anything after 5 and 10. And this is anything less than 1, 1 to. So this is 7. This is between 5 and 7. And what we are buying, desktop, it will be 8. So this will go as an interval. So let's see here, how do we get this out here? Okay, so we are due for a break, everyone. But before we go ahead for a break, can you tell me here, Which function can help us to fetch the correct value? Now let's go ahead and solve this here. So lookup cannot solve it. VLOOKUP cannot solve it. Reason why lookup function or VLOOKUP cannot solve it here. Reason is we have to find two lookup values. Okay, we need to find two values here. We need to find two values here. That is why. So lookup values are multiple. Next here is we do not have two columns. We have just one single column here. Ritushna, try it. Because VLOOKUP has multiple limitations. The first limitation of VLOOKUP is it has to be two separate tables. It cannot work on one single table. Second is it needs a common column. Third, it can only work left to right. So right now here, we not only want to find left to right, we also want to find top to bottom. That's why the lookup in VLOOKUP doesn't work. Because they have a direction constraint. So here what will work? Index and match. Now in the index and match, we'll go ahead and type desktop. Okay, let's go ahead and type desktop here. For desktop, what we will get? It won't work. XLOOKUP can also have only one lookup value. Okay, XLOOKUP answers only one lookup value. Here we need two lookup value. Okay, that's fine. So we have two lookup values here. So let's go ahead and check how does it work. First, let's go ahead and see desktop here or any product. It is written in which row number. So first we have to go ahead and get the row number. And 1, 5, 10, it is written column wise. So we have to go ahead and get the column number. So I'm writing match function here. Match function here. What do we want to find? We want to find the desktop from here. I will fix this. Now column. Where do we find the desktop? Find the desktop here. Select with the header and fix it. How do I want to match the spelling of this desktop and this desktop here? 0. That's it. That's the match function, everyone. This is how it looks like. Now, if I change this desktop to laptop, it changes to proper number. We are good with that. Go ahead and apply this match function here. Once you have this match function, let me know. Then we'll go and get the number for the quantity, column number. I will wait. Lookup value is this, just one, just this cell. And array is the entire column where with the header. That is our lookup array. Now we apply the match function again, okay, for the column number, everyone. So let's type equals to match. Equals to match. What do we want to find? We want to find this number here. I'm going to fix this. Where this number is written, again selected with the header. Remember that? Selected with the header and fix it. Now, how do we match it? Now, we want it to read between the lines and read this as a range, right? Numerical range, not as the exact number. So let's read. Whenever you will hover over any function, any option here, everyone, okay, do you see here? There is an explanation here. The explanation here is, it says that 1 means if I type 1 there, 0 is the exact match, correct? If you type 1, what happens? It finds the largest value, which is either less than or equal to lookup value. Meaning, if it is 7, it will go ahead and find for 7, or it will find for a number which is larger than the 7. Right? And lookup array must be placed in ascending order. So is our values are in ascending order 1, 5, 10? Right? So since it is in the ascending order, we can simply go ahead and select this here. What is greater than match? In the greater than match here, it should be in the descending order. That's it. That's the difference. So if I have the series in the ascending order, we will select the 1. So type 1 and close. Type 1 and close. This is approximate match. This is approximate match. This works exactly similar in VLOOKUP also. So it has to work in the numerical range and it has to be in the ascending order. So when you click on here, it gives you third here. And we are good. It gives us 3. 1, 2, and 3. So now here we have row number and column number. Go ahead and get this match function, please. Once you have this match function, we will apply the index. We took 1 because it is a numerical range, Prakriti. Okay, so let's answer me this here. If I go ahead and ask you to get the get an exact match, do we have 7 anywhere? So if there is no 7, it will give us error that there is no 7, right? So we have to go ahead and tell Excel that, see, I don't want an exact match. Instead, you should go ahead and read between the lines. Read these numbers like a range. So if you see 1 here and 5 here, please understand that between 1 to 5, any number is there, it will go at the back. So for example, how does it actually work? We are saying 1 here for a reason. We are asking it here that please go ahead and read the numerical range. How does it read the numerical range? It will read that this is 7, right? Now this 7 will go to the first row here and start counting. It will go here and see, is this 7 greater than 1? No. Is this 7 greater than 5? No. Or is this 7 greater than 5? Yes. Okay. So if it is greater than 5, what it will do? The day set is greater than 5, it will stay here. Because it understands that 7 is greater than 5. It is going to stay here and give us this as the answer. Because it stays in the numerical range. So when we type 1, it knows that it understands that what it has to do. That is why we are typing 1. Okay. So whenever you work on a numerical range, then only 1 is used. Okay, do we have the match function done? Can I get the quick update, please? If you're done, just you can use the reaction button if you have, or you can use emojis. Anything will do. Yes? Hi, Akila. It is function key F4 to give the dollar signs. As soon as you select the cell or the range, immediately you press function key F4. You have to just figure out how to access your function key. No, that's not what you are asking. But you have asked that only, right? What is the shortcut key of dollar to get once at a time to row number and column? You cannot get it once at a time for row number and column number. Able to get it at once. You don't get it at once. For me, 7 gives 2. What is your selection? C4. Because you're selecting here from 1. Okay, you're not selecting from header. I am selecting from the header. So it is counting from the header. That's why your and my answer are different, because it's this counting from the header. It's okay, Sarika, I will explain that later. Let me write the index function here for you all, and then I will explain that again. So we understand here that the match function can fetch the numbers here for the row number and column number, right? So in the index here, what is the array that we are working with? Array is this. Array is this here. Function key F4. Now I type a comma. Inside here, it is asking us row number. Which is the row number here? This is the row number. Comma. Where is the column number? This is the column number. And we close. So simply select the column number, change this to percentage here, and when you write something here, you will get your answer. Right? So this is how the index function looks like. Those who are already went forward, please apply the index function. You'll have the answer. Yes, you can write index and match function one inside the other. You don't have to write separately like this. And Vishal, can you be please specific? Do you want me to repeat the match function here? What exactly you are looking for? Because we have seen multiple explanation of match function. Or you simply want to understand why is it called a row number? Please post your question to be with the specification. It will be easier for me to understand and guide you properly. Hi, Sarika. Can you explain how less than and greater than works? Yes, I will do that. And row number and column number are the array inside the index. So we want to tell index, okay, where laptop is written, where quantity is written, and accordingly find it out here. So write the proper one, and then I will find out and understand. Why we use row number and column number? Because they have designed it so. They're asking us row number and column number. Because in the syntax argument of the index, okay, we have to guide it through the row number and the column. So if I want to find the row number, that how should I guide index function? That where it should go. So I have to tell na index function that go to where laptop is written. Now laptop is written in which row? So laptop is written in this row. Now, how many columns it has to go? Which column it has to go? First column, second column, third column. Like that. Okay. Hi, Sarika. Let's understand this here. So Sarika, let's understand this, how the this one is working. So this is, for example, I will go ahead and type here 5, right? I'm typing 5 right now. When I type 5 here for the laptop, answer is 5%. Okay. If I type 4 here, what is the answer? 2%. So how is it working right now? I will try to explain this here. Working very straightforward actually. Okay. See here. Once it reads the number here, okay, is this number 4, right? It will go ahead and read here that is this number is it greater than 4? Is it greater than 4? No. So if it is not greater than 4, it will go ahead and check. Is 4 greater than 5? No. Right? It is not greater than 5. So what it will do? It will go back the one space. It will go back the one space. So basically what it is doing here is it will see that, okay, I am 4. It will go ahead and see, is this one greater than me? No. Is this 5 greater than me? Yes. So once it finds it's greater than, it will go to the row here and step back one place. If I will go ahead and write 15 here, okay, if I'm going ahead and writing 15 here, what 15 is doing? It is again checking. What 15 is doing, it is again checking. Is this greater than 15? No. Is this greater than 15? No. Is this greater than 15? No. Now what it will do? There is no other options, right? It can go beyond this, of course. So it will come back and give this as the answer. At the back end, this is how it is written. So that's how they have programmed it at the back. Okay, right. All right, so this is index and match, everyone. Okay, in the VLOOKUP also, this one exactly works like this. So this is about the different examples that we have seen for the index and match. Now there are more lookup values and there are more lookup functions out there which are on the exact same lines. Okay. So to understand those lookup functions here, we are going to see a smaller example. We are going to see a smaller example here. So everyone is talking about XLOOKUP, right? Everyone is talking about XLOOKUP here. Actually, the point here is whatever new lookup function they will come with, it is going to be based on VLOOKUP only. All right. So let's see the syntax of XLOOKUP. And trust me, immediately you will only tell me what to enter. Okay. So first is Control A. Let's look at the syntax of the XLOOKUP right now. In the XLOOKUP, it is asking the lookup value. It is asking the lookup value. Is it asking for lookup values? Multiple values? No, just one. Just one, right? So let's go ahead and try to pick up here. So let's apply this to our master table here. So with the help of XLOOKUP, everyone, okay, we will pick up our product. We will pick up the product, okay, with the help of XLOOKUP. This is going to be our lookup value. Okay, this is going to be our lookup value. I'm telling you here right away. So I'm writing here XLOOKUP and look at the syntax here. Please tell me what is the lookup value? What do we want to find? Order ID. Okay. Now what it is asking you here? Asking you lookup array. Lookup array means where do I find order ID? So where it is going to find this order ID? In the source table. Where in the source table? I am in the source. Where in the source table? Where it will find the order ID, lookup array. The entire column. Entire column. So I will select only order ID column here. Okay. Selecting order ID column here. I am fixing this. Now it is asking us return array. What is the return value we want in the output? What is the return value we want in the output? Do you want product, net sales, region? What do you want? Product for now. So I click in here. I go back again. Now I will select the product column, entire product column here. And I fix this too. Now it is asking if the value is not found, what to do? If the value is not there, what to do? And this is optional. We don't need to write this. You can give any message here. 0, blank, type something in the text, anything. And match mode here. Match mode is similar. Right? Match mode, how? It has to be exactly matched. So we can type 0. Now tell me, is it easier than VLOOKUP or not? Why are you finding this easy? Because you already know VLOOKUP. That's why you are able to compare. If you will not understand VLOOKUP, you will not understand this also. Now, let me show you the problem with this XLOOKUP. You were able to drag and drop VLOOKUP by simply changing the column number. Will you be able to do this with XLOOKUP? Can you simply drag and drop XLOOKUP and fetch multiple columns here? No, because you have to go inside every time and multiple times you have to get the return array. And there will be multiple switches back and forth. One for lookup array, one for return array. In VLOOKUP, you select your entire source at once, and then you can fetch any column that you want. So the new professionals that are coming in with 2 to 3 years of experience, they prefer XLOOKUP. The seasoned professionals, they prefer VLOOKUP because they know they can combine VLOOKUP with the if function, and if there is an error, they can deal with it. Okay, so this is how it works. It's fine, Pragati. VLOOKUP works just fine. You can see it later. It is quite straightforward. Okay, this is the lookup value, lookup array, and return array. So this is XLOOKUP, everyone. So there are few good things about XLOOKUP and few are not. So if you're very new to Excel, okay, this is quite straightforward. It is asking you where to find it and what is your from where you want the output. No counting, nothing, right? In that way, it is easier, but its applicability is questionable. Its applicability is questionable. It is not very good in the practical scenario. This is XLOOKUP, everyone. Okay. And you will find more lookup and reference options as you will learn here. But this concept here, okay, forms entire fundamentals of lookup and reference. Other than wherever you can use VLOOKUP, you can use XLOOKUP. So use XLOOKUP when something is very straightforward and you're not supposed to change it much, and which is not the case most of the time. If I'm merging another table, I will rather drag and drop VLOOKUP rather than writing one thing multiple times. I don't want to switch my sheets multiple times because it can cause the errors, duplicacy, and the incorrect answers. That's why. Okay, so we are going back, everyone, here. So we have seen multiple options, right? Multiple functions here today. Great, thank you, Dimple. But we have one more lookup and reference function, and that is offset. That is offset. Now, what is offset? So I'm going to show you a very small example for what is offset. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and select a few 5 or so rows of region. I will paste it here and I will get some net sales numbers and I paste it here. So basically, I'm creating a small table for learning offset, everyone. So go ahead, pick up a few values here and we are going to learn offset. Offset is the oldest function in match. Okay, it was there when nothing else was there. So that's offset. So when VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, these things were not introduced, okay, we had offset. And even now, if you will join somewhere and those people are still keeping few of their older data in Excel, you will find a lot of offset function applied there. Let's understand what this is. This is also your lookup and a reference function. And this entirely work on the reference cells. It entirely work on the reference cells. So we have to give it directions. We have to give the offset function directions. Where to move, how much to move. Okay. Now I will give you a demonstration first, understand, and the demo first. Then I will give you the instructions to follow. Okay. Remember that. So first only look at the demo because offset function here is please scrape off anything that you know about the lookup and reference function. It works entirely different. It simply walk cell by cell. Okay, let me show you here. So I'm going to type equals to offset and control A. We are here. Okay, now it is asking reference here. I'm going to say to this here that go ahead and start walking from here. So from where it is starting to walk? O12. Okay, it is starting to walk from here. Fine, I will fix this reference cell here. I'll fix this here. Now, it is asking rows, and it is very, very interesting here. Read it out, read it. It is asking us, row is the number of rows up or down that you want that cell to refer to. So it is asking here that how many rows do you want me to go up or down? So let's go ahead and write 1 here. Let's go ahead and write 1 here. So it is going to go 1 row down. So if region is a 0, north will be 1. North will be 1. Fine. Now it is asking us which column do you want to go? If I want to stay in the same column, if I want to stay here in the same column, and I want north as the output, I'm good. However, we would like this net sales as the output here, the number. So I will go into the columns here and type 1 again. I will type 1 again. The moment I type here, reference, go to row 1 and column 1, this is the answer that we get. 7164. So from this reference, it's worked one row below, one row towards right. And that's how offset works. So to the offset here, we have to give very, very clear directions where we want it to go. Go ahead and apply that. Go ahead and try this out. While you're trying this out, does this function makes any sense? Again, you are the only one who has to count. Makes entirely no sense because you are the person who has to count here. Even if you apply it, you get the answer. What is the applicability of this? So remember that, okay? Here, the problem will be with the offset that there are some rules that you can follow. Yes, Richard, absolutely right. So see what happens in the offset is used where VLOOKUP index and match fails. So there are few scenarios. There are few scenarios where we have multiple lookup values, right? There are few limitations with lookup value and index and match. Let me tell you the lookup. Let me tell you the limitations there. Okay, the limitations of the VLOOKUP and the index match here is that if we have multiple lookup values, what do I mean by multiple lookup values? Meaning there are multiple north region like we have it here. Do you see? We have got multiple north region here. If we have multiple north region here in the row, where in the column here, in the column, so what index match and VLOOKUP will do? They will only fetch the first occurrence. They will only fetch the first occurrence. That's the issue. No matter what you do with them, they will, if they see a duplicate value, they will only fetch the first occurrence and nothing else. That's the problem here. So these problems cannot be solved, okay, by simply writing something else or writing nested something inside it. Or we have to remove the duplicate, aggregate the values, then only VLOOKUP and index and match work. In real time, that is not the case here. So this is where the offset comes in. If the master key is not unique, it is multiplying, it's better that you use the offset. Okay, so let's see how does it work. So now in the offset here, we again same thing here. We need rows and columns. That how many rows it should move, how many columns it should move. Again, we have to automate these numbers here. Unless we don't automate these numbers here, okay, the offset will make absolutely no sense. So let's see how we can make it make sense. So let's take an example right now. We have a very huge table here. We have a huge table here, right? So from this huge table, we have multiple times region and everything is getting here, right? So right now I'm going to go ahead and fetch these things here. Region, number of customers and net sales. Dimple will see that. I will tell you how the row is won. Please select this. Copy this. Let's go towards the right side here. And paste this here. So this is the entire table we want to work on. Now, what we want to fetch, we only want to fetch the north region data here. One by one. So our job here is to fetch the north here. So if whatever is written in front of the north, we will currently fetch that. That we want for now. Okay. Now, how do we do that here? Now, remember that there are multiple north here. I'm not taking any use case. I'm trying to show you how does offset will work. And I'm going to keep this at the upper left corner, this as my reference cell. This is our reference cell, everyone. Okay. I will write this here. This is the reference cell. Now I'm going to click outside. I'm showing you offset again. In the offset here, I'm clicking on the reference cell. I'm fixing this. Done. Now tell me to go to the region column, how many rows it has to go down? Remember that reference cell is always counted as 0. Now tell me here where the 1 is. Dimple, now do we understand this here? That why 1? Because from the reference cell here, if I go down 1 row, I get to the region header. If I go to the second row, we get to the north here. Do you understand this part now? That how we are counting 1 and 2. Now here the row will go to second row. So we are at the second row here. Great. Now while you're at the second row, which column do we have to move? Which column do we have to move? Let's say we want to fetch. Now the question here is, what do I want to fetch? If I want to fetch region, it is the first column. If you want to fetch number of customers, it is the second column. If you want to fetch net sales here, it is the third column. Right? Now, what we want to fetch? So whatever we want to fetch here, we have to go ahead and select that. Right? So for the region, it